In today's lesson, we're going to see how to put different animations onto surfaces using After Effects. So let's get started. This is pretty easy to do if you have a stable video. Right now, this vase is not really moving and the camera is pretty stable. So what I'm going to do is to put this animation underneath the vase. So it's kind of playing on the table. This is the animation. It looks pretty cool, and I can just have it glow onto the marble table. First, let's rename the layers. This is our animation, and this is our vase video. So bring the animation video above, hit S on your keyboard to scale it up, then make this layer 3D. Bring it right below, and then using X position, we're going to flatten it on the table. Let's go back to rotation and make this even more flat. Once we have this, we can go ahead and extend the edges like so. Bring back the opacity and see if that's good enough. I think that's pretty good. And change the blending mode to screen. So now we're going to get this glowing animation on the table. Grab your animation layer. Double click on your rectangle tool to make a mask as big as the video and feather out the edges. Make sure that all 4 points are outside of your frame so you don't get a rounded edge result. And make sure that the corner is looking good. I'm going to drag this up. And if necessary, feather this out even more. So we have this right now, but the problem is that it's above the vase and not underneath. So we're going to create a simple matte by making a solid, a black solid. Call this vase matte. Hide the layer, and using the pen tool, we're going to create a mask around the vase. So let's just begin. From one corner, click and drag to make curves. And if I just bring back my solid, it's filling up my entire vase. Let's feather out the edges by hitting M twice. Maybe 15 pixels of feathering. This will give it a more natural and softer look. Now we're going to bring the animation layer underneath and change the track matte to the alpha inverted matte. So now it will be everywhere except for the vase part. And if I do any changes on my matte, it's going to affect the video. So I'm just going to take out some of my expansion, just type in 0 to give a better look for my vase. I want the circle to be right underneath my vase. So let's go to animation and pull it down using Y. You can use X as well to just position this perfectly. Because the vase is not moving, we will have no problems. We can also hit S on the animation video and just scale it using scale X and scale Y. Now it's sitting perfectly on my layer. I'm just going to bring my mask down and feather things out. Alright, so now I have an animated surface on my marble. We can also change the color of these animations as long as we pre-compose it first. Move all attributes, change the blend mode again, and we can just add maybe a hue and saturation effect to just change the way this looks. So you can see I can change the color. Let's go with a purple tint, and I'm going to increase the saturation. The levels effect will work nicely too. Just put that on. And using the different sliders, you can decide how much black you want to put in, how much white, and just change the way this looks. I'm going to push the gamma slider towards the right to get those lines isolated. So there's our effect. It was pretty easy to do. You can use this technique on walls, clothing, and any other surface. When the surface is textured, you will have to use puppet pins to kind of mold the animation into the crevices. But when you have a flat surface like this, you can just easily skip that step. I hope you guys enjoyed this really simple VFX, and I will see you in the next lesson. In today's lesson, we're going to learn about a really powerful motion tracking tool, which is within After Effects. You may have come across it when you were looking through the effects and presets, but in this lesson, we're going to see what we can use it for and how it's different from things that we can already do in After Effects. So the tool is called Mocha. There's two versions. There's AE and Pro. AE is already built into your After Effects if you're using the version 2018 and above. For the older versions, it's not available, so you may just have to get the Pro version, which is a separate subscription. So when I go to my effects and presets and look for Mocha, you can see that it's from Boris FX. So this is a pretty powerful VFX tool that is used for motion tracking, rotoscoping, and masking. Now in After Effects, we are able to do rotoscoping with the roto brush, masking, we have the pen tool and the shape tool, and we have a tracker panel. So why would you even use Mocha AE? The reason is that Mocha AE is a lot more powerful and will give you a pretty clean result. So in this lesson and the following lessons, we're going to take a look at some examples and compare it to After Effects. We're going to use the different options in Mocha AE and compare it to the options we have in After Effects. So let's go ahead and bring in our video. This is the first example, which is the easiest one. My goal for this video is to change the sign and put in my own pre-comp. So I want to write hello here. First, let's begin doing this with After Effects. And then we can see how it works in Mocha AE. So drag your clip to the pre-comp. Let's go ahead and open our tracker panel. Go to Track Motion, Perspective Corner Pin. Go to the beginning of your timeline and drag these corners in a corner. So I kept these on the corner of my sign, and before tracking, let's make our solid, which is going to be my sign background. Let's change the target to sign background and track forward. So I tracked my corners, and now I can hit apply. So there's my screen, it's nicely fit on my sign. And if I pre-comp my sign, leave all attributes in the main composition, I can double click and put in anything I want. There we go. So now when I go back, I have my own text, which is perfectly fit on my sign. Now notice how at certain points we get this little pushback effect. In general, After Effects sometimes the points jump around, as we have experienced in the lessons, and that is why Mocha AE is going to be a better solution. So let's attempt the exact same thing, but inside Mocha AE. I'm going to go here, rename this Sign After Effects. Let's close this off and make another composition. Call this one Sign Mocha, so we can compare it later. Close that off. So the way to use Mocha is to just grab it from your effects and presets, add it onto your video. You're going to get this in the effect controls. Have your resolution on full because it will not work if you're on one of these guys. Have it on full and then press on the logo. So this is the window that you're going to get. Don't worry, your After Effects project is still underneath. And the reason why we have this is because whatever I do in here, I need to save it in order for it to be applied to the effect controls here. So let's take a look at the workspace before I tell you how to track the sign. So the first thing is your different workspaces. Here we have the classic. This is what the classic looks like. You got your preview panel, the options down here, the playhead and the different buttons, your layers and the properties. Change this to Essentials, which is the, I guess, beginner-friendly workspace. And you only get the general tools. So if you want to use this workspace, you're not looking to add any specifications on the perspectives and how the tracking is made. I'm going to start with the Essentials workspace because it's the most easiest one, but if you already know how to use Mocha, then this should be pretty familiar to you. So this right here is our preview panel. I get to see my video, and down here when I click and drag, I can see my clip. This right here is the playhead. We have the same thing in After Effects. We have the play or stop button, next frame, play forward, previous frame, play backwards. Then right here we have the keyframe option to go to the previous keyframe, to add a keyframe, and to go to the other keyframe. This right here is to delete all the keyframes within the timeline. And then we have the auto keyframe insertion, which you should leave on. If it's not blue, just click it like this. And then we have the Uber key. Up here we have our tools. This is our save project, which like we said is important because if we don't save the project, nothing will be updated in our After Effects project. Next we have the pick tool, which allows you to move around. Click and hold, you get the marquee selection and the lasso selection. These are for selections. We then have the point insertion tool, which allows you to add a point to a certain selection, which currently we don't have any, so it's grayed out. Next, we have our pan tool, which is similar to the hand tool. Hold down X and you get to move your canvas around. We have our zoom tool, which lets you zoom in and out. The way it works is that you click on a point, go up while clicking, or go down. When I let go of clicking, it's not going to do anything. So make sure you're clicking and going upwards or downwards to zoom in and out. Next, we have one of the most important tools, which is the X-Spline tool. So this is similar to the pen tool. There is the X version and the B version. X is for sharp edges like the default pen tool, but then down here we have the Bezier, which is for curves. So let me just show you what that looks like. Click, and I'm just making random points. So this right now is my selection that I could either add a new point on or use it to just track whatever shape I just made. So hit Command Z, get rid of that. And for Bezier, it looks like this. I'm just making curves, and I can click and drag to make like a nice little curve for my corners. Then we have the shape tool, which is again X-spline, which means it's sharp, or a Bezier spline. This is in the shape of a rectangle. This is the elliptical version. We have the X-spline version and the Bezier. Next, we have our planar surface, the grid. Finally, the tool which will allow us to expand planar surface. We're going to take a look at these three in this example because we have a surface. And I'm going to get back to these soon. Next, we have our layer panel. And by the way, you can extend the corners here, just like you can in After Effects. So the layer panel is pretty self-explanatory. Whatever selection you do will automatically create a new layer. Let me just make an example here. There's my layer. I can rename it by double-clicking, calling it whatever I want. Then we have the visibility, the process of it. So if I turn it off, I cannot track it. Turn it on, I can track. We can lock this layer, change its outline color. Currently it's red. We can make it a different color. And then we can color label the layers just like we can in After Effects. You can delete this layer, duplicate it with all of its keyframes, and then make a group. Below we have the track motion options. We have the transform, scale, rotate, skew, and perspective. Again, we're going to see what that looks like in this example. This is your tracker buttons. Track backwards, pause, track forward. Link to track layer, And then here we have these surface options, which we have up here too. So in the essentials, you're going to learn all the basics. When you go down to another workspace, you're getting some extra things, but you still have the layer, the tools, the preview panel. But like, for example, down here, you can see the processing options, motion options, search areas, and a lot more advanced things that you probably won't use as much when you're starting out. This was the classic. We have the big picture, which literally says it in the name. Next is the roto workspace, which is for rotoscoping. As we learned, that's when you can separate a subject from its background. This will be in one of our examples, but we're going to begin with the essentials. So let me just delete this layer and see how I can track this sign. So it does have sharp edges. I'm going to zoom in right here so I can see it. Hold down X to move my canvas. I'm not going to use the rectangle. I want to make the points myself. So let's grab our X-spline tool. The first option. Begin by making a point in the corner. I think I'll go from this area. Go down, click, go down, click. And just keep doing this until you reach the end of your shape. You can also delete points by hitting Command-Z or Control-Z on Windows. Now, just like After Effects, one of the most important things for tracking points is that you want high contrast for the points that you are selecting. So right now there is contrast between the yellow sign and I believe the tape around it. But if I were to choose one of those green leaves that's mixed in with all the other leaves, then it will be pretty hard. Now to close your shape, you need to go on the first point or right click. If you're not getting this frame, then that means you haven't yet closed your shape. And if you don't close your shape, you cannot track. But I just closed my shape, we're ready to go, I have my layer. I'm at the start of my timeline, and now notice this green dot next to our playhead. This is what the keyframes look like in Mocha. They're green, and now I have the option to delete it or go to the next keyframe. But we're not going to do that because you need keyframes to create tracking data. Before I hit continue, I want to include my perspective option too, because the sign is changing perspective due to the camera moving forward from its side. So make sure you have all of these selected, and now we can track forward. It will not take that long because it's a short clip, but notice how nothing is jumping and everything is pretty smooth. I'm going to let this go to the end and then we can continue. When your timeline turns purple, that means that you have successfully tracked your video. But if you do get an error message that says layer tracked prematurely or something, that means that something interrupted your tracking points. For example, if a bird flies across my tracker points, then I'm going to get that message. And the result will be a red line next to my purple lines. That just means that there isn't enough space for Mocha to track. Pretty normal, it happens in After Effects too, but just don't panic when you get that error message. So now I have this tracker. My tracking data is ready, but I can use these guys to make sure that the perspective is perfect. So let's hit Show Surface. This currently is my surface, but if I want to put in a text, I cannot have it go in like this. So what we can do is to drag the surface and pull it towards the edge. Just like we did in After Effects, we need to fit the new text in the same perspective. I'm just clicking and dragging the corners, and there we go. So now my text will not be straight on, but it will be fitted into the current perspective. Also make sure to do all of these settings on your first frame, since we do want the whole video. Now we have Show Grid. Let's turn that on too. And a grid is going to help me know exactly where I should maybe prepare my surface. For example, maybe I want a space, this space from the corner to here, and then have my text go within. And it's pretty helpful. So now to check whether or not the tracking data is correct, before moving to After Effects, Mocha already has some tools that can help us check everything and then move forward. Go to Layer Properties, and down here we have Insert Clip. Currently it's set to none, but to test this out I can put in a logo and check whether or not my perspective is right. So if I had the wrong perspective, let me just get rid of the grid. My perspective was here. I will be getting a bad result. So make sure that everything is perfect. Use the different clip options. We have a logo, we have a grid, input, just the video itself, and just check whether or not your surface is good. Then set it to none before continuing. So now that I have this, I can hit Command S or Control S. Before that, let me just name my layer, Sign Track. It's really important to name your layers because moving forward, you're going to have more than one. And then when you're choosing the tracking data in After Effects, the layers will be pretty confusing. So name them properly now, and then continue saving your project. Command S or Control S on Windows. You can also hit this button. And now when I close this project, I'm back in After Effects. So nothing looks different now. I still have my layer, but this is where I get to grab either null object or my solid. So we mentioned that we want a solid, so let's just make that here. Sign BG, put it right above, let me hide it. Go back to your video, tracking data, create tracking data. Then it's going to ask you to choose one of those layers that you made and see how it's important that you name it. If I had maybe 3 layer 5s, then it would be pretty confusing. Choose your correct track, hit OK. Then come down here, export option 2, make sure that it's, so here the transform options will be different. Just like the tracker option, we have the corner pin, which is corners. We have corner pin for motion blur, which currently we don't have any. And then transform is the position, rotation, and scale keyframes. So set it on corner pin. Now export this to your solid. Apply export. And now when I hit U, or just bring this back, my background is perfectly placed on my sign. Hit U and I see all of these different keyframes. And compared to the After Effects, see how the end is not jumping around? It's perfectly still. But if we go to After Effects, the one we made, at some point the corner does jump around. See that right there? So Mocha has a way more powerful engine for motion tracking, and that's good news for us since we don't really want the corners to be jumping around. All right, let's do the same thing we did for the After Effects example. Right click on your background, pre-compose, leave all attributes here, double click, type in my text. Go back, and now I have my new sign. You can, of course, add textures, have this blend in better with the existing sign, but I'm just trying to show you how to use Mocha AE. So that's how you can track surfaces using Mocha. Pretty easy to do. And moving forward with the lessons, we're going to be using Mocha quite often. So I recommend that you guys work with it for a while, and before reaching those advanced VFX lessons, you would know how to use Mocha. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at another surface, but with a different perspective. So let's get started with the next lesson. Now let's continue learning more about Mocha in After Effects. In the previous lesson, we learned about the easiest way to use Mocha, and that was to stick a layer onto a surface. Now in today's lesson, we have this video of a green screen, and we get this finger swipe. So not only are we going to use the plane tracking, the surface tracking, but we're also going to use the rotoscoping option to cancel out the finger as it swipes on the phone. The process is the same, just grab your video and make a composition out of it. Add on the Mocha AE effect right on top. And before hitting the logo, I actually want to see how much of this video I need. So I will keep a few frames of the phone alone and one of the swipes. So basically, when the finger exits the frame of the phone, I'm going to cut my clip and get rid of the excess. Hit N on your keyboard and trim comp to work area. If you did want a longer video, the process is the same. You just have to create more separate layers for the finger. But for the sake of the lesson to not be repeated, I will just show you how to do the finger matte once, and then you can just use that same technique to create multiple masks. And then you can just use the same technique to create multiple mask layers. So now that I have my base clip, I'm gonna name it real quick. We're gonna add on the Mocha AE and press on the logo. Hit Z on your keyboard and zoom in towards the phone. Then hit X to move the canvas around. Get a nice frame of the phone. Then go forward until the finger just about enters the frame. So right around here is the perfect position. And by the frame, I mean the black frame, not the green screen. So right on this frame, I'm going to begin making my X-spline. So now grab your X-spline tool and begin making a mask around your phone. Now the goal here isn't to just get the green screen, but a little bit of the frame. So let me just hit X, hold down X to move my frame. And we're gonna begin right here. So just make clicks all around the edge. Like mentioned, get a little bit of that black. When you reach this area of the phone, you don't want to go around it, but right in that straight line. We're going to create a matte later, so don't worry about this. Just go past it and stay within the frame that you initially created. So there's my selection, it's looking good. Now we have made a keyframe. Before hitting the track button, we're just going to move to the toolbar up here. We're going to show the planar surface, and like we did in the previous lesson, just drag this to the corner. But here's what we want to do. We don't want to drag the corner right in the actual corner of the frame, but somewhere up close. So have this little arrow tip, go to the edge of your green screen, and this will allow a more stable tracking for Mocha. Just grab these guys and have the tip reach the edge of the phone. Now we mentioned that the grid is used to, first of all, see where you should put your tracks, try to get a more proportional tracking mask, but at the same time, it can help you see whether or not you made a good track marker. For example, if I'm tracking this and my grid suddenly jumps around, I know that my selection was faulty and that I need to work with it again. So just turn this on. Whenever you're tracking a surface, you would need these two. They're really important. And now once I have this, I can go down to the motion. Currently I'm on the classic, but you can do the same thing in essentials. Make sure that you have perspective on. So because the phone is kind of shifting in the hand, we want to keep that. And this will allow us to not have a flat rectangle on our composition. So first let's track backwards, because going forward the finger is going to jump into the picture and we still have not created a matte for it. So right on this frame we have the keyframe, track backward, and pay attention to your grid. If it jumps, you need to pause, which you can just do by hitting escape on your keyboard, and move the points around. You can do that by grabbing this tool, the pick tool, just move it around. But for me, it didn't jump around. I'm sure for you it wouldn't, as long as you have the right points. Now go back to your first marker And now we're going to track forward. Now, obviously, we are going to get some bumps on our grid because the finger shows up and covers our corner pin. So let's begin tracking forward. It's okay if it bumps around. We're going to fix that later. Track forward, you can see that when this guy comes over, the grid kind of jumps. It had a little shift. Then we're back to normal. But this is fine. Now go to your first frame, the one that we made where the finger wasn't in the picture. And we're going to make something called a garbage selection. As the name says, this is not exactly a precise selection, but it's used to cancel out something from your main selection. For example, here I have my phone. The phone is my main selection, but the finger that just goes over it is my garbage selection. I just want to tell Mocha to cancel out this finger when it's coming over the phone. First, let's rename this to phone track. Click away and go to a frame where the finger is nice and sharp right here. On this frame, we're going to make that garbage mask. You can just close it off here, as long as it doesn't go inside the phone. Let me see. Yeah, good to go. Now on this, let me turn off my grid and planner surface. We don't need it for this. I'm going to call this my garbage selection. Now with the garbage selection, we're going to disable the process, which is this icon right here. When you disable this, Mocha is going to not track that layer, which is exactly what we want because this is not a precise selection. So right on this frame with the garbage selection layer, we're going to move forward with the finger and adjust the mask. So we have our first keyframe. Let's go backward to the previous keyframe and just move this guy over the finger. The video isn't that long, so this should be pretty easy to do. You can of course rotate if necessary. So right here I can just grab the corner and rotate this. And just keep going until you reach the end of the frame where the finger is no longer on top of the phone frame. So now I just animated the mask, the garbage mask. And as you can see, my finger stays within that mask, and I have created this many keyframes. Every time that you move this mask around, you're going to create a keyframe. And on areas where the mask didn't need to be moved, you're not going to get any keyframes. It works pretty similar to After Effects. Now make sure that your garbage selection is on top of your original selection. Then go back to the good frame, right here, the frame where we began tracking on the phone track layer. And now we're going to track forward. Before that, we can check how this works. Go to View and enable the matte. Right here, you can also hit Option 1 on Mac. Select your phone track, and now you can see that everything is white until this garbage track comes on. So it's kind of canceling out that finger area as we move forward. If yours doesn't look like this, you may have this enabled. So just turn that off. And also make sure that your garbage selection is above your phone track, or else this will not work. Turn off the matte, don't need it. And now we're just going to move forward from that good frame. So there's no need to track backwards, but track forward. Just hit this button. Let me get my surface and grid. And again, take a look at the grid as it tracks so that it does not jump around. So now you can see my grid is pretty stable as the finger is moving forward. Now, once we're done with that, I can actually go ahead and extend my surface. because I don't want my image to just be on this little square, but all over my phone. So drag the edge right here for the surface and pull it up until it meets your phone. Then do the same thing on the side. It should fit pretty well. There we go. And before we move forward, let's do what we did in the previous lesson, which was to insert a color or a grid. Looking pretty good. Let's just lower this a bit. And now we've got ourselves a decent surface to work with. Let's go back to After Effects, hit Command S or Control S on Windows and close this off. Now right over here, I'm going to bring in my image, which is in your resource pack. You could put a video because the person is swiping, but I just brought in an image so that we can focus more on Mocha and not on the animation inside After Effects. First, we need to have this image fill up our composition. Hold down Command Option F. That's Control Alt F on Windows to fit it completely over our composition. It's gonna look a bit weird, but this will actually be squished to fit inside our phone. Let me turn this off for a second and we can go back to our phone layer. Go to your base clip, open up Matte, and we're going to first view the matte, which currently is our phone and the finger. We're just doing this to test the things we've done in Mocha. If you're not seeing one of those layers, then you need to go back and make sure that the layer is visible. And if we apply the mattes, you can see them separately like this. You can also check your visible layers. And now what we can do is to just pre-comp our image. Move our attributes there. I'm going to call this image phone. Hit OK. And now we're going to go back to our base clip and export the tracking data on top of our image. Transform this so it's vertical. Let's go back in here and choose our source, tracking data from the phone track, corner pin support motion blur, and then hit apply. So now this image is facing our subject. So now the problem is that when we zoom in towards the phone, we're not getting the actual edge of the phone, but this sharp rectangular shape. Now this is where you get to create mattes with Mocha, which is basically mask layers that will kind of trim away any excess areas that you do not need. So duplicate the base clip, bring it above. I'm going to call this matte clip. Go back, and then we're going to go into Mocha. Now over here, we're going to first disable our garbage selection and the phone track. So essentially what we're doing is to just make another X-spline around the actual frame. So instead of just, let me just zoom in here. So in the previous selection, we kind of just roughly went around. But now we want to create a matte for the actual frame, meaning that we're going to go over this section and stay within the green screen. For this one, the suitable tool is the Bezier tool, Bezier layer tool, which will create curves, which is pretty important for our frame. So again, just click, we have to zoom in here. Just click and make a very precise selection. Click and drag to make your curves. Pretty similar to the pen tool. Just go around it and make a decent selection. I'm gonna do that and then I'll be right back. So there is my new selection. And I just enabled the matte right here to see exactly where I have selected. Turn it off once you're done. I'm going to rename this to frame matte. There we go. Turn off the phone track process too, so we're kind of focusing on this new matte process. Let's also delete our garbage selection since this is a duplicate dedicated to the mats and not the actual tracking of our phone, because we already did that. All right, now on the frame mat, we're going to just have it there, but if I move forward, you can see that it's jumping around. But we do not want to track this again since we already did it here. So this is where the link to track comes in handy. It allows you to connect a new layer to an already existing tracking data. So just go over here, link it to phone track. And now it's going to move with our phone. It's pretty easy. But if needed, and let me just zoom into the corners. If needed and you saw that the frames are kind of jumping around, you can work with the keyframes again. So just go over your frames, and if you see your phone kind of the frame revealing the green screen, just work with the keyframes like we did for the finger mask. Now we're going to jump to the frame that we had the finger perfectly. I believe it was somewhere around here. We're looking for a frame where the finger is nice and sharp. Zoom in and hit X to move your canvas. So we're almost done with this example. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create a mat for a moving finger. See you guys in the next part. So once again, go to a frame where your finger is nice and sharp, and we're going to create a separate spline for it. Let's zoom in by holding down Z and going forward, then X to just zoom right into the finger. Now get your spline tool, but this time get the Bezier because we got a lot of curves, and begin masking from this joint. Gonna zoom in even more. Click and drag around the finger to make your mask. And this time we are trying to be precise, so this is no longer a garbage layer, but an actual mat that will help separate the finger from the screen. Use X to go around your frame until you have masked out your finger. I'm going to do that and then I'll be right back. So I have my mask right now. It's nicely fit around my finger, and now we're going to track the finger alone. So first let's name this finger mat. Click away and make sure that you have the process turned on so it enables the tracking. Select your mat and begin tracking forward. Should be pretty stable, let's see. If it's not stable, you can go in frame by frame and maybe extend your points, which is pretty easy to do. You just click on any of these points and push them where they need to be. This will make a separate keyframe. So just modify each of the frames. Once you're done, track forward one frame. Do this for the rest of the front frames. Once you're at the last frame, go to your original keyframe and repeat this, but backwards. So hit this button instead. Move it frame by frame. This is easier instead of going the whole way because there's motion blur involved and we don't want to miss out the points like this. For example, here I need to pull down these points because her finger is bent. So do this until you reach the part where the finger has exited the screen, and then we can continue. So now I have animated the finger from when it reaches the top of the screen until the video finishes. But now we want to just change the in and out points of these trackers. Let me just track the frame here. There we go. So we don't need this red line because our finger is not covering the screen. So go to your layer properties, and one frame before your first keyframe, we're going to click this button. So this will set the new in point of the layer. So now you can see the red is gone. That means that the data starts from this frame instead of 0. As for the last frame, it's Pretty self-explanatory. We're not going to do anything about that. Now go to that extra frame that we had. Just drag this to this extra frame. And what we want to do is to just move the finger out of the video. So basically just grab the box right here and just pull it completely out of sight. So the mask kind of shows up like that. And just repeat this for the last frame. Just push it completely out of sight. This is going to help us in After Effects so we don't get like a double mask situation. To do that. Once we're done with this, we can hit Command S or Control S on Windows and close Mocap. There we go. So now what we want to do is to just go in here, go to Matte this time. So when we go forward, we can see the finger and we still have our frame that's from the base clip. But here, what we want to do is to just click on Visible Layers. So phone track needs to be hidden, but finger matte and frame matte needs to be visible. So the eyeball needs to be turned on. And for this last frame, it needs to be turned off. Hit OK. Make sure that the shape is on All Visible. And then we're going to create After Effects Mask. And there we go. Pretty similar to what we have inside After Effects. And when I turn this off, you can see that we get the finger mask that suddenly shows up and the mask itself. Open up your matte clip, mask. This is our frame matte, which we need to hit subtract because we don't want it to cover our phone, but to only give us the areas that we did not include. So now it's perfectly fit inside the phone. And for the finger matte, it can remain as it is. So you can see the finger is just chilling as we go. Now we need to feather the edges of the mask. So hit F on your keyboard and just play around with the, let's hit M twice, play around with the feather and mask expansion. So we're getting this little reveal that's because of our image size, but it's okay, you can just fix that if you want. As for the finger, we need to work with the feathering. It's pretty sharp here, so I'm going to decrease some of that mask expansion. -3. Then increase the feather to like 2. So we get this really soft thing. And we're getting the green reflection. That's the result of the green screen. You can either use the mask expansion to get rid of that, or go back to your mask path and fix it like you would in After Effects. The problem is that the reflection is actually on the finger. So if we do use the mask path, we will end up removing we're going to end up removing a bit of the finger. So ideally you would want to use a white screen or something that isn't this reflective. Let's go back to our frame. Now you can just go ahead and enable motion blur for all of these layers. This will give us a better and smoother look. And maybe add some color grading to your image. Add a curves adjustment. And let's just make it look like it belongs inside the phone. Grab a new adjustment layer, place it in between the phone and the mask. Call this blur. Get a fast box blur effect. And increase the amount. Let's try 3 for blur radius, and this can make the image look more natural. On top of that, I do want to add a blue hue on top of the image. RGB blue, and increase this just by a touch so it doesn't look that yellow. And there we go. So that's how we can use Mocha's matte options to not only track the surface, but to cancel out the finger that goes above. This effect is pretty helpful. Like mentioned, it would be better if you had a white screen on the phone and not a green screen, so the reflection wouldn't look that obvious on the finger. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at different examples where we can use rotoscoping and put something behind our subject. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Now let's take a look at our final example, which included rotoscoping your subject out from the video. For this example, we have a video of someone standing in front of a stormy sky. And my goal here is to put in maybe some lightning and just make this look even more epic. I'm going to cut the video right about here. Command-Shift-D, delete the extra bits. Hit N on your keyboard. And trim come to work area. So we get a few seconds of this person just leaving their arm out like that in the wind. This will be a little difficult to rotoscope because you have to include each of the t-shirt movements due to the wind. So first let's begin trying this with the After Effects built-in roto brush. Call this composition Roto AE. And now I can grab my roto brush, double click on your clip to go into the layer, and just begin drawing a rough shape on my subject, including his legs. Be sure that you are at the start of your timeline and include everything. All right, once I have this, I'm going to just hit this freeze button. After Effects is going to analyze each of the frames and will leave us with a separated subject. I'm going to let it do its thing and then I'll be right back. Once we go back to our Roto AE composition, we're getting this cutout of our subject. If you see that you left out a piece, you can always go back to your layer, unfreeze it by clicking this button, and then holding down Option or Alt to remove a scene. Again, make sure that you're at the beginning and then proceed to freeze again. So like we mentioned, there's a lot of wind in this video, and therefore the t-shirt is just flying around. And sometimes After Effects roto brushing is actually favorable because it does the smart tracking itself, and you can see without me having to maybe fix each individual frame, it caught the perfect edge of the t-shirt and anything else that's flying around. So now all I have to do is to bring my video in again, right underneath, and in between these two, put in my thunderstorm video. Let's resize the thunderstorm. So once I change the blending mode to screen, we're getting a perfect cutout of our subject, and it doesn't even look like there is a separate roto layer. Now this took us almost no time. It was pretty easy to do. So when it comes to choosing between Mocha and AE, the most important thing is the amount of time you want to put in. So for Mocha, you're going to put a lot more time and the result will be really clean. But if you're looking to do something really quick and the result isn't that important to you, then you can just use After Effects roto brushing. Now this doesn't mean that the result you get from After Effects is bad, but in certain situations you will see those roto edges kind of missing out parts of your subject. So in our second video, I have a subject that isn't moving that much, and we're going to see what the process of rotoscoping in Mocha looks like. So let's make a composition from our second clip. I'm going to change the name right here, call it Roto Mocha, and then apply the exact same effect onto the clip. full resolution. Before that, let me see how many seconds I want for my video. Delete the extra bits, and now we can start Mocha. So let's change our workspace to Verto. This will only give us the essentials for separating your subject. We still have the layers, as you can see, but notice how the layer panel is a lot more taller compared to the previous workspaces. This is because for roto brushing, we cannot actually just draw something like After Effects and have the program analyze it. We need to create each individual layer. For example, his arm, his leg, the umbrella, and then just track those together and transfer all of those data into our layer inside After Effects. The process is time consuming because we're working frame by frame, but the result will definitely be a lot more cleaner. So let's go at the beginning of my frame, zoom in by holding down Z, then X to go up. Let's go in here. And my goal here is to just put this, the lightning video in the sky. So I don't really need to track from the shoulder down, but from the shoulder up. Zoom in again. And now let's begin creating our spline. So I created a frame around my subject. I closed it off here, leaving some extra room from the end of our sky. So this is how roto brushing works here. You make the outline of your subject, and sometimes there's this little hole that you have to take out. So the process of that is to first rename your layers, and then we're going to make a separate spline inside of this shape. So the reason why it's so long is because you would have to create so many different layers for each part of your subject. And then when you turn them into mask layers in After Effects, you can just work with the mask settings. So one would be subtract, one will be add, and all the other options that are available. So let's zoom in right here, and I want to remove this space between the umbrella and my subject. Be sure that you're doing this on the exact same frame that you started and that you're creating a new layer. So there's my second spline, and if you want to see the difference, you can just change the outline color. Let's make this one green. So the green is what I want to subtract, the red is what I want to keep. So most of this workspace is about selecting. We got the classic tools up here, but then we get things like attaching layers to one another, which would be useful when you're creating an outline that has multiple components. For example, for the face, you would do an outline of the face frame, then you would do one for the chin and all of that. Therefore, you would have to link the chin to the face. But in our case, we don't have that situation. The tools up here are meant for those things. We didn't have the classic surface plane that we used before. The different channels that you can see, the matte opacity, which by the way, our matte was this, which allows you to see exactly what you have selected and what you've not selected. So I can just work with my matte opacity, turn it up or down. Then we have the overlays and the outlines that you can use. We've got the zoom windows, and just other options that are for the points, because when you're rotoscoping, there will be thousands of these little points all over your screen. So these preview options allows you to have an easier time and not get confused by all of these little pointy things. Let's turn off the matte, and we're gonna begin tracking forward. So let me just rename this to empty space. Now, since we do want both of these to be tracked, we can just select them both and begin tracking forward. It's helpful to move in frame by frame. And this way, when I see that, for example, my umbrella just went up, I can just drag this guy up and still keep the frame of my subject. We can just track forward, but I'm just going to switch to my classic workspace for a second turn on perspective, change my minimum percent of pixels used to a high number. The higher the number, the more accurate the tracking will be, which is exactly what we want. For 30%, you could just get a very obvious outline, but when you're dealing with human subjects that have different curves and edges, then you would want to use a high percent. Now let's begin tracking forward and just see what Mocha gives us. Be sure to select both of your layers and then track forward. Let's just see what Mocha gives us. I'm not going to do any sort of modification. If you want an accurate result from Mocha, you have to change the points per keyframe going forward. So use the move forward one frame and backward to just add the right keyframes, move the points where they need to be. And since we're using a frame by frame, it's going to be really precise. So Mocha tracked all of my frames. I have this one frame that I'm just going to track backwards. And based off the results, you can see that at some points we do get reveals of the empty sky. So it's not exactly perfect, and the way to fix this is to go in and work with the selection frame by frame. We learned about this. You make a keyframe, move the points around, make another keyframe, and just keep going. Let's just bring this into After Effects. Like mentioned, we're not trying to get a perfect result here, but we're just trying to see how we can rotoscope in Mocha. So normally after the tracking, you would go in and fix the frames. We're just going to let it be and hit Command S. Close off Mocha, and then we can just open up the matte section, visible layers. Make sure you have both of these visible. If the eyeball isn't there, just press on it once and it's going to show up. We need the empty space and the subject. Hit OK and then create AE mask. So now we're getting the small section that we worked with in Mocha AE. Let's bring in my clip again. It's looking pretty normal right now, but once we put something in between this, let's grab this thunderstorm video, position it where it needs to be, turn the blending mode to screen. Let's just mask out the top of the thunderstorm, hit F on our mask, and just feather out the edges. So now we're getting that thunderstorm in the back, but once we zoom in, we're going to notice that, especially when there's light, we're going to notice that we get this weird cutout effect. And that's not exactly ideal. Also, right now we're not seeing the thunderstorm inside our empty space. So what you need to do is to just hit M on your keyboard and turn the empty space mask into subtract. It's looking like this. Now here's the thing about taking the mattes from Mocha and turning them into mask in After Effects. You still have the option and the access to all of these keyframes. Meaning that instead of going back to Mocha, I can just move these keyframes myself and make the perfect selection. So if I wanted this to be perfect, I would have to work with the keyframes and just make this fit well. So that is the process of roto brushing in Mocha, except that you need to work with each of the keyframes and fit the mask where it needs to be. We skip that step because we're just trying to see how it works. And based on the results and how much time each one takes, you can decide which option to choose. In the further lessons, we're going to use Mocha for its true potential, which is the tracking. We're going to use it to track eyes and put in really awesome effects into the iris, the eye white, and the pupil. So the true power of Mocha, in my opinion, is actually the tracking. And it is something that we're going to use a lot in the upcoming lessons. So let's jump into those lessons right now. In today's lesson, we're going to see how we can create phase distortions using Mocha and After Effects. So let's get started. There are two examples in this lesson. We have one where we give our subject a third eye and another one where we give our subject no mouth. These are actually pretty easy to do as long as we have the right tracking data. As we know, Mocha is the perfect candidate for this, so we're going to be using that. I have two clips right here. They're in your resource pack. The first one is of this person staring intensely into the camera. And this is perfect because we can just give her a third eye and make a really cool effect with it. The second clip is of this person just staring into the camera again, but they proceed to put on an actual mask. So before they put on the mask, I want to just give them no mouth. Let's begin with the eye example. Make a composition from the video. Then duplicate your base video, and we're going to call this the face track. Add on the Mocha effect on it. Before hitting the logo, let's first see how much of this clip we need. So right before she turns her head, I'm going to hit Command-Shift-D to get rid of the extra bits, Control-Shift-D on Windows, then hit N, and trim your work area. Now let's go ahead and hit the logo and start up Mocha. First, let's find a frame where she's looking straight in the camera. So her face is in front of the camera like this. And we're going to just zoom in by holding down Z and just going forward with our mouse. Hold down X to bring this up and get a nice frame from her forehead. Then just grab the spline tool and begin marking your forehead area. We want the corners to be on something, so not a small rectangle like this, but one where it ends on her eyebrow, the top of the hair, the other side, and the other eyebrow. Then close off the shape. This is going to give Mocha the right area to work with, and we're just going to get a better result. So once we have this, let me just rename my layer. Once we have the layer, we're going to increase our pixels used to maybe 60, a little bit higher. Turn on perspective because she does kind of turn towards the side. If you're not seeing this, you may be on the Essentials workspace. Just go to Classic and you're gonna get the exact same options. Now we can go ahead and track forward from the first keyframe. Once we're done, hit this button to go to your first keyframe and now track backwards. There we go. Once we have this, we can just save our project. Click that button or Command-Control-S and close Mocha. So now when we go in the tracking data, we get our face track. But before we bring it onto the layer, we actually need to get our eye layer. So the eye is actually going to be another copy of this video. So duplicate your base clip, Command-D, bring it up, call it eye, label this layer, then zoom in towards the eye, hold down space to find a nice frame where the eye is nice and sharp. So right here. Then we're going to stabilize this video because the eyeball shouldn't be jumping around when it's on the forehead. And the best way to do it is to just go down to the tracker panel and hit stabilize motion. You're going to get this little box that we just need to put it on an area which can help stabilize the video. So this mold down here is actually perfect. So just fit this around, make sure that it's right at the center, and then we can begin tracking this mold. And based on this track point, the video is going to be stabilized. So the target needs to be the eye, the same video. Make sure it's not on anything else. And then we're just gonna analyze forward. You can see it sticks pretty well because the mole is pretty easy to find. Now before this doesn't really matter because I want the eye to show up from this point, so I don't really need to track backwards. But if you want the eye to be on the entire clip from the beginning to the end, then just track backwards. You can hit U on your eye layer, go to the last keyframe, and then just hit the Analyze Backward button. Alright, hit apply once you're done. And there we go. So now this guy is pretty stabilized. Let me show you from afar. You can see that's pretty stabilized, and compared to the video underneath, just do that so you guys can see the transparent background. So it's pretty stabilized, and we're just getting this motion, which is going to help make the video be rather still when we're playing it. But we don't really need the entire clip, so it's okay if this happens. What we want to do is to just get the eyeball. Let's zoom in, go to the frame where you made your first keyframe, right here. And then right over here, we're going to begin masking out the eyeball. So if you're shooting the video yourself or you want to get a different clip, this is something that you have to keep in mind. So because we're only trying to get the eyeball, it's really important that there isn't anything close to the eye area. So right now the person's eyebrow is well separated from her eye, and we don't have any like intense makeup or something that's going to get inside our mask. If your subject's eye and eyebrow were close together, then you would have to ask them to create a space by using two of their fingers. And if the eyebrow was like here, we're going to end up getting a bit of hair, which will look really weird, on the forehead. So with that in mind, we can now begin creating our mask, which is just a bunch of points around the eye, keeping a good space. There we go. Once I solo this layer, we now have an eyeball. Hit F on your keyboard and feather out the edges so that we can get something like this. Now let's bring this eyeball that we just made on her forehead. Hit R on your keyboard and position it exactly where it needs to be. Before that, just grab the anchor point and pull it right at the center. Then we can rotate it right where her nose is. So I think this is pretty good. Let's put it right there. Go back to your feathering if needed. We can just push this out more and get a result like this. So you can see over here, because it's from the same video, it's pretty clean. But once we reach the bridge of the nose, it's looking a bit odd. So we're going to hit M twice and use mask expansion to reduce some of that area. Make sure that you're not taking out from the eyeball. So maybe -5 pixels, and now this will give us a cleaner look. You can also drag the points in. Just pull this guy inwards past that nose bridge. Let's take a look. If you choose to do that, make sure to use the mask feather tool. Let me type in 0 here. Use the mask feather tool to mask out a large area from this side, but a small area from this side. There we go. So this is going to look a bit odd because we have a light difference in our original clip. You can see this side is dark, this side is light. We're going to fix that later. Right now, just make sure that her eyeball is nicely set on her forehead. Then we're going to pre-comp this layer. Right click, pre-comp. Call this eye. And there we go. I'm going to make a marker right here. Drag this icon and pull it right on this frame, so I know exactly when my eye is supposed to show up, and also where we began the stabilization. So to create that half dark, half white area, we're going to duplicate the pre-comp, zoom in on the eye, grab the pen tool and slice each of these in half. So this, let me just go back here. So this one, I will name it eye right. This one, I will call it eye left. For the eye right, we're only going to keep the right side. So begin making a point and slice it through the middle. Just close it off like this. You can also use the light difference on her nose as a guide. So pull this in a little closer and we're good to go. Now for the eye left, we're going to do the exact opposite. So go to eye left and just slice through. This time only keeping the other side. Okay, good. So now we have a half and half situation. Make sure that the points are perfect and that you're not revealing the like a thin line between the eye. From a glance, it should look normal, but these are actually two separate layers. So on the eye left, we want to darken things up. So using the levels sliders, we want to darken and kind of flatten out our eyeball. So play around with your level slider, do the same thing for the other eye. I'm also going to fix up my mask, maybe remove this bit, and then I'll be right back so we can continue. So now we're left with this effect. I also went ahead and made a new adjustment layer, added a tint effect, dragged the eyedropper tool for black on the shadows, the white on the highlights. Then I made a mask around the eyelid and subtracted the eye area. So this is our first mask. It's on add. Second mask is the pink one that is on subtract. So this allows me to get rid of that orange that's on her eyelid. All right, once we're done, we're going to pre-comp all of these eye layers. Call this eye. Then on this, we're going to make another mask, this time really close to the eyeball. So just go in right there. It's okay to get some of that creases in, but just avoid getting the excess areas that we don't need. All right, once we're done with that, we're going to feather this out. Just by maybe 15 pixels. Now we're going to duplicate our original clip. Just rename it there. Add it right above. Call this eye skin. And mask out the exact area that we kept our eyeball. All right, but let's hide it for a second. Move it right above the eyeball. Double click. Do that. But what we're going to do is to subtract the eye area. So this is kind of like a lid on top of the effect. Select your layer, grab the pen tool and make another mask on the edges of this eyeball. Turn the second one to subtract and bring this back on. So it's going to bring some of that skin even when we get rid of the first mask. You can see that we're not really seeing a difference because this guy is kind of like going above it. So hit F on your mask layers and increase their feathering. So for the first one, the main big one, we need to increase it quite a bit. But for the second one, it can be a little bit soft since we are getting closer to the eyeball. So that's looking pretty good. We've got a third eyeball on our subject's head. Turn this back. Once again, pre-comp your eye layers. Call this eye final. And now we're ready to extract the tracking data onto this eyeball. So extract the data from your face track clip onto a new null object. I've made mine right here. Let's call this face track null. And then connect your eye final to the null. I also made another marker by dragging this guy to show when I want this eye to like open up. Because before marker 1, we did not connect the eye to the forehead. This is where it begins to connect. In between marker 1 and 2, I want the eye to kind of reveal itself. So let's go to the first marker. Let's duplicate our base clip, call it blink, bring it above, eye final, zoom right in, get the pen tool and just kind of create a window effect on where the eyeball is. So turn it off for a second, make your first mask, make sure it's selected, like halfway across the eye, and then like down here. Then make another mask, intersecting with the other one, but going the other way. You can kind of distort these if you want. I'm going to leave mine like this. Then what we're going to do is to just feather both of these guys. Let me bring it back by like maybe 6 pixels. And essentially what we're going to do is to enable the mask path animation for both of these. And as we go to this second keyframe, we want to just first move them right where they need to be. Then we're going to reveal the eyeball. So what I mean is to grab the mask one by one and kind of pull the points individually forward, or in this case backwards, so that we have revealed the eyeball. Do the same thing with the first mask. Make sure that you're working with one point at a time and reveal the eyeball. Before this, we can kind of go in the center between these two markers and create a less geometric line. So maybe something like this. So we get this triangle, something really random to make the movement more organic. And now the eye will show up in a weird way. Hit M twice on the blink video, turn the mask opacity to 100, and then one frame before it, make it 0%. Then again, make a keyframe for the second mask, go back one frame, repeat the same step on the other side, 100%, and then fade it out one frame after, so we don't get the rest of the video. So now we should have a reveal of our eyeball. And before it, we can get rid of the eye. This is the area that we did not track. Don't really need it. Command-Shift-D on your first marker. Get rid of the beginning, and now we should get this reveal of the eyeball. Of course, the more sides it has, the mask path I mean, the more creepy it's gonna look. Let's just feather out the edges a bit more. I think 6%. 6 pixels is too little. Let's go for 12. Take a look. All right. So now the eyeball is just opening in a really weird way. And once the eye has like almost opened around here, we're gonna pull the opacity keyframes back. So before it's fully open, I don't get that extra skin animation. Match the mask 1 keyframes with the mask 2 keyframes. So now we get this weird opening of our eye. Hit M, take a look. There's our eye. It stays open until the end of the clip. So that's the base work of our eye. In the next lesson, we're going to make it blend in better with the forehead, give it some depth, maybe blur it out a bit, and make it look like this person really had a third eye. I'll see you guys in the next part. Welcome back. This is where we left off. We gave our subject a third eye. We animated its appearance. We tracked it on the forehead, and now it's time to make this look more realistic by adding on a bevel effect. Search Alpha in the Effects and Presets panel and add the Bevel Alpha effect on your blink layer. So notice how we're getting this little shadow and highlights on the edges of our work. This is going to help with the realistic look. So we get the effect that the skin is opening up and it's revealing the third eyeball. So first let's increase the edge thickness. Something like that. The light angle, you gotta match it to the lighting that you currently have. So it's actually the opposite. Type in 60 because the light is coming from this way. The shadows need to be this way. Then we can reduce the light intensity to get a softer look. Once we click away, we get this depth on the eyeball. So that's pretty good for me. Let me just increase that to 6. And now we want to keyframe the movement of this mask. So let's hit U on the blink layer. We got all the motion tracking data too. Hit M twice on your blink layer to access the keyframes. Go to where the eye is about to show itself and make a keyframe for edge thickness and light intensity. Then at the end, where the eye has fully opened, we're going to turn these down to 0. Type in 0. And now we're going to get that bevel look, but only when the eye is opening. And once it's gone, we don't really need it. Now let's once again pre-comp the blink layer so we can mask out these side areas. Grab the pen tool and just draw a mask inside the edges that's currently on our skin. Be sure to feather it out by hitting F on your keyboard. So now we're going to get this effect. I think we feathered it out too much. Let's animate the mask path. Hit M twice. Make a keyframe, and then at the end, we want this to be where it was initially. Double click, put it there so we don't get an early reveal of our eye. All right, let's go back. So when we look at the eyes up close, we can see that the camera is not exactly focused on both of them. And I believe here it begins to focus. So if the camera is focused on this area and not on the other areas, then we can't have this eyeball be this sharp. So grab the fast box blur effect, put the fast box blur on your eye final, not on the blink layer. We're going to add 1 for blur radius to give a softer look, which should be the case because, like we said, the camera cannot be focused on 3 eyes at a time. This is optional, but I want to change the eye color of the third eyeball. To do this, just go into your eye final pre-comp, zoom in right here, and right-click on your eye pre-comp, then freeze the frame. So we're going to have this going on the whole time. And on this, we're going to add let's create a new adjustment layer. And bring this underneath eye skin. Let's also freeze frame eye skin so that it does not move once we get the eye. Go back in here. On this adjustment layer, let's add the hue and saturation effect. And using the sliders, we can just get a different eye color. Let's first mask out the eye. Grab the ellipse tool, hold down Shift, and make a perfect circle. Double click and bring this right at the corner of the eye. Then we're going to hit M twice, lower the expansion to around -6 and increase the feather to like 15. So this will give us a pretty natural look for the eyeball. Now let's cut out the eyelid. Grab your adjustment layer again, the pen tool, and just make a mask with curves around the eyeline. Close it off right here. Now we're going to change the second mask, the mode, to intersect, then invert it so we're getting the stuff inside the eyeball and not above it. Once we have this, we can just feather out mask 2. You don't need to use the mask expansion for mask 2, just feather it out by like 7 pixels. And that's looking pretty good. So now I can change the eye color into anything I want just by dragging the master hue. I think I will make mine red. You can also increase the master saturation. Since it's a third eyeball, we can make it look pretty weird. I'm gonna colorize mine, turn that on, and you can just change this into something. I think I'll go with purple. Let's decrease the saturation and decrease the lightness so we get a more natural result. Once we go back to our final composition, she now has a purple eye instead of her green eyes. Let me actually increase the saturation, see what that looks like. All right, pretty happy with that. You can change the color to anything else. And now we have a third eye on our subject. It's a pretty easy effect. Just make sure that you do the tracking right, and the rest is just masking and feathering. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about the second example, which involved removing the mouth of our subject. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Now let's take a look at the second example, which involves us covering the mouth of our subject. Make a composition out of your video, call it base, and we're going to duplicate this, call it mouth cover. Now we're going to freeze frame the area where the mouth is nice and leveled. So here it's kind of tilted. Just choose a frame like this, right click, and freeze frame. So we're just going to get this image. And now what we want to do is to double click on mouth cover. Let's zoom right in. And using the clone stamp tool, we're going to cover this up. Choose it right here. If you're not in the layer itself, you will not have access to this tool. So double click, make sure that you're in the layer, and then you're going to see the brush on your cursor. Now, one thing to keep in mind is to choose a video where your subject's mouth area is rather smooth. So stay away from videos where there's a lot of facial hair because it's going to look weird. And if there is pimples like this, just try to make sure it's not around the mouth and they're not in batches. This way we can avoid getting a weird distortion as we clone over the mouth. So come down to the paint panel. If you're not seeing this, just go to Window, Paint. Increase the opacity to 100. Flow, we can lower that to maybe 80%. So flow is the amount that flows out of the brush. Opacity is how much that stroke is visible. Have the mode on normal and duration set to constant so it stays this way throughout the composition. Then we're going to hold down Option or Alt, sample one of these areas. Let me just increase the size of the brush. Come down to brushes. Again, that's in your windows. Come down to brushes and let's increase the size. have 0 hardness, roundness 100%. Hold down Alt or Option, click on an area where there is only skin, and begin cloning that area. So try to stay really close to the lip, and that way you can get a good result. The source will follow, but just try to make it look as if the person did not have a mouth to begin with. Looking pretty good. On this side where things get a little complicated, you want to again start from the corner and just go in from one side. You can also click and drag if the area is pretty good. So right here we have a constant shadow, so I can easily click and drag. Make a new source point, then click and drag over the mouth. I'm going to do this and then I'll be right back so we can continue. So now I have covered the mouth of my subject, and you can see we have 112 clone stamps. Once you make your initial selection, you're going to increase the diameter of your brush to get something big like this. Then sample the outskirts and go around your selection. So the more you bring in from the outside, the more realistic it's going to look. So if I turn off my the recent cloned stamps, you can see that the edge was not exactly perfect. But once I sample somewhere far off like this and keep on tapping, it's going to look a lot more natural. So let's bring these guys back. And go back to our original composition. Now my subject does not have a mouth. We've got a nice photo. It's okay if the start is like this. This is a freeze frame, so we can set the duration ourselves. So let's go ahead and mask out the mouth area alone. Go right on the area that you made your freeze frame. Let me just hit U. So right on this, you can grab the triangles in the corner to jump right on that frame. Right-click on your mouth cover and pre-compose the layer. Move all attributes in new composition and hit OK. Now using this right on that frame, I can use the pen tool to just take out the mouth area. All right. Now when I go forward in time, I have my video playing in the back, but we have this mouth cover right above. So that's pretty good. Let me go back to that frame and we can kind of get rid of the first bit. Bring this guy back. And near the end, he's going to put his mask on, so it's not that important. Drag a marker from the corner and place it right on this frame. Then we're going to find out the area where he puts on his real mask, or the area where it's about to come in contact with the chin. Put another marker here. Go to your base video, type in Mocha, and we're going to track the mouth area. Have your resolution on full and start up Mocha. Now over here, I'm going to jump to the classic workspace. Go to the frame where the mouth is nicely leveled. Zoom in by holding down Z. Then X to move the video around. So luckily we have a lot of points that I can use. I can just grab the spline tool and make points around his mouth, meeting on these moles that are around his face. Something like this. Increase the amount of pixels used so it's more precise, like 70. Click away. And have the following checked. We don't need perspective since they're looking right at the camera. Now we're going to first track backward and then track forward. Let me just rename this to mouth track. The reason we're doing this is because before the first keyframe, nothing is happening, but after they're going to put on the mask, so it's easier to track the area where nothing is happening. Track this backwards. And then forward right until they put the mask over their face. I'm gonna let this track and then I'll be right back. So I was tracking forward where I received this error message. Just hit OK. That means that we can no longer drag forward, which is actually what we want. So right on this frame, go above here and set out your new layer out point. So this is the only data we need. If you're not seeing this, you may be on a different workspace. So just go to Classic and hit this button right on the last frame. This way we will not bring in those faulty tracking data, which resulted from something covering up our points. Hit save, go back to After Effects, and we're going to extract this data onto our mouth comp. Go to Tracking Data, Create a Data, set this to Transform, have the anchor point of your pre-comp right in the center, then extract your data. Hit U on your keyframes and grab all the position keyframes. Then just drag all of them down on the initial position of your mask. This will affect all of them. And now this is moving with the mouth. We just need to feather out the edges. So hit F on your keyboard and increase the feather. It's looking pretty flawless. If your subject was talking, we would have to do some puppet pin animation, but luckily our subject is not talking. All right, let's go to where they bring the mask over and begin to fade out and animate our mouth cover. So zoom in onto the mouth. Go in frame by frame until the edge of this mask reaches the edge of your current mask. So it's a real mask and a digital mask. We're going to pre-comp this and just move our attributes. Make a new mask path onto this layer. So begin from where your mouth is, end it on the edge here. Put the top pretty close to the nose. All right, now hit M twice on your mouth cover. Turn on the keyframe for mask path. Move in frame by frame by holding down Command right arrow key or Control right arrow key. So go into the next frame and drag the points upwards so that they meet the edge of the actual mask. We're going to feather this out later. Just try to create as many points as possible because this mask is not exactly straight. So keep doing this until the mask reaches the, covers the mouth essentially. And because the frame rate of this video isn't that high, it should not take that long. I'm going to do that until it reaches the mouth and then we can just get rid of the mask. So I animated its presence. It kind of just disappears as the mask covers the mouth. Now we're going to zoom into our keyframes. On the first frame, we're going to turn on the stopwatch for mask opacity. On the first mask path keyframe, we're going to turn on the mask opacity stopwatch. And on the last keyframe, we're going to remove the opacity of this clip. First, make a normal 100% opacity, push it back, then remove it so that through this point to this point, it does not slowly fade out. Then we're going to feather the edges of the mask. Go to a frame where everything is visible. Let's add maybe 12. And if necessary, increase the mask expansion. So now it goes over the mouth area as if he never had a mouth to begin with. Pretty nice. And right after this, we can just Command-Shift-D on the mouth cover layer and get rid of it completely. Let's end the video right there, trim comp to work area. Also before here, when he has his head going upwards, we're going to make a keyframe for mask path right when the mask is perfect. Going backward, you will have to increase the size of the mask, or maybe just drag it up, double click on any of the points, and pull it upwards. We don't want any reveal of the mouth, so take your time to evaluate each of these frames. And there we go. He doesn't have a mouth. And then he decides to cover it up. So this was a pretty easy VFX that you can do. You can also use this technique to cover up eyes, nose, and any other face feature. You can also use this to cover up imperfections on the face, like a scar, a pimple, or anything else that you just don't want on the face. The most important thing is to blend it in using multiple clone stamps, and finally to have a really good tracking motion so that your cloning layer doesn't jump around. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to see how to do this Thanos disintegration effect, which you have probably seen in the movie. So let's get started. For this effect, we're going to need two videos. The first one is a green screen of your subject just being shocked, and the second one is a simple background that we're going to use behind our subject. So drag your green screen video and place it into the composition button, and below this, we're going to place our background footage. Let's rename this into background and the top one to green screen. Let's make this brown, make this green. Always name and color code your layers. It's going to help you out with longer projects. Now throughout this entire process, we want to have our renderer to full because the effects that we're going to use require this option. So just change your resolution instead of third into full. Now go into your effects and presets, and we're going to get rid of the green. Type in key light, drag this effect and place it onto your green screen video. This is going to give us the key light effect, which we have used before. Grab the screen color, the eyedropper tool, and select a color closer to your subject. Once you did that, it should be pretty separated, but to fix up the little edges, we're going to work with the settings. First, let's go ahead and increase the additional edge radius. Let me zoom in here so we can see what's happening. Increase this amount so it becomes softer. Then go to alpha contrast and increase that until we're not seeing that green. We will go to screen, shrink, and grow. Pull this towards the left to shrink so we get rid of that tiny bit of green. Finally, just increase the screen softness. Maybe by about 2. So now we have successfully separated our subject from the green screen. Now, because she's a bit too small in this background, I'm going to hit S on my green screen and just increase the size so she's suitable for the background. Place it in the center, and there we go. We have our green screen video playing right in front of our background image. To make it look like she belongs in the background, we're going to grab the levels effect and then add it onto the green screen. Bring this above the key light effect and close off all of these options. Now grab the input black and pull it towards the right side. Do the same thing with output white, just so she looks a bit faded. So now instead of looking this bright, she's looking a bit more dim. Next, we're going to add a blur effect. Let's grab Gaussian blur and place it on our background footage. Because right now we're focused on our subject, we can't have the background image be this sharp. Increase the amount to about 10. And now our background is pretty blurry. Now you could use some color grading to match your green screen video to the background footage, but because I want the focus of this lesson to be on the disintegration effect and not how to color correct, we're going to make this clip black and white. So grab the black and white effect from here and place it onto your green screen. Do the same thing with the background. Now onto the green screen, it's a bit too intense, so we can just work with the reds, yellows, and greens and try to get an effect which is suitable. So I'm just going to remove from the reds and we can increase the yellows. Finally, decrease the magentas. We don't need to work with the background since there wasn't much color to begin with. Select our green screen and mask out the extra bits. So grab your pen tool, select your video, start from the bottom and just go around your subject. This will help us avoid any of those corners when we're animating this. Just be sure to check your clip so that your subject's hand does not get out of your masked selection. Once you have this, hit F to feather out the edges. Let's go for like 10 pixels. Now we're going to duplicate our subject layer. Hit Command D. I'm going to call this subject instead of green screen. Duplicate it again. This will come with all of the options that we had. So you don't need to apply the key lights and the black and white effect. All right, now we're going to add an effect that we've used before. It's the fractal noise effect. It's a pretty handy effect actually. Add it onto your subject too. It's going to give us this cloudy look, but this is what's going to give us that ash effect when the subject has disintegrated. So onto this fractal noise effect, let me once again close off all of these guys. Onto the fractal noise effect, we're gonna create a space between the white bits and the dark bits. To do that, we can simply increase our contrast slider. And then we can just clearly see the difference between those white smokes and the black smokes. Also decrease the brightness to enhance that contrast even more by around -24%. If you go the opposite way, you're going to make it brighter, and that is not what we're looking for. The next effect that we need is a linear wipe effect. Type it in right here because the disintegration needs to happen from one corner and then make its way to the other corner. To make that happen, we need this effect. Add it onto your subject 2 layer and make a keyframe for transition completion. Hit U and then bring this guy, which is 0, all the way towards the end. So very slowly we're going to introduce this fractal noise effect. You can see it's going from one side to the other. And maybe I can bring it in closer so we get a few seconds of the empty background. Let's go back. Because the angle is 90 degrees, we're actually seeing this happening from this area. So to make that suitable, we're going to bring it maybe upwards. So it starts from one corner. You can also make it go from below or above. I'm going to go for positive 40 degrees. So it's going to start from this area and then make its way down. We're also going to add to the feather because this is pretty sharp. Just increase the feather slider until you see something softer like this. Now we're going to pre-compose both of these subject layers. Pre-compose, move all attributes into the new composition, and call it subject. Still going to color code this green. Once we have our pre-comp, we're going to add the effect that makes the disintegration possible. And that is the shatter effect. Right here, add it onto your pre-comp, and first you're going to see something like this. Looks like building blocks, but once we change this into, first of all, rendered so we can see the pieces, be sure that you're on full or else you will not see the pieces. Once we have that on rendered and we change the shape into glass, it's going to be more suitable for a disintegration effect because these shapes are more random. But when it's on bricks, they're just perfect squares, and that's not natural. So change this to glass, and we're going to increase the repetition, which is going to give us more of these little shards. So 10 is giving us a few, but when we increase this, you can see we're getting so much more shatters. Just keep going to the max amount, which is 200. Now we're going to take a look at these guys up close. As you can see, we are getting some extrusion, and this is causing the effect to be 3D. We learned about extrusion depth before, but in this example, we're looking to create something like ash and not building blocks. So we're going to have to reduce and completely remove the extrusion depth. So this looks more like ash, something that is supposed to be lightweight and pretty thin. All right, we removed the extrusion depth. Now let's go ahead and change the position of this entire effect. Let's go back to fit. We just have little bits of our subject around, but we're trying to make it look as if the disintegration is slowly starting and our character is just getting erased. So go into Force 1, bring your playhead here, go into Force 1, and we're going to change the way this looks. The first thing is the position. This right now is set to the center of our pre-comp, so when I move this back, you can see that this is happening and that's not ideal. So what we need to do is to change the position and place it exactly where we had our linear wipe. So I chose 40 degrees. If you chose a different location for your linear wipe, you would want to place this plus right on that area. I'm going to place mine right here. Make sure that your subject fits within this quarter and you don't have her head out. Have something like this. So position is somewhere up here from the same angle of your linear wipe. For origin, we're going to just place it somewhere far off. Let's actually bring it here. Like that. Then onto radius. Let me skip through. I'm going to keep my radius to 0.50. Then head down to physics, where we can decide what these actually look like. The first one is rotation speed, which we're going to bring to max, so it rotates pretty fast. Do the same thing for randomness, because we don't want all the ashes to go in one routine direction. Then down to viscosity, we're going to increase this by 0.2. Just type it in. Do the same thing for gravity. Gravity direction, we want to decide where these ashes go once the subject has disintegrated. I'm going to type in 90 degrees for the gravity direction. Where should these head to once they've shattered? You can decide by adding or removing from this angle. Lastly, we're going to type in 50 for the gravity to incline, so it kind of goes down as the disintegration completes. I also changed my gravity direction to -90 because I wanted to go this way. So if you want yours to go up or down, you would change the gravity direction. Now go to the beginning of your timeline and we're going to keyframe the movement of these ashes. Turn on the stopwatch for gravity, viscosity, position, and radius. All four hit U so we can see what's going on. Go to the end of your composition. And we're going to change the position. Drag this guy and put it where you want this to go. So near the end, we can also move these guys. Move it out of frame somewhere in the back. For viscosity, we're going to change it to 0. So everything becomes more lightweight and not this strict. They can just fly around wherever they want. For radius, we're going to turn it into 0.30, perhaps. And finally, for gravity, we're going to reduce the amount because, like we said, we want it to be less strict and more lightweight. 0.6. There we go. So in the beginning, they're pretty strict. They're moving in together, but as they reach the end of our composition, it becomes more free and they just flow around wherever they want. Now the speed of this effect relies on the space between your keyframes. So if it's too fast, you can just work with the space between the keyframes. I think I'm going to bring my position and place it somewhere closer so it doesn't fly out. I think that's better. In the end, we can also slow-mo this effect so it becomes more dramatic. Right-click on your first set of keyframes, easy ease out, and let's do the same thing for the last keyframe. the last set of keyframes. So this will give us a smoother effect when it comes to the keyframe animations. Alright, so this was the base work of our disintegration effect. In the next lesson, we're going to complete it with some finer details and just animate the way the entire effect looks. Welcome back to the lesson. In the previous lesson, we did this effect and had our character disintegrate from the screen. I went ahead and did a few things. For the radius keyframe, I added a 0 before our first keyframe, so we get a few frames of our subject just being normal, and then she starts to disintegrate. I did a few keyframe changes for the linear wipe as well. In the subject 2, just go down to linear wipe, and right where I want the wipe to happen, I had my playhead set on that frame and made a keyframe for 71%. A few frames before where my playhead is. So instead of 100, we're starting with 71 so that the linear wipe happens with the disintegration. Now let's go ahead and add those finer details that we talked about. Let's hit U on subject and create a new solid layer. Command Y on your keyboard. Let's make it black. Hit OK. And we're going to add the grain effect. We don't need any presets, just go down to the tweaking section. First, we're going to increase the intensity to around 10. So we see these tiny little details. Add in -10 for size. Turn your size to 0 so we get these really tiny grains. Finally, reduce the softness to around 0.02, so really soft and tiny details. Then we're going to head over to our color section. Instead of these colorful dots, we want a monochromatic color, so we get something similar to the colors we have in our original composition. So because this is black and white, we cannot have colorful pieces falling out from our subject. Let's bring this back. Go to your animation section and turn the speed to 0 because we don't want these to move at all. And we want them to just stay stable. If we had this turned on, these are gonna move around and give us like a TV static effect. We do not want that for this example. Turn it to 0. Now let's hide our black solid so we can see our subject again. Duplicate our subject layer, Command D or Control D on Windows. Bring it above the black solid. And we're gonna go into the shatter effect. Right over here. Now in the shatter effect, we're gonna open up the shape. Pattern is still class, but we're gonna add a custom shatter map, which is actually our solid layer. Then grab the source, effects and mask. So this will give us those tiny details that we need and will help make it more realistic. Now go down to extrusion depth. This time we want some of that depth because we're trying to create little grains of sand essentially. Maybe 0.04, something really tiny. Then come down to the physics section one more time. I'm going to go to the beginning of my timeline. We're going to add a viscosity value of 0.15. All right, then come down to gravity. We're basically doing what we did with the original shatter, but this time it's a little different because these are supposed to be more free compared to the actual pieces that we created. Then go to gravity inclination and type in again something less, so maybe 30. So this allows our particles to be free. Go to the end. I'm going to hit U on my subject number 2. Let me call it subject finer details. Go to the end of your keyframes. Everything will be the same except for our gravity keyframe. For gravity, we're going to increase the amount to maybe 0.8. So it can move in a different direction from our original work. So when I hide my original subject layer, you can see we're getting these tiny details from our black solid. This is what it looks like with our original subject layer. So I just got rid of that tiny radius keyframe. This is 0. That guy is 76%. It really depends on the size of your subjects, so play around with it until you get a decent size. So the origin remains unchanged. You can right click and reset it right here. Just be sure to turn off the keyframing. So now we have our disintegration effect in place. The last thing that I want to do is to add an overlay that can help with our effect and make it look more in place. If at any point you saw that your linear wipe is going too fast, the linear wipe was this fractal noise effect, you can just come back into your subject pre-comp and work with the placement of your keyframes. So I have mine set on 71% and the next one is on 0%. But the longer you make this, the slower it will be. The closer you bring them together, the faster they will be. Now let's go to the original composition. And in the finer details, I'm going to remove rotation speed, but keep the randomness. This will help me make a different result for my finer details layer. All right, so in your resource pack, there's also a smoke overlay that I'm just going to place above all of my layers. First, I'm going to rotate it so the bottom starts from where my subject is. Just place it like that. We can actually change the blending mode first to screen, and that way we can see exactly what's going on. I'm going to hit 0 for now and just flip it vertically. So this comes from here. Move it to one side. Select your layer, double click on the rectangle shape to make a mask. Hit F to increase the feather. So now we're going to get this smoke effect, which should only show up when the disintegration starts to happen. So let's look for where it begins and offset our layer. So before that, it's pretty normal. And then we're going to get this smoke effect. We may have to rotate it, so hit R on your keyboard. And try to get the smoke to show up with your subject. All right, I'm also going to hit T and reduce the opacity to like 50%. So it's a really light smoke effect. Finally, let's add a black and white filter onto this overlay because it has a brownish color. And that isn't suitable for our black and white project. Go back to your feather settings and increase the amount even more. Then hit S and increase the size. So we're just getting this smoke effect all over our composition. Once you have scaled in your work, we are actually going to rotate it from where the disintegration happens. So just rotate it and check the direction of the smoke with the direction of your disintegration. If the smoke is too slow, you just need to bring it in towards the beginning of your timeline, and then we're going to see the effect forming. Let's bring my playhead right where it begins and pull the smoke effect forward until this guy begins to hit our subject. And we're basically done with this effect. In another lesson, we're going to take a look at other types of disintegration and see how we can use them to remove a subject in a dramatic way. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at another way which our character can disappear. So let's get started. In an earlier lesson, we learned about a shatter method that we can use to make our subject disappear. But in this method, we're going to use a different style. So instead of our character shattering like glass, they're going to kind of evaporate from their place. So in your resource pack, you have 3 different footage. The first one is a smoke effect, and this one is in the color black. We'll see in a second why it needs to be black. The second clip we have is of our subject. I have a very angry person here, so When they get angry, they kind of disintegrate. The subject is against a blue background, meaning that I can actually key the blue out and just be left with my subject. You can also use a green screen video. The third thing we have is our background. So my subject will be placed in front of this new background. Begin by making a composition from your clip, the angry clip. Let's call this Final. Hit enter to rename your layers. Call this base. So first let's get rid of the blue. Go to your effects and presets and look for the key light effect. Before I add on my keying effect, I'm going to mask out these areas. So grab your pen tool on your layer, start masking from a good distance so we can feather out the edges later. And just feather this out. I'm going to extend the bottom of my mask so we don't cut away or feather out the actual subject. So now using the key light effect, which I just kept on my base layer, I have removed the blue background. First thing I did was to sample the color blue, which is closest to our subject. You don't want to choose a blue that is far off because there's a difference in lighting. Once you've chosen your color, you're going to remove from the screen balance. By default, it should be something like this, something grayish. So bring screen balance to 0. I kept 211 for screen gain. Then onto clip white, I made it 100, shrink, grow 1, and that's about it. So now our subject is completely away from the blue screen. There is one problem though, and that's the eyeball. You can see that because of the reflection from our blue screen, we ended up getting rid of the eyeball too. This is an easy fix, but before I do that, I want to change my mask path because at certain points, you can see that we're losing our subject. So make a keyframe for mask path, hit M, and whenever necessary, we can kind of stretch out the sides and just have our subject be visible the entire time. We don't want to cut out or even have the feather anywhere close to our subject when they're moving around. So I made about 4 keyframes. Now we can go ahead and fix the eye problem. So duplicate your base layer, Command D, call this base eyes. And for this one, we actually only need the eyeball area. So we're going to hit M on our keyboard, right click on mask path, reset, so we don't get the keyframes. Then using the pen tool, I'm going to make another mask, but only around the eyeball. For the base eyes, we don't really need the key light, so just delete that. Get rid of the first mask and just have your second mask. Now the eyeball is in place, and because we started at the same time of our original clip, the eyeball will remain where it needs to be. Now I'm just going to keyframe my little area around when my subject is moving towards one side. I'm going to do that, create the keyframes. You can also create a null object, but I'm just going to do it like this. For example, when your subject moves towards the left, you need to bring this towards the left and just bring this below your original base layer. So just move this around. So I made my keyframes and now the eyeballs have that reflection that we brought out using the key light. So this is without the eye duplicate. We go to frame. So you can see there's no reflection. This is with the base eye duplicate. So it's really important to do this or else your subject will get these transparencies in their eyeball. I also went to my base key light and reduced my clip white to 50%, 48, 50. less than 100. And now my subject is just angry. Use the transparency option to view how your subject looks now that the background is gone. Alright, so I'm going to pre-compose my base layers. Pre-compose, call it subject. Move all attributes into new composition. Now underneath, I'm going to bring in my background. This image, just bring it in, hit S, and work with the positioning. If you want, you can set the ground and then unlink your scale values to stretch out the image vertically. So we just get the windows and no floor. Now let's blur out the background a bit using the camera lens blur effect. This way we can create some depth in our work. I'm gonna change the name to PG. Now using camera lens blur, we're going to add maybe 10 for radius and change the shape to an octagon just to get a softer look. I'm going to go with 20 for radius just to show that there is a big distance between my subject and those windows. Alright, so now my subject is angry inside this new building. Now we're going to choose the place where we want this disintegration effect to happen. So right before the subject screams, when they have their arms down like this, I'm going to have the subject disintegrate from this frame on. So right on this point, hit Ctrl-Shift-D, right-click on the top layer, and freeze that frame. So here we just have this picture, but beforehand we're getting the movements. Now it's time to color grade our subject and have it match with the gloomy mood we have in the background. Now go to your effects and presets and grab the curves adjustment. Bring this onto your first subject clip and make a point in the shadows, then bring it down to make this clip a bit darker. Then we're going to bring up the highlights and push the midtones up. So this is without curves, this is with curves. We're just creating some contrast for our subject. The second effect that I'm going to use is the vibrance. This is for the colors. Add this underneath your curves layer and just reduce the vibrance so that it can match with the environment we have in the background. This is before, this is after. So -10 for vibrance, we can actually do a combination. So -7 for contrast, -3 for saturation. Finally, we're going to bring in our levels adjustment above vibrance. And we're just going to work with the midtones one more time. The output white and the input black. Before, after. If your video was a bit more towards the reddish side, which it is right now, you can go to the blue channel and introduce some blue to your input whites. So those are the 3 effects we're going to use. After our disintegration effect, we're also going to add an overall color grading, but for now this is enough. Copy all 3 of your effects, Command-C, Control-C, and paste it onto your second freeze frame video. I'm going to do something similar for the background because I'm getting hints of yellow. So close off the camera lens blur and add in a levels adjustment. So for levels, we're going to darken things up. Using the gamma slider, drag in the output white to darken things up in the background and maybe some output black to make the entire thing gloomy. Just a simple adjustment. Then I will go into my blue channel and increase my input white. So I can get a colder environment instead of this that yellowish color we had before. That's our background. Now to darken them together, I'm going to make a new adjustment layer. Bring it above, call this base dark. Let's label it red and drag in our Lumetri color effect. This is going to give us some, Lumetri color. This is going to give us some presets that I can add to my video, then later on work with the opacity. So as you can see, we have a lot of options. Let's go with this SL Clean Fuji Blue. This should be in your selections. Then go to basic correction and maybe lower the highlights of the overall clips. And then we can reduce the exposure down to maybe -0.2. So this is affecting all 3 layers below, and it's going to make a big difference. If you want to make your video a little green or blue or red, you can do it right here in the RGB curve. There's also tons of other sliders for you to use. And you can make your video perfect now, because once we begin the disintegration effect, it's going to be pretty messy. So get this done, the color grading of your videos. If you want to add any darkness near the edges, get to do it now. So I'm going to go into Vignette and remove from the amount so I can get dark corners. There we go. Let's decrease the midpoint so it comes in closer towards our subject and increase the roundness. Looking good. Guess -3 is too much. -2 is better. So we're done with the base work of our effect. Our subject is separated from the background. We have kept a different image behind our subject, and we have matched the color to the mood that we want from this effect. In the next lesson, we're going to start with the disintegration effect. So before we get into that, make sure you do all of your color grading and all your other corrections. Also be sure to label and color label your layers, because there's going to be a lot more coming, so might as well be organized now so that later you don't face the consequences. See you guys in the next part of this lesson. Now let's continue with the rest of our effect. We stopped right here, but now we're going to focus on our subject disintegrating. So what we're going to do is to go into this second duplicate, which I renamed to subject freeze. Also going to lock my base dark so I don't accidentally move it. Now on this freeze frame, we're going to grab our pen tool and create a small mask in the center of his chest. And we're looking for an organic shape, so using the ellipse tool is not that ideal. Once you have this, we're going to hit M on our keyboard, make a keyframe, invert the mask, so we get everywhere but that selection we just made. Near the end, or maybe 2 seconds before the end of our video, we're going to just expand. Oops. I'm going to hit V on our keyboard and just expand this until we're no longer getting our subject. Because it's a freeze frame, we don't need to create keyframes. And just expand your shape. I'm going to click on a point twice and increase the size. Again, make sure that the center point is on your chest. And therefore we can just make it look as if our subject is disintegrating from the center of our mask. You can also click away and work with the individual areas. Go on mask path, click up to the side. Maybe bring this guy here and another here. Alright, so essentially what we have right now is our subject just being normal, but then suddenly he starts to disintegrate like this from the inside out. Let's also feather the edges. Hit F on your subject freeze. And let's add like 24 feathering, so something a little bit more soft. Onto this freeze frame, we're going to add a turbulent displace effect, so we can kind of have it wiggle around like this as they're disintegrating. So we're going to add to the amount. When you add to the amount, it's going to become more wiggly like that. If you reduce the size, you're going to get less of those waves. So you can either increase the size, so you get something like this, or keep it at maybe 16 to get something smaller. I think I will make mine 50. Something like this. We also don't want it to begin with this frame. So make a keyframe for size and amount. Hit U on your subject freeze. Move these guys back so we can animate the keyframes. At the start of your subject freeze, turn everything to 0. So slowly this is gonna turn wiggly like this. And to get different types of wiggles throughout the entire thing instead of these stable lines, we're gonna work with the evolution. So you can either add an expression for evolution or just make your own keyframes. Make a keyframe for evolution, 0 degrees. Go to your second keyframe or somewhere before it and begin adding maybe a few degrees so that they're kind of moving around. Let me hit N and show you guys what I mean. So with evolution, we're getting this wiggly difference. But if we didn't have the evolution keyframes, it was going to be pretty stable. But what I'm going to do is to transfer my turbulent displace onto an adjustment layer so I can have it play before the freeze frame. Let's call this turbulent displace. Copy the effect right here, Command C, delete it in the subject freeze and paste it into the new adjustment layer. So now we're gonna get that wiggly effect. Let me hit U. We're gonna get that wiggly effect onto our new adjustment layer. I'm just gonna bring these guys back so the turbulent can begin before our freeze frame. All right. We just need to bring it below our subject layers. So pre-compose your subject freeze and subject. Call this subject final. Then bring this guy below it and choose the alpha matte option. I'm going to duplicate my subject, bring it below my turbulent displace, turn on the visibility, and now I'm getting this wiggly effect right when the keyframes begin. Just like that. And then afterwards, my subject completely disappears from the background. Now, if you want, you can actually remove the freeze frame. Now that we added this, it looks a bit odd, so I'm just going to increase the amount, hide my freeze frame, and take a look. Let's see what that looks like. So now the subject will be moving when they're disintegrating. But we do have to copy the mask path from our freeze frame. Hit M, copy mask 1 and the mask path. Hold down Shift, select them both. Copy it with Command C. Paste it onto your subject final. Let me just see when our first keyframe was. Have your playhead on that keyframe. Subject final base. Paste it onto that, and we're going to slowly get rid of our subject. We just need to invert it so it's coming in from the opposite end. So we get that hole slowly opening up, which also leads to our subject disappearing. Copy the same mask onto the subject final, which is for our turbulent displays. I'm going to color code these into yellow. We're going to paste the same mask onto our yellow layer. Go to the first keyframe for the mask in the subject final base. Hit Command V onto subject final. We need to invert it here too. So now we're going to get that hole opening up from inside our subject, which is going to leave us with nothing once they have completely evaporated. That's looking good. Now I'm just going to minimize my mask because already we can see that it's not exactly a tiny hole. So go onto your mask, mask path, go to the first keyframe, and instead of this, we're going to make it really tiny so that it's not that easy to see. Double click on your mask, make it really tiny, basically a point, and then move it at the center of your work. Copy the same first keyframe onto the subject final base, but only the first keyframe. All right. And now we're getting this disintegration effect. I'm gonna remove the mask feather in my subject final displacement and increase it in my subject final base. Something like this. I think we'll need a little bit in our subject final, maybe. There we go, 187, 166. So now we have the displacement. The problem is that this displacement is only on our subject, and once they disintegrate, there's nothing that remains. So we're going to create a different displacement that's going to go above our subject. Make a new solid layer, Command Y. I'm going to call it waves. We're going to create something like heat waves, but not exactly that. So drag in your turbulent noise onto this white solid. Turn this to dynamic, and we're going to increase the contrast and reduce the brightness. Bring down the complexity to 4, go to transform, and increase the scale. Then use the scale slider to kind of increase the size, something similar to our displays, the displacement we had before, so you can turn off this layer and take a look. This will do. Now grab your offset turbulence. Let's turn off the waves layer for a second and see when we should begin the movement. Hit U on your turbulent displays. So right when the displace begins to happen, we need to have our wave layer show up. So make a keyframe for offset turbulence, go to the end of your frame, hit U and just move this upward. So it's going to look like the person is kind of evaporating and the energy is going above him. And just work with the number until you're getting a decent evaporation effect. -5,000, I think that's pretty good. Now I want these shapes to change as they are going upwards. So we're going to hold down Alter Option on the evolution keyframe, then type in time multiplied by the value, maybe 150. Click away, and now we're going to get different shapes. Looking good. Turn off your waves layer. Let's make a new adjustment layer. And drag in the displacement map effect. Add this onto your heat wave layer, which I'm just going to label this new effect green. Once we have this, we're going to pre-compose our waves layer. Call it waves again. Move all attributes in the new composition, then hit OK. Now in the heat wave adjustment layer, we're going to take the map from the waves, then turn off our waves layer. All right, once we have this, you can see that the corners are kind of weird. We can change this by using the max vertical and max horizontal displacement. I'm going to reduce the amount, 40 for vertical, 60 for horizontal. Grab your pen tool, select your layer, and make a mask around your subject. Let's hit F on our heat wave and just increase the mask. Then hit T on your keyboard and reduce this to like 30%. When we bring it back, we're going to get this displacement around our subject. I'm going to increase the size a bit. And we're doing this so there's some sort of trace of our powerful disintegration on the surrounding. Now bring your heat wave layer below your subject layer. And this is going to help add some sort of energy in the back. Of course, we don't want it to play when our subject is normal. So grab your heat wave layer. Let's take a look at where the displacement begins. Hit T on your keyboard. Make a keyframe for 30%, move that forward, and then bring it down to 0. So it's 0 when the other keyframes are, and then it turns to 30%. Also going to reduce some of this turbulent displace. The amount is too much. I think I'm going to reduce the amount to maybe 80. Our subject is normal, but then at some point, they begin to disintegrate. I brought in my mask keyframes closer so the disappearing effect happens sooner. Also, when our subject leaves, we need to fade out the waves. So go to heat wave, hit T, and make a normal keyframe. Match it with the end of your mask keyframes, maybe a little closer. Then turn the opacity to 0. So now that's looking pretty good. One last thing is to maybe change the color of your subject when they are disintegrating. So go to your subject base final, and then right around here when they begin to get that distortion, we're going to add a vibrance effect right onto our subject layer. Turn on the keyframe for saturation, 0 points, and then we're going to pull it down so they become black and white. Maybe 80, 82. Pull it back, and now when they are disintegrating, they're going to lose the color. You can increase that amount to maybe -100, so fully black and white. Alright, so now we're one step closer to finishing our effect. Let's recap on our layers. First, we have our background image, the heat wave that went on the surrounding of our subject, the subject base final, which is just your subject. Within it, we had the freeze frame, which we just disabled. And next to that, we have the turbulent displace effect, which is going on top of our subject. So we made a copy of our base, brought it above, and used the alpha matte to only have the displacement on our subject. This layer will have to be hidden, or else you're going to get something like this. Next, we have our base dark color grading. And finally, the waves. That is being used for the heat waves. So you can actually bring this down below your background image because it's hidden, it's not that important. But we do need it in our timeline in order to use it in our displacement map. So those are the layers that we needed for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to add the smoke, and I will probably have to get a different type of smoke because this right now is not suitable. I'm thinking of the direction that I will put it on. So I'm going to try different smokes and then I'll put it in your resource pack, of course. Then in the next lesson, we can finalize this effect. I'll see you guys there. This is where we left off in the previous lesson. We had our subject disintegrate from the screen using some turbulence and a simple mask path animation. Now it's time to add something on top, so we have a more powerful energy taking our subject away. Instead of the smoke video, I have kept 2 other blast footage in your resource pack. So they are little energy blasts like this. I have this one, which is this purple, and another one, which will be our base. We have different types of blast effects. All of them are pretty cool, and they're pretty suitable for what we're about to do. So I think I'll use this one. We just have to reverse it. And don't be afraid to add different overlays on top. So if you want to add multiple blast effects on top of each other, you can do that. So drag blast 1 underneath your base dark layer. Hit S on your keyboard and just scale it until it covers your subject. Then we're going to change the blend mode to screen. This way we will get the blast, but not the black areas. You can also try add. This is going to make things brighter. I'm going to go for screen, but you can experiment with the different. I'm going to solo my layer and find the blast effect that I was looking for. Let's go to the beginning, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D, delete the first part. You can use any other blast. There's tons of options. Let's bring back the rest of my layers, hit U on my heat wave layer, and just put this overlay where my mask path begins. So we actually have to hit it on the subject. Go to mask path. Right around here, we're getting that hole. So bring your video right over here. Also going to reverse this video because I want this area to be at the beginning. I'm going to change the blending mode to add. So this end area where it's like a circular vortex thing, I want this at the beginning of my mask animation. So right click, time reverse layer. Now this is going to show up like that. I'm going to solo my layer again and see exactly when it shows up. Control-Shift-D, get rid of the extra bits. On second thought, I think the beginning was good. Do this again and it's going to give you the original speed. Alright, let's bring this out from a solo layer. Match the beginning with our first effect. First keyframe for mask path. And place our video right where the mask path begins. I believe it was here. Alright. And once the mask gets bigger, we need to enlarge this video too. So hit S on your keyboard. So now this is going to expand as the hole gets bigger. Let's increase the size even more so it covers the subject. Match it with the second keyframe for the subject mask. Now let's animate the position values. Gonna make a normal keyframe like this. But moving forward, I want to drag it upwards and just have it at the center of this disintegration. You can bring in another type of blast. Bring in, let me call this blue blast. Bring in blast one more time. underneath blue blast, and we can bring in the first blast. There we go. Command-Shift-D, Control-Shift-D on Windows, and just get the full blast. Command-Shift-D again to get rid of the extra bits. Now match the time with your first blast. Increase the size to the same amount. So here we have 193. Hit S on your keyboard and type in 193. Turn on the stopwatch and type in the same number. So 454.7. Then we're going to change the blending mode to screen. So now we get multiple effects playing while our subject is disappearing. Let me solo my second blast and see exactly when the actual blast begins. I'm going to offset this so the white blast shows up first and then the blue one follows after. Now for the position keyframes, we're going to copy the exact same one. So Command-C on the keyframes for the blue blast layer and paste it right around the first scale keyframe. So hit P on your blast one, Command-V. This way it's going to start from that exact same mask. There we go, that's looking pretty good. It's a bit pixelated because I have my resolution down, but if you want to see the full effect, just change your resolution. And then after our subject leaves, we're left with our background. So now my subject is disintegrating because of these energy shockwaves. You can play around with the timing of these, offset the layers and see which one works best for you. I'm going to leave mine like this. If at any point you wanted to change the color of your heat wave, you can type in hue and saturation and place it onto your blast layers. I'm going to call this blast orange. For example, I want my blast orange to be blue, so I can use the hue and saturation effect to give it that blue color. Once I have this, I'm just going to make another adjustment layer, or we can just use this adjustment layer. Go into Effects and Presets and look for the Level slider. Add it onto this base dark adjustment layer. Just reduce the output to white. I've left this number to make things less intense. Once we have this, I can just maybe add some sparks to this heat wave effect. So use the sparks overlay that's in your resource pack and bring it underneath your blue dark. This will give us these sparks. Before we move on, let's add a hue and saturation effect onto this overlay. Change the blending mode to screen, and then using the hue and saturation, we can change the colors into that cyan shade we have on our heat waves. Around 176 degrees. Let's take a look at where the heat waves show up. Hit S and just increase it so it fits our entire screen. So now we're getting these little bits around our shock waves. And that's pretty good. We're just going to animate the movement so we don't get them beforehand. So right around here, we're going to hit T on our keyboard. Make an opacity keyframe 100%, then back to 0. So now we get these sparks when our character disintegrates, and then I just fade them out near the end. So at the beginning, I have a keyframe for scale, 0%, then it becomes 100%. This happens faster than our opacity keyframes. That way I can have the sparks showing up before they're even visible. At the end, I also have a simple fade out animation using 100% opacity and then 0%. So on your subject layer, the visible layer I mean, we're gonna add the CC light sweep effect. Place it right over and you're gonna get something like this. But let's tweak the settings a bit. First turn the direction to 0 and get this straight line. Then we're going to increase the width to about, just make it bigger actually. Let's try maybe 159. And then change the sweep intensity to 0%. Grab the edge intensity and lower that to maybe 19. Then increase the edge thickness. So now when we bring this to the edge of our subject, we're going to get this light. This is without the CC sweep. This is with the sweep. So this is pretty good. I'm just going to bring it in closer. And we can change the light to smooth, the shape of the light I mean. Have this playing there. We can kind of increase the width. Duplicate your light sweep and bring it on the other side. So we're getting this simple light effect, which you can just play around and put it where it needs to be. If the effect is too much for you, you can just reduce the edge intensity. Instead of 19, we can go for 14, and that's going to give us a softer look. I'm going to repeat the same number for the first light sweep. And now we're getting lights on both shoulders. I'm going to duplicate this one more time and place it above. And place it above my subject's head. And this is a tiny detail, but it's going to help you when you're trying to make it look as if your subject is actually illuminated by a light above. We can go into each of these sweeps and increase the edge thickness. Once I have this, I'm also going to make a light show up from above, so all of these light sweeps make sense. Let's turn our subject final base into a 3D layer and just make a new light layer. Get the classic point light, it doesn't have to be that special. And using this, I can introduce some light and some shadows onto my subject. So if I bring it in here, you can see that I'm getting different light situations. And since we had the lights there, I want to bring this point light right above my subject's head. Something like this. Bring your point light above all the other layers and make your blast layers 3D too. Same thing for sparks. So when the blast is happening, we're getting that shadow and highlight difference, which would be pretty natural in a normal room. To finish off the effect, just add a very simple adjustment layer. Doesn't have to be that complicated. I'm just looking to darken things up even more and create a gloomy and cold environment. Let's call this total light. Go to your blast layers. Begin by darkening those shadows, decreasing those highlights. Then go to your blue channel and increase the blue. Something like this. We can also make the shadows a little blue. Go to where your subject is and make sure everything is perfect. It's looking good. Finally, I'm going to add a simple Gaussian blur effect on my spark video. Directly on there. Let's take a look at where these sparks show up. In today's VFX lesson, we're going to recreate this look. So let's get started. I have one video right here, which I'm just going to drag into the composition box and make a composition from. Drag it into your composition box, and now we have this composition. So before that, let's talk about what type of videos work best with this effect. Number one is that you want minimal blinking. It would be better if your subject can keep their eyes open for a few seconds before closing. Now, it's not impossible to use a video where there is blinking, but it will just be a little bit harder for you since you'd have to animate the black eyes with the motion of the eyelids. So if you want to learn the effect first, I recommend getting a video that doesn't have that much blinking. So this video does have blinking, but I'm just going to cut it from the point where she opens her eye. Hit N on your keyboard and just move this guy towards the end. Right click on the work area and trim comp to only get the areas where she is keeping her eye open. I'm going to rename this to base video. And now we're going to learn about the second thing that is very important in these type of videos. The second thing is that you want a rather stable shot. So if you're shaking too much, it's going to look a bit odd. Also, try to get a video that the subject isn't maybe smiling. So the eyelids stay at one consistent shape and they don't get kind of squished or change their form throughout the video. Just a very simple expression like the example here. All right, now let's get started with the effect. So first we need to track the movement of our eye. We'd have to do this twice, one for the left eye and one for the right eye. So I'm going to make a new null layer. Hit enter and call it left eye. We're going to do left eye first and then I'll come back to do the right eye. Just center the anchor point. Select your video, head over to the tracker panel. If you're not seeing this, go to Window, Tracker. And we're just going to track the motion. Now make sure you're at the beginning of your timeline so we can create the keyframes moving forward. Track motion, we're going to get this box, zoom into your preview panel, and focus on the left eye. Now you want to get something that has a high contrast with its surrounding. So for example, this highlights in the eye is a good place for me to use. You can't choose somewhere here because the box will just jump around as you track the motion. So I'm going to focus on this highlight. Then we're going to edit target to left eye. It should be there by default, but if it's not, you can just choose it here in the drop-down menu. Now press this play button. And if at any point it jumps around, we would have to pause it and redo it from that point. So right here, you can see that it jumped. So I'm going to go a frame before that, reposition my box, and then press play again. So now we just modified it from that frame on. Preview the movement, make sure that it doesn't jump around, and then we're going to hit apply. X and Y, then hit OK. So we get all of these keyframes right now for our left eye. And now what we're going to do is to make a new solid layer. I'm going to duplicate my base video, call this base video left, just in case I need it in the future, and delete the tracker from the original video. So base video has nothing going on. I'm going to make it yellow. And base video left has the tracker that we just made. All right, now on to making our new solid. Command Y, Control Y on Windows, and choose the color black. Place it right above. And what we're going to do is to reduce the opacity because we're going to mask this into the eye. So I'm going to just bring it down to 0 for now. And I will grab my pen tool, zoom into my eyeball here, the left eye. Make sure you're selecting your layer. I'm going to call this black eye left. Go back to my composition. And using the pen tool, you just want to get the eye whites. Just grab your pen tool and make points around the eye. So right over here where we reach the inner corner, you just want to create a curve like this. All right, there's my eye selection. You can also move these guys around if you felt like they could be larger. You can just click and drag them down. Once we have this, we're going to bring back the opacity. So now we have our black eye, but it's looking pretty fake. To make it more realistic, we're going to hit M twice on black eye left. There we go. And increase the feather to around, I guess 10. Looking good. Once you have this, we're going to duplicate black eye left and change the blend mode to overlay. So this will just darken that area that we left out using the overlay blending mode. To make it a bit softer, go to your black eye duplicate and turn the opacity to maybe 80, 70, something a little less intense. 70%, looking good. So now we're done with the base work of our black eye effect. In the next lesson, we're going to add to the process by creating some reflections on our eyeball. I'll see you guys in the next part. And now we have our black shape. But the reason why it's still looking pretty fake is because we don't have any reflections on our eye. If you look at the original eye, there is some reflection. This is pretty natural because our eyes are not matte and we're gonna get the reflection of what's in front of us. Now, because I didn't film this video, I'm not quite sure what's in front of this subject, but I just went ahead and got an image that is relevant to the location of my video. So from the video, I can tell that she's indoors and she's in a white room. So I just grabbed this image. If you did film your video, you may want to take a short clip or a picture of what's in front of your subject. Now drag in the image above your black eye too. Let's call it reflection. Before I do anything, I'm going to hit S to just get the window. Then I will get color balance effect onto my reflection. Want to increase the blue for midtones and for highlights, just to take away from that yellow looking atmosphere we had before. For the red, we're going to reduce it so I get a colder atmosphere. Turn on preserve luminosity. So now instead of this yellow thing, we have a rather colder environment. All right, now let's select our reflection layer, and if it's a video, if you have a video, just right click on that frame that you want and freeze frame it right here. But mine is an image, so I don't need to do that. Go into your effects and presets, and we're going to turn this picture into the shape of the human eye, which is rather round. So grab CC sphere from your effects and presets, add it onto your reflection layer. Looking good. It's a bit too dark around the edges, so let's go ahead and work with the options. So first use radius to decide how big or small it is. I want mine to be relative to the size of my eyeball. Not exactly the same size, but a rather smaller size than it was. Open rotation, and using these you can decide exactly which part of your image you have on your sphere. I think I want this scene. Then go into your light section down here and just reduce intensity a bit like that. Keep the light color as white, and if needed you can change the height of the light, but I'm going to leave it that way because I'll be removing from the shading instead. For shading, let's change ambient to a larger amount so we get more light into this whole sphere. Remove from the diffuse option just so it's not that white and it has a more natural look. All right, and then increase your reflective. So we get a reflective surface. Pretty good. Now position it above the where the pupil would be, which is right around here. And now we want to make it go only on the reflection of our eye. So let's make a new white solid because we're going to use the track mattes later. I'm going to call this reflection solid left. There we go. Let's hide our previous layers so that we can focus on the reflection now. And we're just going to mask it around the reflection this time. So instead of the eye whites, we're going exactly for these little white details that you can see. Zoom in onto your video, select your reflection solid, and just go around the white areas. And there we go. This may look like a lot, but it's actually necessary because if you don't have any reflections, it's just going to look like a flat black color onto your subject's eye. Also be sure to close the mask before clicking and starting a new one, or else it's going to stay connected. So now we're going to grab our reflection layer. Let's turn these on and use the track matte, turn it into alpha. Turn it into alpha, and I forgot to bring back our opacity. Once we do this, this whole reflection is now only visible through the white mask that we made. To make it softer, go into your solids, hit M twice, and increase the feather. I think 1 will do. Grab the mask feather, copy it, and paste it onto the mask feather of all the other mask. So Command C, Command V to copy and paste the same value instead of typing in 1 for each of the numbers. Alright, so now we have a softer look on our solid and it's looking pretty good. And now to make it blend in even more, we're going to change the blending mode of our reflection to classic color dodge. So this will make it look bring in those colors, but at the same time intensify them, because dodge means brighten. And now we're going to do the same thing we did here for the black eye. Duplicate your white solid, turn the second one into add instead of classic color dodge, and just work with the opacity. So let's hit T on the first one, lower the amount, hit T on the second one, and do that as well, till you get a rather softer look. So now when we zoom out, we have a pretty good looking black eye. I think I'm going to soften mine out a bit more with the opacity sliders. I'm going to reduce my reflection to 25. See what that looks like. And reduce the second one, just so we have a decent reflection. Not we don't want to make it look like white bits on our eyeball. So I kept 64 for the add layer and 26 for the color dodge. Let's begin by making a new adjustment layer. And we're going to add in Lumetri color. Let's first call this darken eyes left. All right, I'm going to turn every left layer into a different color. Let's make them all red. All right, this way I can stay organized when I'm repeating the entire process for the right eye. So we're going to do a bunch of things in the Lumetri color effect. First one is to open up your basic correction. And the goal here is to just make this entire video really cold and rather dark. So first begin by reducing the temperature of your video. You can add a green tint. Just think of horror movies and what they would look like. That's exactly what we're doing. Also gonna reduce the saturation because we want to make her look a little pale. you can skip this step if you want her to have her normal skin tone. Increase the contrast. Reduce the shadows. And reduce the blacks. So it's getting pretty dark here. Let's go into the curves layer, the curves section. Drag our blue curves and just keep working with this until we get a rather cold look on our subject. Cold and dark, of course, not just cold. I'm gonna add a bit of red to the shadows. Just a little bit. So we get this purple environment. I think I'll just add the purple with our tint. Increase it towards the right side. So we get this interesting purple. All right, now we have this really scary environment. This was before, this is after. But we only want this on her eyeball. So not everywhere, because we're going to add a different adjustment layer for the environments later. But right away you can see how the darkening helps with our black eye effect. Grab our pen tool and limit this to the eye area alone. So grab it and just make a rough circular shape. I'm clicking and dragging to make a curve. Once we have this, we can go ahead and feather it out just so it looks natural. There we go. Now let's hit T on our adjustment layer and reduce the opacity until we get a softer look. I think 74 will do it for me. And we're basically done with our first eye. Now to match the movement, I did all of this on my first frame. To match all of these effects with the eye movement, we're going to grab every red layer except the null and the original, and just parent it to the null object. So now all of these reflections, black eye effects, and all that are going to move with our human subject because we masked out that entire area. I'm going to cut my video around here. I think this is too long. And if at any point you saw that the mask is moving, you may have to work with your mask shape. So right around the end, I can see that because we're zooming in towards our eyeball, we are revealing a bit of the eye whites. So this is an easy fix, don't worry about it. Just grab your black eye layers, hit M, go to the beginning, make a keyframe for mask path, and we're just going to go to the end, increase it to the new layout of the eye. So if you just double click on any of these points, we can stretch it out like that. And from this direction. It's looking better. The mask will just expand as we move towards the end. Just copy the second keyframe and paste it onto your original black eye. And now we're not getting that eye white reveal. So that's our black eye look. In the next lesson, I'm going to add some wanes and make the entire composition make it really scary and gloomy. Before I go into that lesson, I'm just going to repeat all of these onto the right eye. So we get 8 layers for each eye. Be sure to color code them, and that way it won't be that confusing. You can also lock your left eye layers so you don't accidentally add an effect to one of these pre-existing layers. So I'm going to repeat this whole thing onto the right eye, and then we'll be back in the next lesson to continue with the scary look effect. Welcome back to the lesson. In the previous lesson, we learned how to create these black eyes on our subject using some simple layers. Now in this lesson, we're going to add the veins and make this look really realistic and scary at the same time. I went ahead and repeated the entire process from the previous lesson onto the right eye, and I've color-coded them green. Now I'm ready to continue with the veins of my eye. So we're going to shy away these layers. Hit Command A and accept the original clips, of course, and shy them away. This will not delete them. We'll just kind of clear our timeline so we can work with one effect at a time. Now hit Command Y on your keyboard and make another black solid. That's Control Y on Windows. And on this solid, we're gonna add, I'm gonna lock my videos first. I'm gonna add a effect called Advanced Lightning. Add this onto the black solid. So as you can see, it's a lightning, and this is what's gonna give us those veins. The first thing we wanna do is to get rid of this purple thing. So go to the glow settings and reduce the opacity to 0. We only want the actual lines and not those colors. Now open up the core settings and increase the radius until we get a different lightning. There we go, 5 is looking good. We're going to increase the forking amount. This is going to give us those little lightnings that you see. I think 50% will do nicely for me. Then we're going to head over to the origin and use the sliders to get a different lightning style. I want more of those thin lines. Reduce the core radius to 3. There we go. So the thinner the lines, the more realistic it's gonna look. Now open up the expert settings and we're gonna increase the forking variation so they don't look the same. It's the last item in here, and increase this quite a bit because we want a different result on each of these little strands. Now that we have this, we're going to position this onto our eyeball. So place it where it needs to go. We're going to mask out the rest. So I'm going to focus on this area right here. And I'm going to call this Wayne Left. So Wayne Left, and we're going to just keyframe this so it's not just one singular image throughout the entire video. Just make a keyframe for decay and core drain. I'm going to leave drain to 100 so it kind of introduces itself into the eye. Oops, 2 keyframes. Hit U so we can see them. Then go to the end and just add a different value. So I'm going to reduce from the decay, bring this guy back. So essentially what's happening is that it's going to slowly show up like that. I'm going to make the first keyframe like 70%. Then we're going to get this slow introduction. I'm going to bring this guy in closer. Slow introduction of our eye veins. Something like this. We can always come back and work with the speed. Now repeat this with our decay keyframe. Add to the decay so we get more veins. Reduce from your decay so we get more of these lightning strikes. Not exactly 0, I guess 0. Try 15. Just work around with the numbers until you get something you're happy with. This will do nicely for me. I'm also going to move it down because now I'm more interested in this new area that we have. Play your video back and make sure that the strikes are suitable for the position that you kept. And because it's coming from above, this will look great because we're going to mask out the top area and it's going to look like it's showing up and starting from this the bottom of the eye. So once we have our Wayne Left, we're going to pre-compose this because we can't quite mask out this effect, the advanced lightning. So right click on your solid layer, pre-compose and make sure that you move all attributes into the new composition. So what that means, let me just save this, is that when I go to wane left, I'm going to get nothing in the effects controls. Whereas if I chose the other option, which is to leave all attributes there, I will get my advanced lighting, and it's almost as if we didn't even pre-comp this. So just choose the move all attributes to new composition, and that way we can mask out our wanes. So now we're going to hit Command D 5 more times. There we go. Grab the last 3, change their color so that we can use it for the other eye. And hit Fit and move these guys onto the right eye. We're going to work with the positioning later, just leave them aside and then hide those layers, shy them away so we can focus on the left eye. Just going to rename them into right and give them numbers so that I can get an easier experience when I'm masking them out. Then shy away these layers. Do the same thing with the left wanes. So wane left 3, wane left 2, and wane left. Now let's zoom in onto our eyeball. Hide the first 2 so that we're only working with wane number 1. Grab your pen tool and make a mask starting from the waterline of this eyeball. And that way we can limit this whole wane effect to the area below the waterline. Be sure to add more points. So we're just making really tiny points. This is going to help us with the with getting a smoother effect once we feather this out. Then finish the mask right around here. So now the lightning effect is only visible inside this area. And you can also extend these by grabbing the points, perhaps bringing more of those lightning effects until it reaches the flowers. There we go. So repeat this with the other 2. This is for below the eye. I'm going to use wane number 2, hide the first mask, click away. I'm going to use wane number 2. Let me just zoom out, rotate it so it's facing another way. Maybe going to bring it up from the upper left side. Choose a different position. So you may want to bring it up like this. And this way we can create different wane effects for each part of the eye. Okay, change the rotation. Then do the same thing, grab your pen tool. This time we're going to start from the middle section of her eye. For the third wane, I'm going to again hide the previous wane. Go to the opposite end with rotation, grab my move tool, offset this so I can get different wanes on this side. Mask this one more time. So now when I bring these back, I want to make sure that they're going around my eye in a really smooth way. You can see that I messed up a little bit for wane number 2, so just zoom in and increase the borders of your mask until they're reaching the other mask. And it's okay if it looks a bit harsh right now. We're gonna work with the blending later. So just focus on making them look unified. So we're done with the base work of this wane. In the next lesson, we're going to have it blend into the skin and add a different color from white. So now we're going to once again pre-comp each of these pre-comps. This is gonna keep things more organized and make it easier for us to add more effects. Be sure to stay on this option. Call it wane left. This one is wane left 2. Keep the numbers. It's going to help you with distinguishing what they are. And now onto these pre-comps, we're going to head over to Effects and Presets and look for the Fill effect. Add this onto one of them. Change the fill. You can go for like a dark purple or red, but overall try to stick with a dark color and not a bright one, because that's pretty common in horror movies. I'm going to go with this dark purple. Hit OK, and we're going to copy this fill effect and paste it into the other wane effects. Looking good. Now select all, bring back our layers, then connect it with the pick whip to the left eye null object. So when it's moving, when our subject is moving, the wanes are moving with it too. All right, now we're going to add a choker effect. Add this choker effect onto one of these. Add to this choker effect until you're getting a rather thin wane and not as thick as it is right now. I think 1 will do nicely. Let's try 0.70. There we go. Copy the choker onto each of the wane pre-comps. I think for the last one, the biggest one, I'm gonna add a number that's less. Let's try 0.40. Then we're gonna add Gaussian blur to kind of make this blend into the skin. Grab the first pre-comp, add this on. I think I'll add maybe, I guess 5. It depends on the thickness of your wane, so experiment with the number. So 4 is a good number. This is what it looked like before. This is after. It's going to look more natural because the wanes are underneath our skin and they're not supposed to be this vibrant. Copy this effect and paste it on the other pre-comps. For this bigger wane effect, we may have to get more of a blur. Let's try 6. All right, it's looking good. We got 6 for that. And go into each of these pre-comps. Hit M twice and add maybe 30 pixels for a feather. Forgot to do that. Let's check this out. That's looking a lot better. I'm going to try 40 just because the flowers are underneath and I want it to be better in terms of blending. Do the same thing for the other ones. Hit M twice. For this one, I think I'll go for 20 because it doesn't interact with anything on the side. For the last one, I think I'll go with 25. Now it's looking pretty good. I'm just going to work with how it blends. First, drag all 3 underneath your darken eyes left adjustment layer. Once we have this, I can just make a new solid, Command Y. Doesn't matter what color, I'm going to call this noise. Bring it underneath my wane compositions, my pre-comps I mean. Add the fractal noise effect right underneath this solid. Now we're going to have this. I'm going to pre-compose all of these guys. Let's turn this off for a second. And connect it to the left eye null layer. Now back to this noise. I'm going to turn it on. Toggle switches and modes. Change the track matte into alpha matte so whatever is happening in our noise layer only goes inside of these wanes. Now let's go back into our noise layer and work with the settings. I'm going to go to dynamic for the type and just add something to the evolution so it's not exactly static when we get these wanes. So hold down Option or Alt on evolution and type in time multiplied by maybe 200. This 200 is too much, 100. So now we get something like this. Now in your noise layer, just change the blending mode to multiply in the evolution options, and you can work with the opacity of this effect. I'm gonna go for 50% and just add a fill layer on top of this fractal noise. And choose a dark reddish color again. Hit OK, and you can decide how much of this wane effect you want by reducing the opacity of your noise layer. Now, to make this more horror-like, I'm going to bring back some of my opacity. I'm going to go to where my lightning shows up. Then I'll have to increase the size of my mask so it goes over my wanes as well. Just over the entire black eye, not past the eyebrows because we have nothing going on. Just increase it like this. So there we go, we have this nice wane effect. We go back into wane left where we had the advanced lightning. We can use the direction to to get less intense lines. Go into your core settings. And then just reduce the core radius until you get a really thin line. You can also reduce the opacity to get something rather chill. I think I'll keep my core radius to 1. And now in the original, you can see that it's a lot less. Go into your choker settings. I think I'll just remove my choker. There's no need to have it. So now I'm getting a thinner line. Just work with the numbers and see what works best for you. Kind of go back to this later on. So we're basically done with our wanes. I just have to work with the number for the choker and the radius to get the right amount of wane. And later on, we're going to do the exact same thing on the right eye with the layers that we've kept from before. So you would have to first mask these out, place them where they need to be, feather it out, and just repeat the entire process. Once we're done with that, I'm going to come back with the last part of this lesson and finish things up by making this entire video more gloomy and adding the right adjustments to make it look like a scene from a horror movie. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to the last part of our black eye lesson. In the previous lesson, we added these wanes to the eye and we ended up with this effect. I just went ahead and duplicated this, placed it on my right eye, right-clicked, and flipped it horizontal. Then I just renamed and recolored the layers so that things are more organized. I also placed this wane in the corner so it doesn't look identical like this. You can go ahead and duplicate this as many times as you want. Maybe put some on her forehead, on her cheeks, or anywhere else that you're looking to put. I'm also going to start my wane layers from the point where they show up. May have resulted during our pre-comps. Just cut it from where the wane starts, bring them back to the beginning of your timeline and kind of stretch them out. Type in 130, guess a bit more. So we get the lightning, but at the same time they show up slowly. So now we're getting the wanes, but they show up a lot more slower and we have it for the whole composition. Alright, so this is optional, but I think I'll remove the big chunk of wane, especially on the left eye. The right eye, it's not that big of a deal, but the left eye, it's looking a bit too distracting. So go on your left wanes, grab the pen tool and just go over the giant wane with multiple clicks. Do that, and we're going to invert this mask because we don't want the rest of the wanes gone. So it's only this. Don't forget to hit F and increase the feather so we don't get sharp cuts between the rest of our wanes. When you add more than, 5 pixels, you're going to introduce some of that big wane. But because it's faint, it's not going to be as intense as it was. So now with our mask, we have solved that problem. All right, and now on to the color grading and horrifying this clip. I'm gonna first trim my comp to work area. And just close off all the layers, hit Command A, then U to close all the properties. So now what we're gonna do, and turn this to red, keep your timeline organized with all of these layers. It's gonna help you big time. On top of all of your layers, make a new adjustment layer. Call it color grading and then make it yellow so it stands out from all the other layers. Now we can just shy away every layer that we had so far, so we can only focus on the color grading. Let's shy these away and enable shy layers. All right, so now in this color grading, I'm going to do a few things. The first effect that we will add is selective color. Add this onto color grading and open up the magenta section. So we're going to increase the magenta in this entire clip. I'm going to lower my resolution so it loads faster. This was before, this is after. We're kind of intensifying the reds, or in this case, the magenta of the flowers. Then reduce the cyan, so we're left with a more vibrant red, because the opposite of cyan is red. Opposite of magenta is green, so we're adding more magenta to this mix. Opposite of yellow is blue, so if you want to get rid of the yellows, you would have to reduce from it, but we're going to do that with a different effect, so just type in 0, and we're basically done with our first effect. This is before, this is after. We just needed it for the flowers. The second effect that we're going to grab is the lumetri color effect. Add this on top, bring it above your selective color, open it up, and begin with the basic correction. If you don't want to go through this whole process, you can just choose one of these presets and maybe import and download some from the internet, but I'm going to make my own, so I will keep it to none. So first thing is temperature. Like we mentioned, we want to make this entire video rather cold and gloomy. So take the temperature slider towards the left until we get a cold environment. Next, go to tint and bring this towards the greener side. Reduce the saturation because there's supposed to be no life in this video. Next, we're going to increase the contrast, reduce the highlights, darken those shadows, decrease the whites, then I'll just increase the blacks to 12. So just by using the basic correction sliders, we have taken this video, which looks pretty warm and friendly, into something really dark and green, which is perfect for our scary character. Now reduce the vibrance of this clip until we get mostly the red that we saved using selective color. Now go into lumetri color again, and we can reduce the saturation to about 90%. The difference between vibrance and saturation is that vibrance is targeting the items that don't have that much color. So in our case, that's the wall, that's the inside of this frame, maybe some of the hair. But saturation is just the overall color intensity of your entire clip. But if you want to lower the colors from the neutral background elements, you would want to use vibrance. Now open up curves, and we're going to introduce some colors, starting with blue. Add to it by going up. When it's in the bottom section, this is the shadows, midtones, and highlights. Then go to green and add some green highlights. There we go. So now I'm happy with this. This is what it looked like before. This is after. Let's open up selective color and increase the magenta, I guess all the way. Go to details, and I think I'll add some yellow to my magenta. Let's add more magenta to make it reddish. Keep black at like 26 or so. and then remove from the cyan so we can get more of a red color. This is without selective color. This is with selective color. And one last thing to kind of reduce from the yellow that we see on the forehead is to add the leaf color effect onto the same adjustment layer. Let's bring it underneath selective color. And using the eyedropper tool, we're going to grab the reddish color that's on the flower and increase the amount to decolor. This is going to get rid of every color in the video except the red that you just chose. I'm going to keep it 50 so I can leave some of that blue tint. Let's increase the edge softness. And there we go. One last thing that I did want to do is to add a levels effect above my Lumetri color. Instead of RGB, go to blue. And we're going to add a green color by dragging the slider towards the right. So this is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. So we're pretty much done with our scary flower look. You can go ahead and add some maybe smoke overlays and some other effects that you'd want. In the further lessons, we're going to look over some different eye types and get some creative results. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to create this horror movie effect. So let's get started. In the previous lessons, we saw a way in which we can turn a normal eye into a black eye. But in today's lesson, we're going to take a look at another way in which you can do that, and this involves more steps, and the result will be fairly different. So in your resource pack, I have left a video from Pixels, which you can just bring into your project. So our subject is in this cloudy water, and we're going to change her eye color and do some other stuff to make this look more like a horror film. Bring your video into the composition button, rename your composition, hit enter, type final, and then rename your layer. Call this base. So before we move on, you want to see at what point you want this effect to appear. So I want my white eye effect to show up right after she has closed her eyes. Therefore, I do not need this, I believe, 3.5 seconds. So just trim the areas you don't need. Pull this back to the beginning of your timeline. And right when she opens her eye, I'm going to put in that white eye effect. On your last frame, hit N on your keyboard, right-click, trim comp to work area. So here's what I'm going to do. In the beginning, nothing's changing. When she closes her eye, we're going to introduce the different under eye effect, make her a little pale maybe. When she opens her eye, we have that white eye effect. I will also add a flickering light effect just to make it look like the spirit that possessed her is really powerful and they are flickering the lights. Begin by motion tracking your eyeball. We're going to make a new null layer and call this iris. Because I want the effect to look realistic, I have to do one thing for the pupil and another one for the eye white. So one is for iris, another one is for eye white. So the colors of my null objects will be yellow. It's really important to name and color code your layers moving forward with big projects like this. And because she's not looking at the camera, we actually need another set of null objects. So this will be left iris, left eye white. Later on, we have to repeat the process for the other eye. But if she was looking directly at the camera and the camera was focused on both eyes, then we would only need one null object for each part of the eye. So instead of 4, you would only need 2. All right, so let's begin with the left iris. I'm going to go to the part where I want this effect to show up. So zoom in and find exactly where she opens her eye. Go on your base video, tracker panel, track motion. Zoom in once again and place the box on this reflection line. Adjust the boxes and try to place it at the tip so After Effects can concentrate on the contrast. Change the target to the iris and start analyzing forward. There we go. Now let's move up and check our keyframes. If it jumps around, we need to reanalyze this thing. All right, mine is pretty good, but right before my first keyframe, my subject is blinking, and what I'm going to do, let me just go to the first keyframe, is to analyze backwards until the eye closes. So just analyze backwards. There we go. I'm going to hit pause right when she closes her eye. Hold down Command right arrow key to move in frame by frame. That is Control right arrow key on Windows. So let's go back a few frames. So in this keyframe, which is a bit closer, we can actually see the reflection. But if I go back a frame with the left arrow key this time, it jumps towards the eyelid. So I'm going to pull this keyframe down on this one that we see here. Go back, look for the other keyframes, and just pull them down to this one corner. So when her eyes are closed, we're not getting this effect jumping around. Put them all on one side, and we can easily avoid that problem. There we go. So when her eyes is closed, it's just staying there. When it opens, it begins moving. That's exactly what we're looking for. Once you're happy with your motion tracking, we can hit apply. And now this is set on our left iris. Pretty cool. Now we're going to repeat that, this time with the eye white, which in our case would be the inner corner. So I'm going to hide left iris, bring back left eye white, go to a frame where she has opened her eye, and we're seeing this contrast between her eye white and her eyelid. Grab your video again, track motion. This time focus this box in this area. Perhaps put it on the dark line. There we go. Make sure that your motion target is left eye white and analyze forward. And that's pretty good. We're going to repeat the same process for when she closes her eye. Let's go to the last keyframe. Analyze one frame backwards. Keep going until she closes her eye. If you see this guy moving, just pull it back on the previous keyframe, and that way we can avoid this jumping motion. Put it back on that final keyframe, just like we did for the iris layer. Once you're finished, hit apply. And now we have successfully tracked the iris and the eye white. Now it's time to create our track mats, which are going to hold the effects, and we're going to match them to these null objects. So first we're going to create a solid layer. Go over here and I'm going to call this iris left. The color isn't important. Then I'm just going to hide that layer so I can see the areas that I'm masking. Alright, so now we're ready to begin with our masking process. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Grab your pen tool, zoom into your left eyeball. Gonna hit U on one of the nulls and see exactly where this begins. Choose a frame where the eye is completely open and then just mask out the iris. Throughout this whole video, she doesn't really open her eye all the way, so your masking would pretty much be the same. Gonna start somewhere here. Select my iris left, and unlike the previous lessons where we made a lot of keyframes, you don't want that in this technique because we're going to use the actual video rather than a solid to fill up and change the color of our eye. So make a point in the corner up here, another one at the bottom of the iris, next one at the bottom of the iris, but then click and drag to make a curve. Finally, put it in the other corner and close up your shape. Forgot to click and drag here. Click and drag one more time. Now using the handles, we're going to make this perfect. So just do something like this. We have a curve for the eyelid too, so it's important to work with the handles. The shorter your handle is, the less curve that side will have. So there's my mask. I'm just going to connect this to my iris left. So this is going to stay on my iris as we move on with the video. Now we're going to repeat this, but for the eye white. I'm just going to duplicate this instead of making a new one. Call this eye white left. And just change the points. There we go. Once I have my mask, I'm going to connect this to the iris eye white. So this is going to move with my eye white. Now we need to animate the blink because when she closes her eye, we can't have these white shapes. So hit T on your keyboard, turn your transparency to 0. And work with one layer at a time. So for iris, let's take a look at where she begins to close her eye. Hide the eye white for a second. Hit M twice on iris left. Make a keyframe for mask path. Then moving backwards, we can create keyframes. And if needed, kind of squish our mask down. So by clicking on any of these points, we can kind of pull it down and make a new keyframe if necessary. You can also grab the move tool and grab maybe 3 of these guys. Hold down shift to get the other one and pull it down, kind of squeezing it as we close our eye. Before she brings her eyelid down, make a keyframe for that current mask and then proceed to squeeze your eye. The more keyframes you have, the better this will look. So just go over it slowly and make this perfect. When she has her eyes closed, I'm going to make a keyframe for mask opacity. Move it forward and put 0% so that when her eyes is closed, we don't get the effect. I'm going to see exactly where I want the effect to show up. Then move the 100% opacity right on that frame. So now the mask is going to move with our eye when we open it. And if at any point she opens her eyes further, we want to expand our mask. So for example here, I'm going to make a keyframe. Moving forward, I can see that it kind of shows the eye whites. Therefore, I will grab this side and just pull it in closer. There we go. Now repeat this with the eye white and then I'll be right back so we can continue. So I did that for my eye whites, and when I bring back the opacity of the actual layers, we're gonna get the positioning of my mask animated with the blinking, and they're just sitting well on the actual eye. Now we're going to take our original video, Command D, call this matte iris, duplicate that again, call it matte eye white. Also label it left matte eye white because we're going to repeat this for the right eye later. Okay, I'm going to color code these into green to keep my timeline organized. Now we're going to bring these matte layers underneath our solids. So the matte for eye white goes underneath eye white. Matte for iris goes underneath iris. Now whatever adjustment you do on this original layer will only be applied on your mask. Do the same thing for the second matte. My white solids are gone. That's why the color isn't that important. By default, they're hidden, so don't turn these on. Now we're just gonna add an effect, and based on that effect, we will work with the feather and expansion of our mask. The first effect we're gonna use is the curves effect. Add it onto your iris. Let's hide our eye white for a second and focus on the iris first. On this matte layer, if I increase or decrease my contrast, you can see that we are getting that effect, but only inside my mask. I'm going to turn this really high for a second and use my iris mask to feather out this effect. Let's type in maybe 15 pixels for feather. Then open up my mask and work with the mask expansion. So I want this to go inwards towards the eye. So pull it to maybe -10. And this will give us a better look. Of course, we don't want the contrast to be all the way there. So when we add a subtle effect, it's going to look pretty natural. So we don't actually need the curves layer. Instead, we're going to need the exposure effect added onto your left matte iris. Add a small amount of exposure onto this layer, just until you're brightening up your eyeball. Next, we're going to grab the hue and saturation effect, which will work with the coloring of this look. Bring it above your exposure layer. Now over here, I can literally give any color to my eyeball. Depends on whether you want to make her look like a demon, an elf, a vampire, whatever you want. If you also want to have this without color, you can remove from the master saturation. And instead increase the master brightness to give her eye a cloudy look. All right. So for me, I think I'll make it red. Let's bring back the master saturation first. Make this red. Remove the lightness too. Make it red by moving this master hue. To intensify the red, you can add to the master saturation. I'm also going to reduce from the lightness so I can get this natural red effect. This is before, this is after. There we go. I think maybe I should make it white rather than red since we got this white around. So let's actually remove the master saturation and increase the lightness. If you feel like the expansion is too much, you can always go back in here and maybe type in -6. So this will still give us that contrast near the end, but it will look a bit more natural. I'm going to type in 20 for feather, -6 for expansion. All right, so that's my white eye. We're not quite finished because now we lost the contrast inside the eyeball. Everything looks pretty flat. So let's grab our levels adjustment and place it onto this left matte iris. Close these off, bring this above your hue and saturation. Pull down the whites a little and increase the, you can grab the midtones here, this middle arrow, to either darken your eye or bring the brightness up. I'm going to bring up the brightness. And at the same time, bring the output white slider towards the left. So we get a little bit of glow, but not in a way that it's weird. Let me actually bring this back somewhere around here, and this will look more natural. I still feel like we're getting this green, so go into your... I think I'll bring my curves layer actually. Type in curves in the effects and presets, bring this above your levels, and perhaps increase your highlights, then bring down your shadows just by a touch. To get rid of the green, go to the channel, choose green, We're going to pull it down so we can cancel out that green. Go back to hue and saturation, and I'm going to remove this lightness because we already did that with the levels and curves adjustment. It's looking pretty good. I'm going to zoom out, and now she has this vibrant, colorful eye. Also going to remove from the output black. Grab this slider and pull it towards the side until we can get more of that white color. Just experiment with the colors. I think I will actually make mine red. It's important to experiment with the different colors. Be sure to view your video from further back because when you're zoomed in, you may not see how it affects your entire clip. Now, before we continue, let's make an adjustment layer for the base layer. Make an adjustment layer. Call this color grading. And I'm just going to darken the entire thing so we get a moody environment to begin with. This can also make our pupil pop. This is where we left off. We gave our character red eyes, and now we're going to continue with her eye white. I also went ahead and added some additional effects to make this red eye effect pop even more. Go back to full. So the first thing is that I increased my input black amount in the levels adjustment. Then I added a vibrance effect, which you can just type in here and get it. I increased the vibrance all the way and added some saturation. So this will make the red eye look more red. And you may also have to work with your master hue just so you don't get a purple color. So now we get a more intense looking eyeball compared to what we had before. Now onto the eye white matte layer that we made before. Turn on your matte layer. It's going to hide away your iris layers, so just grab the matte and the solid below the iris layers. I'm going to color code these separately. So red is the iris layers and green is the white layers. So this is what we have right now. My matte layer for eye white is turned on, but I am still seeing my effect. Turn on your eye white matte layer. Remember that your solid layers need to be turned off, or else you're going to get the white bits. Zoom into your eyeball and use the feathering options in your solid layer to soften out whatever we're about to put on the eye. Hit M twice. I kept -7 for mask expansion and 10 for mask feather. Onto this layer, we're going to add in a curves adjustment. Let's close this off. Put the curves adjustment onto your matte layer. Go to the red channel and we're going to increase red inside the eye white. So you don't want it to be as red as the pupil, but something to show that her eyes are bloodshot and, well, she's a demon. Once you're done with the red channel, go to RGB and perhaps we can darken the midtones. So this is without curves, this is with curves. You can also see that my mask is not fitted right. Right about here, I need to expand my mask. When we look from afar, you can see the difference between her original eye and her new demon eyes. Now let's go into the effects and presets and get the levels adjustment. Place it onto your matte layer and we're just going to darken things up. So drag the output white towards the left side, before, after. So that's about it for the eye white. It's not that complicated compared to the iris. And now it's time to initiate the under eye animation and then her face animation. So for her face, I was thinking I removed the color from it, kind of make her go pale, and that can also show that she is slowly becoming a demon. So when she closes her eye, I'm going to make an adjustment layer, place it underneath the eye layers, just right above the null object. Let's call this face color. Add the vibrance effect onto this adjustment layer. Now we're going to make a keyframe for when she closes her eye. A few frames after she has closed her eye, I'm going to make a keyframe for vibrance. Hit U on my adjustment layer. Then after 2 seconds, I'm going to reduce the vibrance. So you're looking to make her pale and not completely black and white. 42% is good. This is before, this is after. This will also reduce the color from her lip, but if you guys want, you can mask that out. I'm going to leave mine in. Now to limit this effect on her face, we're going to mask out the water. So start at your first keyframe, click and drag and make rounded points all around your subject's face. Once you have created the mask around your subject's face, we're going to hit F on our keyboard and feather out the edges. 15 pixels should do it. And now when we do remove the vibrance from her face, it's only for the face and not the water. Of course, we have to move it with the face. So what we can do is to create another tracker. Maybe have it on her nostril, and this will allow us to match this faded out effect to the movement of the face. Make a new null object. I'm going to call this face movement. Drag it underneath, make it yellow. Grab your base video, go to the tracker panel and start tracking from the first keyframe. So if you hit U, it's going to be from here. Before that, we have nothing going on. Track motion and just move this guy to about somewhere in the center. You can even get one of her freckles, which I think is a better idea. Let's zoom in here and get that perfect position. So we're looking for a point that has a lot of contrast with the rest of the face. This is perfect. Put it around, minimize the size of your box and the size of your bigger box. Analyze forward and it should stick right there. When you're finished, make sure that you change the target to your new null object, then hit apply. So now we hit M and close that off and connect my face color adjustment layer to my new null object. This way it's going to move with the face. And the only thing we need to do is to change the size of our mask because sometimes she's going deeper into the water and then she's floating up again. So just hit M on your keyboard on the face color adjustment layer, grab your mask path, the pen tool, and just do what we did for the previous solid layers. So make keyframes as you adjust the mask size to the movement of your subject. I'm going to do that and then I'll be right back. So I have completed my mask path animation. You can see at some point she goes really pale and we're still keeping the blue color from the water. So now it's time to add another detail to her eye, and that's the pupil. So when her eye turns red, it's pretty hard to locate the pupil. So we're going to help darken that up using another adjustment layer. Make a new one right here. Let's call this left pupil. Make it the color red because it's closer to the iris than the eye white. And now on this adjustment layer, I'm gonna hit U on the iris left. so I can see where I should begin my mask. Select my adjustment layer, make a circular mask right around her pupil. Let's add a simple curves adjustment. And just darken these shadows. I'm going to make it really extreme first so I can see what part of this I'm working with. Also remember to bring this above your iris layer. Now that it's extreme, I'm going to hit T and remove the opacity. This will help me to know exactly where I should place this. Grab your pen tool and move the points to the shape of your actual pupil. Because she's on the side, it will not be a perfect circle. Now bring this back, and instead of doing this, we're actually going to darken things up. I'm also going to lower the highlight. Now after the curves layer, we're going to add a vibrance effect to get rid of that blue reflection that we have right now. Just reduce the saturation to about 40% so we don't get that sharp blue reflection. Now hit F on your left pupil adjustment layer. Feather out the sides by 10 pixels. Then hit M twice and type in -8 on the mask expansion. Maybe -4. There we go. So now the pupil is right there. I'm going to make a keyframe for mask path. Also connect to our null object. So number 9, left iris. Choose it from the drop-down menu. So now this pupil is going to stick around with the movement of the eye. Of course, when she closes her eye, we need to animate the mask path. So we made a keyframe here. Let's go backwards. Grab our pen tool and just follow the path of the eyelid. And when she has her eye closed completely, we want to reduce the opacity of our mask to 0%. So before this, nothing is happening. After this, we get this intensified version of our pupil. Let's take a look from afar. And that's looking pretty good. This was without the pupil layer. This is with the layer. So it's a big difference. So now that I have this, I'm going to create an overall effect at the top of all my layers. So layer, new adjustment layer. Call this overall light. Bring in a curves adjustment. Darken those shadows. Increase the midtones and some from the highlights. So we get a bit more of a moody look compared to what we had before. So this is what it looks like before she has her powers. This is what it looks like after. Next to this, we're going to create the flickering lights effect, which is totally optional. You can leave this out. Bring your exposure effect. I think I'll make a different adjustment layer so we can cut the time. Call it flickering lights and add the exposure effect right onto this layer. So first, experiment with the amount of exposure you want when the lights are turned on. So I think I'm going to go with 1. So when my lights turn on and off, this is what they look like. Hold down Option or Alt on your keyboard and press this stopwatch. Onto this, we're going to add a simple wiggle expression. So type in wiggle parentheses, the frequency of this effect. Basically, how many times do you want this to wiggle in a second? I'm going to type in 10 times. And the value of the effect. So I'm going to go with maybe 0.80. There's a 0 there. So it's 10, 0.80. Click away, and now we're going to get a pretty fast wiggle expression. Let's take a look. If you want it to be more intense, you can simply add to the number. So for example, if we try 10, 10, we're going to get a pretty extreme effect. Play around with the number and see what works for you. I think I will go with 1. And that will give me a nice distortion that is pretty common in horror movies. Alright, but we can't have this playing when she's normal. So let's go to the frame where she closes her eye and starts to lose her face color. Command-Shift-D, get rid of the first bit. And so she's going to be normal, but then suddenly things start to change. I'm actually going to have the flickering start from this point, right before she opens her eye. Control-Shift-D, get rid of the first bit. So essentially what we have right now is a horror awakening for our character. She loses her face color and we get the flickering lights. Now she has her demon eyes. So now we're going to stop here for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to add those dark under eyes and do the same exact process on the other eyeball. So if you want, you could leave it on one eyeball, make it look like she has two different eyes. But I'm just going to repeat this whole thing onto the right eye, and then I'll be back so we can continue with the under eye effect and any other additional elements that can help make this scarier. A helpful tip for repeating a big process like this is to grab all of your layers, shy them away, enable the shy layers. This way you can focus on the other eye. You can always disable this to see the effects you did before, then go back so that you can focus on your new layers. See you guys in the next lesson. So I went ahead and repeated the entire process on my other eye as well. Now she has two red eyes, and we're ready to move on with the rest of our effect. So I went ahead and did a few things before coming here. The first one was to pre-comp all of my eye layers. I first repeated everything we did for the left eye. For the right eye, labeled it green. And I've also kept the left layers, which are labeled red. I made a copy of the flickering lights effect and kept it in this pre-comp. Then brought this pre-comp into my final composition, right below the overall lights. So in the final composition, we have the base, color grading, face movement, face color, the pre-comp we just made, the overall light adjustment layer, and the flickering lights, which I'm just going to remove the 3. So now I'm going to create a dark rim around her eyes so that when she activates her demon power, she doesn't have her regular under eye color. So right around here, a few seconds after she closes her eye, I'm going to turn off the flickering lights and then create a new adjustment layer. Call it Dark Eyes Left. Make a new null layer 2. Call this Dark Eyes Left Null, because we want this adjustment layer to move with our subject. So go to your base video. I'm going to bring down my null layer underneath my face movement. Try to keep the null objects close to each other. The arrangement isn't that important. So grab your base layer and we're going to make another tracker. Track motion, go to where you want this adjustment layer to show up, which for me will be right after she closes her eye, maybe a few seconds after. Then we're going to grab this box and place it at a really obvious point around her eye. So luckily we have a lot of mascara fall off, and we can actually use points like this to help us with this motion tracking. So that dot is perfect. It has great contrast with the surrounding, and that way After Effects will not have trouble with the masking. Change your motion target to dark eyes left null. Begin analyzing forward. Apply your keyframes to your chosen motion target. And there we go. So that's my left eye. We're going to do the left eye first and then move on to the right eye. So on this dark eyes left, I'm going to grab a simple curves adjustment, place it on my adjustment layer, create some contrast by pulling down the middle slider. Then we're going to mask this to only show up around her eye. So make points like this. It doesn't have to be curved or anything because we're going to feather this out a lot and the selection isn't that important. Right on the layer that you wanted to show up, your adjustment layer, I'm going to look at my face color, hit U, and match this dark eyeball effect with this face color keyframe. So when she's turning pale, she's also getting those dark under eyes. Hit T on your dark eyes adjustment layer. Make a keyframe for 0%, turn on the stopwatch, and match it with your face color layer. So on the second keyframe from our face color layer, I'm going to turn this back to 100. So this eye will show up a little bit after her skin turns pale. Then hit F on your adjustment layer, and we're going to add quite a lot of feathering to this. We're looking for a really soft exterior on our layer, so maybe 130. Then we're going to connect this to our dark eyes left null, which is the null layer that we just made. And now the dark eye effect is only on the eyeball. I'm going to pull it a little bit to the side, and there we go. So let's go to a frame where we can see the red eyes and try to match the surrounding with what's happening in the eye. So when you get bloodshot eyes like this, you need to have a little bit of red around your eye too. So again, in the curves adjustment, go to the red channel, and we're going to increase a little bit to the midtones. So now it's a little red. Head over to the blue channel and increase the blue. So instead of red, we're getting this. So instead of red, we get this bruised color, which is suitable for our effect. Then grab a levels adjustment. Drag your levels adjustment right above your curves layer, and using the midtones, I'm going to darken things up. So just pull it towards the side and then bring in your output black. Add a very small number. A small number just so we get darkness around her eye and it kind of fades out when it reaches the cheeks. I'm going to go back on my feather and grab my mask feather tool because this allows me to limit the feather on one side and keep the feather high on another. For example, here I don't want it to go past the nose, so I can make a point, have a slight feathering, but over here I can make a pretty large feather. And this will give us a more natural look. So think about the face. The softer areas of our face needs to have the most color, but the harder areas need to have less color. So the nose is pretty hard, meaning that if you touch it, it's just bones. Therefore, we cannot have this bruising go over the nose. Same thing applies to the temples here. Have to limit the feathering effect. But for the cheeks, because it's pretty soft, we can increase it quite a bit. There we go. To limit the intensity, you can hit T on your adjustment layer and type in maybe 50%. We try 70. There you go. Just do this on the second keyframe because we animated this. Instead of 100, we're going to type in 70%. So now she's going to suddenly get a dark eye effect. You can see the difference between this eye and the other eye, which we still haven't animated. So now that we have the base color for the darkness, I'm just going to grab this and pull it underneath my eye composition. This is because whatever we added here, the levels and the curves, if it's above our eye pre-comp, it's also going to affect the red eye effect we made before. So you can see when I bring this up, we end up darkening the eyeball. So bring it down, and that way you can only have the effect on everywhere except the eyeball. So apart from this dark surrounding, I also wanted to have some sort of wanes, and I can achieve that by bringing in a simple overlay. Go to your project panel. I've left a wane overlay in your resource pack. Import that inside and pull it underneath your eye layer. So here's my wane effect. It's actually a video I got from YouTube, so there's a bunch of wane effects, but the second effect is pretty suitable. So right after it completes itself, we're going to right click, time, freeze frame. So the rest of the video does not play. Now grab the key light effect and place it above your wane overlay. Grab the screen color and sample the green in the video. Head over to your screen matte and increase the clip black. Just so we can get rid of this end. I'm also going to mask out the extra bits of my video. Grab the pen tool, have your wane overlay video selected, and just go around your wane. There we go, hit F and just feather it out, just in case we missed out one of the corners. All right, so now I have this wane, which I'm going to use rotation, scale, and position to place it right underneath my eyeball. Let's take a look at where it opens up. So place it where it needs to be, and then go to a frame where you want this wane to show up. So again, I'm going to match it with my dark eye left, and maybe have it show up after the dark area has presented itself. So maybe 1 second after that. We can grab our wane overlay and choose its first position. It's okay if it's going over the nose, we're going to fix that later. But just connect this to your dark eyes left null. Make sure that you choose the perfect positioning, rotation, and scale before you connect it to your null layer. Then make a keyframe for opacity, push it forward, and then we're gonna turn the opacity to 0 right around here. So the wane effect is slowly going to show up right after we get this black eye look. Increase the space so it shows up in a slow and creepy way. Now we're going to make a solid layer, Command Y, the color doesn't matter, let's call it wane space left. Bring it underneath the dark eyes left, right above your wane overlay. Hit M on your adjustment layer, copy the mask path and paste it onto your solid layer, like that. Now we're going to grab our wane overlay, change the track matte to alpha matte wane space left. So the solid layer that we made right now. This way we're going to get the exact same location of the dark eye effect, but just have these wanes go inside them. Because we connected this to the null object, it's going to move around with your eyeball. Now we're just going to work with how the wane looks. First of all, it's a bit too intense, so let's change the blending mode from normal into maybe overlay. Grab the levels effect and place it on your wane overlay. Use the output black to push it towards the right and get a softer wane look rather than a harsh one. You can also grab the midtones and decide what those middle grounds look like. I'm going to keep mine for about 0.80. And now my wane is looking pretty good. You can also reduce from the intensity by hitting T on that wane overlay effect. I have it set on 58. You work with it here. I have it set on 58, and the eyeball already has a lot of darkness. I'm going to grab the tint effect and put it right underneath my levels effect. Map black to the color that you want. So I want mine to be a darkish red, something blood-like. And now I have to change this to multiply. And now that it's multiply, you need to work with the levels more, because multiply is going to darken and overlay kind of brighten things up. So I'm just going to increase the output black to somewhere around 178. So a really faint wane effect is presented on one of her eyes. So I'm going to repeat this whole process on her right eye, give her the dark rim, the wanes, and of course create null objects so that they're not moving around. I'm going to do all that and then I'll be right back so we can finish our effect. So I repeated the whole process on the right eye, and now we're getting wanes and the dark circles onto her second eye. Now, unlike the left eye, you need to do a lot of mask path keyframes, because in the original video, she kind of turns her face and her nose kind of blocks her eye at certain times. So these are the layers that I made for the right eye. We had let's start from the beginning. I made another motion tracker on the base video focused on her eyebrow. Then I made a null layer for right eye's dark null. So the target of this new motion tracking went on this. After I've done that, I just copied my dark eye's left adjustment layer, pasted it, placed it onto this side, changed the shape because it's different, matched the keyframe with the original dark eyes left. So here it's 0%, here it's 100. On the 0% keyframe, I connected it to the null object, which is right eye's dark null. After that, I made these mask paths because, like we said, the face is moving around a lot. I also feathered out the edge of my mask so it blends in better. Then I made another copy of our wanes overlay. I changed the name. Let's make this green. I changed the name and then brought it onto this side. Then, after placing it perfectly onto her right eye, I made a solid layer, copied the mask path from the right eye's dark, so this exact shape, pasted it onto my white solid that comes with the feather and the different keyframes for mask path. Then I placed this solid above my wanes overlay and changed the track matte to alpha. So this is what my solid looked like before. Once you add the alpha track matte, it's going to hide away. So the only thing different for the right eye is the keyframing for mask path. Make sure that you begin your first keyframe on the opacity keyframe. So right when it shows up, let me see. So right when it's 0% opacity, you want to begin your mask path and then continue on until your entire effect stays on your right eye. So now we are done with the eye. I'm going to turn on my flickering effect, and we basically have this really cool flickering horror movie scene. One additional step for the right eye is to blur out the effect, because in the original video, this side of her face is blurred out. So we're going to grab a simple blur effect, camera lens blur, add it onto my wanes overlay right, maybe 6 for radius, and now the wanes are not as vibrant as the second one. So we got 6 for this eye. Copy the same camera lens blur effect and paste it onto your left eye wane overlay. Just close these off. Paste it here. And instead of 6, go for maybe 4. Just a slight blurring effect, not too extreme. And this will give us a more realistic result. So there's my blurring. And I want to add another adjustment layer just to bring some color to our lips. I'm going to turn off flickering lights for a second. Call this adjustment layer lip color. Add the selective color effect onto my adjustment layer. Let's go to face color, hit U. See where it first begins. Change the color to red, make a opacity keyframe, 0%, start the stopwatch, go to the second keyframe for face color and make it 100%. On the second keyframe, go to the yellow section and reduce some of that yellow. This will bring out more of her bruised eye and takes her lip away from looking orange. So this is before, this is after. It's a really slight change. Let's go into cyan and add some cyans to this color. Before, after. So now she's looking more lifeless, which is suitable for our effect. Finally, I will go into blacks. And using that, I will just darken it by 18%. This will give me this dark pink color, which is much better than this yellow orangey color we had before. And that's pretty good. And now we're pretty much done with the effect. I just turned off my flickering lights effect just in case it's not suitable for some viewers. But when you turn this on, you're going to get the full effect. So this was a rather long lesson, but if you go through each of the steps, it's going to be rather easy. You can go ahead and add maybe some grain to your video, some grunge textures, maybe a few text, and just make this your own. So this effect can be used for other situations too. For example, if your subject's eye is brown but you want it to look green, you can use this exact same technique. That's because we're working with the original color of the eyeball and we're just adding an additional hue. It is a bit more advanced from the black eye lesson. So depending on your need, you can choose any of these techniques. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can create these iris effects. So let's get started. First, we're going to create this anime eye effect using our base eyes video. This is in your resource pack. You can just download it and bring it into your project. So here someone is just closing their eye and then opening it, staring into the camera for the rest of the video. We also have this overlay animation, which will go inside our subject's eye. We're not going to use every single frame of this animation. So you can just choose a frame that you like and work with that. For the second effect, we have this video of someone just staring intensely into the camera. And for this video, we're going to give our subject reptile eyes. We don't really need an overlay for this effect, but just the base video. So let's get started with our first effect. Drag your base eyes clip into the composition box to make your new composition. Let's rename this into anime eyes. There we go. I'm gonna have the video start right when we can see things. The first thing we need to do is to track the eyes as always. But now that we know how Mocha AE works, we're actually going to use that for this lesson. But you could of course use the built-in tracker panel in After Effects and just do what we've been doing all this time. But I'm just going to show you how you can put different things in the iris or just the eye in general using Mocha AE. Because the engine is powerful, you're going to get a much better result. Go to your effects and presets and look for Mocha AE. Drag this onto your video. Then we're going to click on the logo right here. This is going to launch Mocha AE. Let's close this right here. And we're going to begin with the left eye and then work with the right eye later. I can have one animation on the left eye and another on the right eye. So drag your playhead right here and go to a frame where you can see the eyes fully open. Grab your X-spline tool and begin tracing the eye whites. Start from the eye whites, make a point, once you're done, you can either right-click or connect to the first point. Now we're going to track forward using this button. It's going to take a while, but just let it track. And once it's finished, we're going to come back to this first point, then track backwards. So I'm going to let this track and then I'll be right back. So I let this track. The purple areas are tracked frames. Let's just go back to the first green point, which is where we made our first track data. And now track backwards so we can get the rest of the video. When your eye is blinking, it's going to be a little bit shaky, but don't worry about that. We'll fix that later. So near the blinking area, you may get this effect. Just hit OK, and we're just going to get this reddish area. Don't worry about this because the eye actually closes and Mocha AE is just confused. So once we have this, we're going to hit Command S or Control S on Windows. I'm going to name this first. Double click, call this eye white left. Now let's track our iris. Once again, go to a frame where the iris is fully visible. Grab your X-spline tool and draw around your iris. There we go. Track forward, then backward, just like we did with the eye white left layer. Before that, I'm just going to name this iris left. I'm going to do my tracking and then I'll be right back. So once again, we got this error message. Just hit OK, and now I have two different tracking data for my left eye. We're going to do the right eye later, but the process would be the same. You would just click away from this layer. Grab your X-spline tool and do the iris right and the iris eye white. They're going to show up at different layers and we're going to use that in After Effects. But for now, I'm just going to leave with these two layers. Command S again, Control S to save this data. Close Mocha AE. And now when we hit Create Tracking Data, we can see our iris left and the eye white left. Hit cancel for now because we need to make our null objects first. The first one, I'm going to name it iris left. The second one will be the eye white left movement. All right, color code these into something different. And now go back to your base eyes video and we're going to create some tracking data. Select one of these layers. And then export this to your iris left movement null. Just choose the transform instead of corner pin, then hit apply export. So now the red null object has all of these little keyframes. If you hit U, you can see that it's pretty intensive. Let's repeat that with our eye white. Again, create tracking data, this time eye white. Export to the eye white layer with the transform option. And now we have two separate tracking data for our eye. In the next lesson, we're going to begin with the animation and put in our overlay. See you guys in the next part of this lesson. Now that we have the tracking, we need to begin putting in our animation. I'm just going to bring it in real quick and decide what type of animation I need. So let's make a composition out of this overlay. As you can see, we get tons of animations, but I think I'm just going to use the first animation. So right when this stops, Ctrl-Shift-D, get rid of the rest, and then hit N on the last frame. Make sure that you're not getting a black screen afterwards. That would look weird on our final work. Right-click, trim come to work area. Then I'm just going to grab the region of interest and get rid of these extra bits. Don't really need that. There we go. Composition, crop come to region of interest. So now we have this little box of my desired animation. Later on, we can work with the speed or if we want a single frame. Let's call this iris left animation. Call this the animation layer. Let's go back, close that for now. We're going to bring it in later. But now we need to tell After Effects where to show this animation. Because if we just bring it in and try to push it into the eyeball, it's going to look a bit odd. So the most natural way is a technique that we have learned about before, and that's by creating matte guidelines. So create a new solid layer, Command Y, or Control Y on Windows, choose the color black. Let's call this Iris Matte. There we go. Turn the opacity to 0 so we can see what's going on. Go to a frame where you can see your eye fully. I'm going to hide my eye left for a second, bring it underneath your iris layer. Hold down space, get the right area, then grab your pen tool and begin masking out the iris on the iris matte layer. You can actually use the ellipse tool instead of the pen tool. Hold down Shift. Let's get a nice shape. Hit V, double click, and just match this to the iris. Now when we bring back the opacity, we're going to get this black circle inside the eye. Let's first make this solid match the iris. Hit M twice on your iris matte. Increase the feather to around 20%, then decrease from the mask expansion. Maybe -10. Let's try a little bit more. -15. When I hold down Command Shift Y, I'm going to put in a random color for now. You can see that it's looking a lot more natural compared to what we had before. So this step is really important to always feather and then use mask expansion. I'm going to increase my feather to maybe 25 just to get a softer look. Now we're going to parent this matte to our iris left movement. This way it's going to move with the eye at all times. Of course, right around here when the eye begins to close, we need to animate our mask. Go to a frame right before the eyelid goes over your matte. Hit M on your keyboard, make a keyframe for mask path, and animate your iris. So I'm going to create a new point, kind of squish this down, and keep repeating this until my eye has fully closed. At certain times, you may notice that your mask is kind of shrinking in size. That's not what we're looking for, so go back here. So double click on your mask to expand the side. We don't want it to shrink or grow throughout this whole process. Let's go back. You can see here that it's shrinking. Double click, hold down Shift to bring back the size. And then right around here, we can get rid of the mask opacity. So go to a frame where you can't see your iris anymore. Make a keyframe, push it forward, and reduce the opacity to 0. Now we just need to work with the eyelid animation. Go to our last two, and if needed, bring down these points. So now the iris shows up with our eyeball. Again, to check if you've done the right keyframing, you can hold down Command-Shift-Y, Control-Shift-Y on Windows. Choose a really vibrant color, just so we can see if the animation is right. So for example, here I know that I need to go down a bit more. Select your keyframe and click on these areas to push them down. There we go. Let's change this back to black. So now we can bring in our animation and use the mask that we just made to guide After Effects in placing it on our iris. So drag your iris left animation and place it underneath your iris matte. This will give us the animation. Just place it right where it needs to be. You can match the middle section with your iris, hit S, and just scale it down. Once we have it there, we can change the track matte to Alpha Matte Iris Matte. And now it's going to be within the eyeball. Of course, we need to match the animation to our iris left null object. And this way it's going to move around with our eyeball. If it's way too scaled in, you can still use these scale values to kind of push it down and get the perfect placement. I'm going to start the pre-comp from when we open our eyes. Let's say U and see when that is. And if you're getting something choppy like this, it's because of your keyframes. So don't worry about that. What we can do is to create a simple position keyframe for our animation. This may have happened while we were creating our null object. So go to a frame where it's perfectly placed and hit P on your keyboard, make a keyframe, go backwards, and in my case, I just need to pull it down. And now we don't have that problem anymore. I get the animations and they're all within my eyeball. Once we have this, we have to match it with our video. So naturally, our pupils are not cut out circles, so we're going to get some softness on the overall look. We need to do the same thing with our animation. So grab the fast box blur effect, add it right on top, and add a small amount, maybe 5, and that's going to give us a softer look. This is before, this is after. So it's really important to have your animation blend in with the pupil. Can even go for 8. I think that looks better. Once we have this, I can begin animating my eyeball, the animation I mean. Let me just close off my composition where the animation ends. And using some simple color grading, I can have this animation fit perfectly inside the eye. So let's grab a simple hue and saturation effect, add it onto the animation pre-comp. And just by moving these sliders, you can literally change this to any other color. I'm going to pull the red towards a darker color, something like this. So instead of this red, we have a purplish version. There we go. You can change the blending mode to add, and that's going to give you the actual highlights from the original eyeball. So if I turn this off, you can see our pupil has these highlights and reflections. So if I just turn this to add, we're going to get the exact same reflections, but with a red iris. So this can make it look a lot more realistic. And you can also experiment with the different options. So maybe go for lighten. You can also try different dodge or burn effects and just see which one works best for you. I think that add is the best one. Alright, so we're done with the iris. In the next lesson, we're going to work with the eye white layer so that it doesn't look normal like it did before. See you guys in the next part. Now let's work with our left eye white. Once again, we're going to create a matte for our eye white like we did for the iris. Create a new solid layer. Call this eye white matte. With the color black, label it with the correct color and bring it right above your null object. Hit T on your eye matte and reduce the opacity to 0. Now go to a frame where we see the eye open. Zoom right in and just create a mask around the eye white. We don't need that many points, so begin right here. Then click and drag and go around your eyeball. Hold down Option to only work with one curve at a time. And just make this selection suitable for your subject's eye white. Once you have this, we're going to do the same thing we did with the feather and expansion. Hit M twice on your matte layer. Turn the expansion to maybe, let me first bring my color back. Hit M twice. Turn the expansion to -20 and feather this out by 15. Because -20 is too much. Let's go for -5. And there we go. Gonna turn my feather into 20. And that's looking pretty good. You can also extend the sides of your mat. Once we have this, we're going to connect this to our eye white movement. And now this will move with our eyeball. Similar to the iris, we need to animate the mask path. So right before the eyelid closes down, we're going to make a mask path keyframe. Then going forward, we're going to animate the shape. At the last frame, we're going to make a keyframe for mask opacity and turn it to 0%. So this guy will show up as our eye is opening. Put 0% on where your eye is closed. Use Command right arrow key to move in frame by frame. Pull this guy here, and then by the time the eye opens, we're gonna get the opacity back. Let's check that. So right here I have an empty frame. So now the black shows up with the eyeball as it opens. Right, but we don't really need the black color. And we're just using this as a matte guide. So let's hide our matte layer for a second. Bring back our null object. Make a new adjustment layer. Call this eye white coloring. Let's label it yellow and the animation red. It's really important to categorize your layers as you're starting out. On the adjustment layer, we're going to add a curves adjustment. Add this right there. Then using the red channel, we're going to increase the reds within the eyeball. Let's zoom in here. Naturally, we have some veins on our eyeball. We want to really intensify that. So first we need to make it a bit red. Then go to the RGB and create some contrast. This will help separate those red bits. Now let's get the selective color effect. Add this underneath the curves adjustment. Go to reds, and we're going to increase the blacks. So you can see that the edges of our eyeball is turning dark as it should be. Then we're going to get a levels adjustment above your selective color. So it's always color and then light. Open up your levels adjustment and increase the input black. Like that. Let's decrease the output white. Then go to our red channel and introduce some red within our highlights or the input white. Introduce some of that inside the output black as well. So this is our levels adjustment, our curves adjustment, and finally our selective color. So now we have this reddish effect. Add a simple color balance effect. Again, underneath the levels and curves. And using the midpoint red, we're going to increase the red amount. Then go to shadow and increase the shadow red balance. Now to limit this to our eyeball, we're going to use the solid we created before. So bring this underneath your solid and change the track matte to alpha. And now it's within our eyeball. If it's too extreme, we can just hit T on our keyboard and reduce it to maybe 50%. I'm gonna go with 70%, and that's looking pretty good. Let's also add a brightness and contrast effect because I want more contrast with the eye veins. Increase your contrast slider to 100. You can also work with the brightness. I think I'm gonna increase mine to about 10. And this is gonna give us the contrast we need. All right. So we're finished with the actual eyeball. It's looking pretty good. The animation stays within the eyeball. We get that bloodshot eye effect, which I'm not sure if it's accurate to the actual anime, but you can just work with these settings we have. To create an extreme effect around the eyeball, we're going to make another adjustment layer. This is of course optional, but I want the area here to be a little darker to show that maybe he is turning into an evil person. I'm going to call this darken left eye. Make this a different color. Bring it underneath all of your eye whites and iris layers. We're going to add a simple lumetri color effect right on this layer. Go to the basic correction, and the goal here is to turn everything dark, but bring out more of this purple bruise color we normally have underneath our eye. So first we're going to increase the tint to bring some magenta. Reduce from the temperature to get a colder effect. Then decrease the exposure to maybe -0.5. Increase the contrast, again trying to isolate those natural veins, and darken those shadows. So you can see how we can emphasize we have emphasized the dark under eye using this effect. Now in the creative, you can add a tint to the shadows, but I'm just going to mask this out first and then come back to these settings. So grab your layer and the pen tool, make a rough mask around the area in which you want this effect to be. Just go around the eye, close it off, and now it's only on the eye. Instead of using the regular feathering, we're going to use the mask feather tool, which will allow us to increase the mask on the softer areas of our face and reduce it on the harder areas. So the nose and the side of the brow are really bony areas of our face. Therefore, there isn't that much blood circulation compared to the cheek, where everything is a lot more meaty and bouncy. So make a point right at the bottom. Stretch this out quite a lot, but then limit it around those areas that we mentioned. So pull this guy in. Do the same thing for the other side. So something like this. Then we can reduce the amount. I'm going to hit T and put in maybe 60% opacity. So a really slight darkening effect. This also contours our nose. So that's pretty good. I think I will bring in my mask points right on this area so I can get more feathering. There we go. Now connect your dark left eye layer to the eye white movement using the pick whip. And now this will stay near your eyeball. And because it's underneath all of these layers, it's not going to disturb how our eye is. But if I had it up here, you can see that I'm going to end up darkening my eyeball and the eye white. So have it underneath, and we can have a better structure. Now I think my eye white coloring is a bit too intense, so hit T on your keyboard, and I'm going to reduce this down to 50%. Looking good. So I want my mask to show up around here when my subject opens their eye. So make a simple opacity keyframe. Let's hit T, make a keyframe for 60%. Go back and turn this to 0%. So our eye is slowly going to darken, and then we're going to get the anime eyeball effect. So we're going to get no effect on our eye when it's closed, but slowly we're going to darken the eye, which can happen a lot slower when we create space. And then it's going to just be around our eye as the animation goes forward. I'm going to hit S on my dark eye effect, and right when the animation is happening, make a keyframe for scale. Going backwards, I just want to increase the size so I don't get that edge reveal that we had before. Before moving on with my next eye, I just want to color grade my base video. Grab Lumetri color and put it onto your base eyes. Open up basic correction. Let's first make the environment cold by pulling down the temperature towards the left side. Then bring this towards the right side to introduce some magenta. Saturation, we can keep it at 100. I'm going to work with it later. Let's darken those shadows. Increase those highlights. Then go to Creative and reduce the vibrance. Let's come down to Sharpen and increase that too. Want to get all the detail from my video. Head down to Vignette and we're going to darken the edges here because the focus is the eye. So go to Amount and reduce that till we can darken the edges. Then we can work with the midpoint. Turn that to 0. We can increase the roundness to 45 for midpoint. Roundness, let's do 60. Feather, let's go for 70. -5 for amount, so I can get a darker edge. Then work with your curves. This is what my video looked like before. This is after. We want to create a serious and moody atmosphere for this effect. So that's pretty much it for our left eye. In the next lesson, I'm going to do the right eye, but with a different style, so the eyes are not identical. I'll see you guys in the next part. Welcome back to the lesson. In the previous lesson, we learned how to make this eye effect using some overlays and matte layers. Now in this lesson, we're going to work with the other eye. For the right eye, I'm going to use a different technique, and therefore we will have a different style. So let's get started. First, I'm going to feather out my iris matte to 40 pixels. And now we just need to repeat what we did for the left eye, but for the other eye. So go into your base eyes layer, open up Mocha AE, and press on the logo again. Make sure that before hitting the logo, you are on full resolution. Then we can begin starting up Mocha. We still have the layers from last lesson. This is because we're using the same base video to create these tracking datas. So now I'm just going to grab my playhead and go to a frame where the eye is fully open. Grab my X-Spline tool and begin creating a mask around the eye white. It's essentially the same thing, so make a layer for your eye white. Be sure to label your layers correctly so that you don't mix up all that you did. So right here, label it before you track it. Let's call this eye white right. Then begin tracking. I'm going to do this for the whites and the iris. Remember to track forward, then track backwards, and have the line here become purple. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll be right back. So now I have two more additional layers, one for the iris and one for the eye white. Let's save this by hitting Command S, Control S on Windows, and close the window. Now we're going to make two new null objects. Before I do that, I'm going to color code everything related to the left eye to red. So now the new right eye layers will be in another color, and I won't confuse them with these. All right, make your new null object. Call this eye white right movement. Another null object for iris right movement. These two are going to be yellow. So yellow is our right eye layers, and red is for the left eye. Grab your base video, create track data. Go up using the little triangle up here. Let's start with the iris right and export this to the iris right movement. Make sure you're on transform, then hit apply. So there's our iris right. Let's repeat that with the eye white layer. So now our right eye has a suitable null object. Let's close those off and begin the process of making our matte guides. Let's begin with the iris. I'm going to make a new solid. Call it iris matte with the color black. Hit OK, turn off its visibility or remove the opacity. Then zoom in on a frame where the eye is fully open. Grab your ellipse tool, hold down Shift, and make a perfect circle. Then hit V on your keyboard and move this guy right on top of your iris. Hit F on your keyboard and add the same amount you did for iris matte, 40 pixels. Let me just name this left iris matte. Call this right iris matte. Change the color to yellow and put in 40. We're going to come back to this later, but for now, just repeat what you did for the first iris matte. Expansion is -15, add the same thing here. Now when we bring back our iris layer, we get the same black shape. Link this to your iris right movement, and we're good to go. Now, unlike the first example where we had an overlay to put inside our mask, for this version, we're going to take the original eye color and just really make it flat and pale. So we're trying to get rid of this brownish color and instead get a flat white color. So we're going to duplicate our base eyes, call it right eye effects, right iris effects, bring this underneath your matte, and we're going to change the track matte to alpha matte. On this duplicate, we're going to add the levels adjustment so that we can get a very flat white color. We can delete Mocha AE from this duplicate, don't need it. We still have it in our original, but when we duplicate it, we don't want to bring it in. I'm gonna remove the lumetri color effect from this duplicate. Let's bring down our resolution. And dragging the input white, we're gonna move it towards the left side. This is going to take out the contrast from your eyeball, revealing the harsh details of the reflection. So I'll just reduce the amount here, just so I can get a flat look. We're going to get rid of the color using the hue and saturation effect. Add this on underneath your levels and remove the master saturation to 0. We can also increase the lightness so we can get a pale look like this. So now we have this weird eyeball effect. Let's also add a curve so I can work with the flatness of this look. Bring the bottom slider upwards, and then you can get a flatter result. Change the blend mode to add, and once we're done, we can just pre-compose this one. Let me remove the matte. It's gonna look weird. Pre-compose this, call it the same thing, move our attributes into new composition. Hit OK, and then change the track matte. On the pre-comp, we're going to add a hue and saturation effect and create the base for the right eye. So you can go for purple, green, orange, cyan, or any other color that you want. Check on the colorize option, and this is just going to color everything in one rate. So I want mine to be a purplish. Let's go towards purple. Increase the colorize saturation so I can get a more intense purple and reduce the lightness. So that's my base color. Now right on this layer, we're going to make a shape ourselves by grabbing the ellipse tool. Deselect your pre-comp and create a small pupil. Turn this to black and position it where it needs to be. Once you're done, we're going to change the blending mode to overlay, and this will fit itself inside the actual pupil. I'm going to call this new pupil right. Let's color code. And now we need to soften the pupil just as we did for the left eye. Get the fast box blur, add it right here, and I think maybe 2 is good. So now our pupil looks more natural within the eyeball. It's looking a bit creepy, but that's the point. Change the blending mode of the iris effects into add, and that's going to give us a more crystal clear reflection based on the actual eye. You can see the reflections in our original eyeball. And when we turn the blending mode into add, we're going to bring in those exact reflections, but with this new effect. And animates the beginning of my layers, just as we did with the left eye. So first, let's make sure that our parents are correct. For pupil, we gotta match it to the iris, right? The matte remains as it is. The iris is just a duplicate of our video, so there's no need to link it. And these two are the null layers. Select your matte layer and go to where the subject is about to close their eye. I'm gonna zoom in, hit M on your keyboard, and just move back until the eyelid begins to close. Make your first keyframe and grab your pen tool, hit V, click away, and grab the point to slowly squish your shape. This may end up stretching the bottom down, so just pull that up as well. And don't reveal the purple on the eye white. And around here, we can actually get rid of the opacity of the mask. So 100 there, 0% here, because there's nothing else to see. So really slowly, let me stretch the time between the keyframes so we don't get this effect. Pull this forward, bring this closer until you don't see that glowy animation. So right here we have a problem with our keyframe. You don't want to get something like this because it's going to kind of have your iris jump around. Fix your points. Now repeat the same thing for the pupil. For the pupil, we just need to fade it out around here. So hit T on your keyboard and make a simple animation. So it's 0% here. When the eye is opened, it's going to show itself. Now we have this creepy purple eyeball. For the right eye, if you want to create an animation, one option would be to is to change the hue of and have it change from different colors. Or you could leave it static like this. I'm just going to add this. I'm going to add this colorized animation. So let's begin here, make a keyframe. So maybe near the end, we can kind of have it go to a different color. So very slowly, it's going to go from purple to pink. Let me hit U on my keyboard. Near the end, we can have a completely different color. Let's choose red. So we're getting purple, pink, and then red. This is of course optional, but it could make your eyeball effect less static. So we're done with the base work of our right iris. In the next lesson, we're going to do the eye white, which will be quite different from the left eye white effect. We're going to add some rings and they're going to change color with the iris. See you guys in the next part. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we made this right eye pupil and had the iris change color as we went on. Now it's time to work with the eye white of our right eye. And like mentioned, I want to create some rings underneath his iris. So first we're going to need to create that matte guide for our eye white right movement. Hold down Command Y and make your black solid. Let's call this eye white matte right. Call this one left. Then we're going to hide the visibility of this layer. Go in a few frames and begin masking out our eye. Make a point at the start, click and drag to make curves. Hold down Alt to work with one of the handles. Once we have this, we're going to bring back the visibility, hit F on our keyboard to feather this out. We can actually copy the stuff we made for the eye white matte left. So hit M twice. We had -5 and 20 pixels. So on this one, we're going to hit M twice, 20 pixels, -5. Looking good. Now we're going to link this eye white to the null object that's right underneath. Label this yellow. And now we have connected the solid to where it's supposed to be. Now let's create another solid. I'm going to call this spiral animation. The color black, right click, pre-compose. Move all attributes into new comp. Let's go into our pre-comp and create a new polygon shape. Click and drag to make a perfect polygon. Hit V and hold down Control, double click on the anchor point tool. Bring this right in the center. You can actually delete the solid now. If you're not seeing the transparent background, you can just hit this button. For the polygon, we don't need a fill. Instead, we need a stroke. For now, I'm just going to choose a purple. We can always come back and change this. Let's change the width to like 10. Let's go for 20. Something like this. I'm going to call this spiral shape. On spiral shape, we're going to open up Polystar 1, transform Polystar 1. Make sure that your position is 0, 0. Just type it in. And that you have no rotations. So if it was flipped like this, just type in 0. And this will allow us to work from scratch. Now grab your contents, go to Add, and put on the repeater effect. So the repeater is going to obviously repeat the shapes, and this is going to create that trippy spiral animation that we want to put underneath our iris. Open up the repeater right here, and we can work with the amount of copies. Keep the copies to like 80. Just type it in here. Type in 0 for offset. We're going to come back for offset later. Now go to your transform in the transform repeater 1. Then we can just decrease the scale, which is going to work with these shapes that are repeated. I'm going to go for 80, just so I can create a sense that we're kind of traveling inside and we're not getting a static movement. So 80 for scale, and we can just add in 0 for position, so it can come towards the center. Before we move on, let's transform this into a circle. We chose the polygon instead of the ellipse because this will give us a lot more option. And it doesn't really matter since we can just change this into a circle by adding to the points. Open Polystar Path 1, points, and increase this all the way. So once we do that, we're going to get a circle. All right, so now let's go back to the offset in the repeater 1. Hold down Command or Control on Windows and go back until you're kind of filling up the screen. The reason we're holding down Command is because if we don't, it's going to be really quick. We're going to pass through the values in a really fast way. So hold down Command to go through the values really slowly. I'm going to start somewhere here where I can get some shapes on the corners. And now we're just going to make a keyframe for offsets at the beginning of my timeline. Let's hit Command K on this pre-comp, increase the duration to 15 seconds, hit OK. And then at 5 seconds, put your playhead on 5 seconds. We are going to just offset this even more. So I guess maybe 8.6. And this is going to give us this effect. We're kind of just going in towards this never-ending spiral. So now we're going to check the loop of this spiral, hit N on the last keyframe, play this back, and see if we're getting a good loop. That's pretty good. If you want to check whether or not you're getting the perfect loop, another way is to take a snapshot at the end of your frame, the last frame. You can use this guy to be on the last keyframe. Take a snapshot, and then using this eyeball button, we can check whether or not the current frame matches with the first frame. So if you're not seeing a difference between these two frames, then you have a perfect loop. But let's say if the shapes were up for you, you may want to work with the position here. So if you have something like this, then you need to work with the settings. But we already set ours to 0, so there is no problem. So now that we know we have a perfect loop, we can add a loop expression. Hold down Option or Alt, press on the stopwatch, type in loop out, and choose this expression. Hit Enter, click away, and now we have a constant loop of this spiral. So even when it goes past the second keyframe, it's still going. We just need to increase the length of our shape, and it's just going to keep going until we stop the animation. If you wanted to go faster, you just need to grab the second keyframe. I'm going to set it on 2 seconds. Let's check this out. Looking good. If you've chosen to grab another shape, so not a circle, maybe a triangle or something with less sides, let's go for this. You can also add on a rotation animation. So go right here, start with 0, 0 for rotation, make your keyframe move in 10 seconds, and have it turn 1 full cycle. So 1 times 0 degrees. And now we're going to get this really intense animation. But since ours is a circle, then there's no need to do that. So I'm just going to disable this, right click, reset, go back to my points, and increase the size until I'm getting a full circle. So that's how we can make our spiral. In the next lesson, we're going to put it inside the iris and finish off our effect. So now that I have this, when I go to my original composition, we get it just sitting right around here. And instead, what I want to do is to first grab the anchor point and put it right in the middle. And we're going to position this on our eye whites. First hit S and scale it down. Then have the anchor point right on your pupil. Then we're going to have this only show up within our mask. So have it underneath your matte right. Change this to alpha matte. And now we're getting this weird animation. I just need to link this to my white movement so it moves around with my eye whites. And of course, we need it to blend in with our current eye. So let's change the blend mode from normal to overlay. So now we get these random lines underneath our iris. We can always go back and change the color. And another thing that I want to do is to increase the width of my line. So instead of 20, let's type in 30. See how that looks. It's looking better. Let's try 40. I think I like that more. So we get these lines showing up and kind of hypnotizing the audience. Now go to your spiral animation, and we're going to make this more 3D-like. Right click on your spiral shape, Layer Styles, Bevel, and Emboss. So now we get these edges. Let me zoom in here. Get these edges. Let me just close my contents. This is before, this is after. We're kind of making it look like it has some depth. Open up Bevel and Emboss. Increasing the size allows you to create more of that 3D look. So I will go with 20 for size, and you can either choose from smooth or chisel hard. You can take a look at a preview. I think I will keep mine at smooth. There we go. So we have this smooth effect. Let's go into soften and soften out the middle part. You can also reduce the depth if it's too much for you. I will keep mine at around 84%, just a little bit of that depth. And that's going to create more dimension for our eyes. Now on this spiral animation, we set the color here already, but I want to choose something closer to my... So instead of going back and forth between the pre-comp and the main comp, I'm gonna add a hue and saturation effect right on my pre-comp. So I will decide the final color here instead of going back. Let's turn on colorize, and we can just copy and paste these keyframes. So now we have the colors changing together and we get this really interesting look. Once again, like the iris, we need to blur things out to have it match with our camera settings or just what the camera caught in this moment. Grab the fast box blur effect, add it onto your spiral animation layer, and I think 4 or 5 should do it. Try 3. Something a little softer, because the camera is currently focused on the eyelashes and not exactly on the eyeball. So blur this out. And I think I'm going to increase the size of my spiral so they almost meet. Let's try that out. I'm going to increase my size to maybe 50 just to get more of that intense look. Another thing that I want to do is to color underneath these shapes. Let's go into our spiral animation and make a solid layer. I guess the color that you want. I think I will grab this purple and kind of get a more lavender hue. Place it underneath your spiral shape. Let's take a look. There we go. So instead of having that original white eye color, we now have something like this. Let's try a darker color since we have the blending mode on add. Try a dark purple. There we go. So it's a little weird eye animation. And it's looking pretty good. Now underneath this spiral animation, which I'm just gonna remove from the track mat, gonna add a solid underneath. Let's change the blending mode of the solid to multiply so we can kind of darken the eyeball. Once we've done that, we can pre-comp these two, move all attributes away. Eye white right, name it that, and now change the track mat. So you can go for multiply, go for overlay, color dodge, or any other one that you prefer. I think I will go with multiply. So we get this trippy eyeball effect. If you want the spirals to show up better, you can delete the solid here and change the color into something else. I'm just going to remove my track mat real quick and place my spiral right on my pupil. Forgot to do that. Use the iris as a guide and have the ring go right around it. Once you have the positioning right, you can turn it back to alpha matte and then be sure to connect it to the null object so it doesn't move around. We can copy these same hue animations that we have on our iris. Say U, Command C, go into the pre-comp that we have, the spiral pre-comp, add the hue and saturation effect, and turn on the colorize hue, hit U. Turn on the stopwatch and then hit Command V. So now this is going to turn as our eyes change color. Go back into your pre-comp and remove the hue and saturation animation from here. Copy the fast box deleted here and paste it onto the final pre-comp. There we go. We can also add a levels adjustment. Bring it underneath your fast box blur. Grab the gamma slider towards the right, and we can also increase the input white. And at the same time, introduce some black so we get more emphasis on those rings. Also gonna make a solid underneath this. Let's go for a purple. Copy the same matte mask, hit M, copy mask path, Command C, and paste it onto this new solid, which I will name BGI White. Paste it on here, then connect it to the null that contains all of the tracking data. Change the blending mode to overlay, and if you want, you can just reduce the intensity by lowering the opacity slider. So now we have our layers giving us this spiral look for our subject. Now I just need to animate the beginning like we did before. See you guys in the next part. And now we can just add a final color grading above all of our layers to bring it all together. Make a new adjustment layer, put it right on top, and add in the levels effect. Let's increase the gamma. Decrease our input white. Let's go to red, the channel, and introduce some red because we have the color red and purple, and they both share this color. So decrease your red input white till you're getting a hue like this. Close this off. Grab the curves adjustment. Add it on here. Let me call this final lighting. So I just animated the opening of my eye for the eye white matte, just like we did for the previous ones. But now when it comes to the eye background, you just need to copy the mask path keyframes. Command C, go to the beginning of your first keyframe, hit M twice, select mask path, and hit Command V. Do the same thing with the mask opacity. Command C, go to the first keyframe, select mask opacity in your background white eye layer, then Command V. So now the eye background, the eye white, it's going to show up with the eyeball opening. And I have to work with my mask feather for the background. You can just copy it here as well. Command C, Command V. Same thing goes for mask expansion. For this one, we can actually go a step further. I'm going to pull the expansion to 15 so that I don't get it on the waterline. And there we go. The eye white layers are matched with the opening of the lids. Another detail, which is a really small detail that you can totally skip, is to add some shadows on the top part of each eye, especially for this guy. It's just a small detail, but it's going to help make your work look better. So make a new adjustment layer. Call it Both Eyes Darken. Make it a distinctive color, bring it above all of your layers, but underneath your final lighting. On this one, we're going to add simple curves adjustment and use it to lower your highlights. Then grabbing this, we're going to make a mask that's going horizontally through our eyeball. So make a point here, click and drag to make curves, and just go around. Something like this. Feather out the edges, of course. And now we're going to get more dimension for the eye. This is before, this is after. We can of course work with the opacity, but I'm going to leave that for later on. Now go to the second eye. On the same layer, we're going to make another mask. So mask 2, click and drag, and go around. Feather this out by 33%, and now we get this dimension. Now to connect this to somewhere, we can't really use our existing null objects because they focus on one side. So instead, we're going to do a classic motion tracking inside of After Effects. Make a new null object, call this both eyes movement. Make it the same color, bring it right underneath. Then go to your video, tracker panel, go to the beginning, track motion, and put this on maybe something in the middle like a hairpiece. Edit target to both eyes darken and begin analyzing forward. Now on the frame where the position is perfect, we're going to link this to our null object. Now they're going to stick with the eye as we move forward. We also need to darken our right side, so just duplicate darken left eye, call it darken right eye. Turn it yellow, bring it above, and push it towards the other side. So now we get a dark eye. First, let's position it and then connect it to eye white movement. There's a lot of layers right now. And we're going to get the same exact keyframing and opacity sliders. Hit U on the darken right eye. Using these as reference, we're going to add the same opacity keyframes. So right here, we're going to hit T on our keyboard, make a keyframe, go to the first opacity keyframe for the darken right eye, the big area here, and turn it to 0. But for this one, we're going to have to wait for the eye to fully open. Let's take a look. Push it forward as needed. Alright, so now our eyes have that darkening, which is pretty necessary to create some depth. Without it, they're kind of looking flat. This is what they look like without it. It's looking really shiny, but I want it to kind of look more realistic and fit in towards this dark, gloomy environment. This was the first example. In the next example, we're going to take a look at reptile eyes, which is actually pretty easy to do. See you guys in the next example. In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at the second example in which you can put an effect inside the iris. Let's see how it works. In your resource pack, we have this video of this person just staring into the camera. Make a composition from that video. I'm going to call it reptile eyes. All right. Now over here, we're going to basically repeat what we did with the previous example, which is to track and then work with the different parts of the eye individually. But the difference is when you have to composite the reptile eye pupil, that thin line that goes from the top to the bottom of the iris. And also some ways that we can kind of flatten out the eyeball and make it green. So that's the difference between the two examples, and like mentioned, we don't need an overlay for this effect. I don't need all 12 seconds of this video, so I'm going to look for a part where she's not blinking that much. so it can be easier for me to track the motion. So this will be the beginning of my screen. I'm going to include one blink, and that's about it. Grab your base clip, add the same Mocha AE effect right on top. Make sure that you're at full resolution, then hit the logo right here. So again, go to a frame where the eye is fully open. Let's go with here. And grab your X-Spline tool to make a mask around the eye. You can grab the zoom tool right here to zoom into an eyeball. Just click and drag forward. Then hit X to just move the canvas around. You go back to that frame, grab your X-Spline tool and make a mask around the iris. There it is. Let's call this iris left. Click away and begin tracking forward. So I tracked my first iris. And for this example, we don't really need the eye white because I'm not going to add anything in there. We're just working with the way that the iris looks. So start from the beginning of your clip or from a frame where the eye isn't closed. Draw your X-Spline around the iris, and because she has dark eyeshadow, you will have to go from the bottom of the iris to the crease right here. So there's more contrast for Mocha to distinguish. So right here, I went from the bottom to the top of her brow bone. Then you're just going to track forward. Here, when she closes her eye, it's going to give you some errors. Just hit OK and then move your playhead here, then continue tracking. So I'm just going to show you how that works for the other eye, just in case it's difficult for some of you. Grab the X-Spline tool, go to the beginning of your timeline. Begin drawing the spline around the iris. Go above the actual iris. Click on the first point to make your X-Spline. Now just track forward. It's not going to take that long because it's a short clip. So right here, you're going to get this error. Just hit OK and then move your playhead forward to where she opens her eye again. Drag this X-Spline up by clicking on one of the edges here. Drag it up. If needed, you can stretch it out or rotate it. Set the X-Spline perfectly on the iris and then continue tracking forward. So now I have both of my iris. I think I'm going to use start my clip from here. All right. Once you're done, hit Command S or Control S on Windows and close Mocha AE. Now create your two null objects, the first one and the second one. Color code your layers. I'm going to call the yellow one right iris movement, the red one left iris movement. All right, and I'm going to start the video from where I said. I think I'll have a few frames where her eye is open. Command-Shift-D on the base video, and then she's going to close her eye and reveal her reptile eyes. Gonna keep it short like this. Then right-click, trim, come to work area. Now go to your base clip, go to tracking data, create track data, select one of these. Let's start with right. Hit OK, change the export option to transform, layer export to right iris movement. Stay at the beginning of the timeline and hit apply export. So now when I hit U on my iris layer, we have all of these position, rotation, and scale keyframes. Pretty good. Let's do the same thing for the other eye. So now we have done the null objects. In the next lesson, we're going to begin with the actual iris VFX. I'll see you guys in the next part. Alright, so now that we have this, we can begin creating our matte guides. So it's pretty easy to do, just make a solid. Let's work with one eye at a time. Start with the left eye again. I'm going to call this left eye matte. Hide your layer. Let's hide the right iris for now. We're going to focus on the left eye first. Normally we would use the ellipse tool, but because half of her iris is covered, that will not be helpful. So one point in the corner, one at the bottom, click and drag. Then make the other point. Use the handles to make it right, and then connect your points. Hold down Option or Alt to work with individual handles and get the right shape around your iris. I'm also doing this at the start of my timeline. So now when we turn this back, we have this black box that we need to work with. So for mask expansion, I'm going to go with -8. I think that's too much, -4. And feather this out quite a bit, maybe 15. To test whether or not my settings are right, I'm going to hold down Command-Shift-Y on my solid, Control-Shift-Y on Windows, and choose a very vibrant color. So now I'm going to just hit OK. Take a look at this from afar and see if that looks good. So the feathering is okay. We can always come back, hit Command-C to undo the red color. So that's my matte right now. We're just going to copy the base clip, Command-D, call this left eye colors. Bring your left eye color underneath your new mattes and change the track matte to alpha. Now go to your effects and presets and look for the levels adjustment. Add it onto your left eye colors. We're going to add some whites to the picture, so grab your input white. Try to get a lighter color. Then grab the gamma and pull it towards the left side. So we're trying to create a very flat look on the eyeball, just like reptile eyes have. You can also increase the output white. Work with my gamma a bit more. We don't want it to be white like this, but somewhere around here. So these are my settings. And I'm going to go back to my matte. We got a bit of her eyelash in there. There we go. Now look for brightness and contrast. Add it to the same layer. I'm going to close. You can actually delete Mocha AE from this duplicate. Go to brightness and contrast, reduce the contrast again, and then decrease the brightness. So we're just trying to flatten things out and not make it brighter. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. Now we're going to grab our hue and saturation to turn the eye itself green. Bring this underneath these two, because green will look better with this reptile effect. These two are the base, this is the coloring. Now once you have these, you can go back to your mask feather and increase the amount. The more you add in, the more natural it's going to look. So just experiment with that. I'm going to type in -5 for mask expansion. And now I'm getting a more natural edge for the eyeball. When we compare it with the original eye, it's looking pretty good. The only difference is that my pupil is way too bright, but we're doing that on purpose. So let's go back into our left eye colors and grab the curves adjustment. Add it underneath your hue and saturation, then just lift these shadows even more. So the shadows mostly count for the pupil. Go back to your hue and saturation and increase your master saturation. You can also reduce the brightness. So now we're getting this flat light green color, which is the perfect base for my reptile eyes. To make the actual reptile iris, we're going to first grab our pen tool, zoom in right here, make a new solid, make the color something like black, but not exactly black. So maybe a brown that we can just sample from her original eye color. This will make it more natural. Grab the eyedropper tool and sample like a brown from her eyeball. Calling this left pupil. Hit OK, hide the layer. Let's go back to the other eye, hold down space to move your canvas. And now on the first frame, and begin creating a really sharp mask. If you want, you can use a ruler. Hit Command R or Control R on your keyboard to enable rulers and place this ruler right below the original pupil, which is still visible, but not as much. Then you can grab another ruler that's going from the center of your pupil, somewhere around here. Now using these two, I can construct my reptile pupil. And another thing worth mentioning, if you ever wanted to change the color of your subjects, you can use the exact same technique. Just disable these three and try to make it a little bright, and then you'll have a green eye color. So here we purposely lightened the pupil, but if you just want to turn the color of your subject's eye into green, then you would need to add some blacks to keep the pupil color. Make your first point at the intersection and move it right here. You can use some rulers to decide how big your reptile eye will be. We can rotate it later. So I'm gonna make another point right here, click and drag. Put another ruler where the eyelashes begin. Click on that point, make another point towards the center. I'm going to use a ruler. Click and drag. So now when I bring back the color, which we may have to darken, we get this almond shape. But to make it better, we're going to work with the different handles. So select one of the points. First hold down Option or Alt and click once on the base point. To just remove the handles in general, do the same thing with the top layer. So we don't want any handles on the top and bottom points. And now to fix the curves, we're going to reduce the length of these handles. So hold down Option or Alt and pull this guy down until you're getting the appropriate curve. I'm going to bring my points in closer. And that's pretty good. Now, because her actual pupil was not fully visible, we need to do the same thing here. So if you take a look at the other eye, you can see that her pupil is like 3/4 of the way visible. Maybe the real one would be visible to this point since the camera is from a higher angle. So what we need to do is to just grab the top point here and just pull it up just like the original eyeball. So this small bit of her new pupil is covered because the camera's angle is up. I'm going to move these guys up too. Select one point, hold down Shift, get the other, and just pull both of them up. Using the middle guide, make sure that your eyeball is not slanted to one side and it's perfectly at the center. I'm going to match the end to her brow bone right here. And I'm just going to change the color to something darker. This is way too bright. Go to your color and reduce the brightness. But again, we're not looking for black, but somewhere like this, 12% brightness. This will look better with our green eye. So now when I go back and clear my guides, I have this new pupil. Because of its contrast with the surrounding, we can hardly tell that there is a pre-existing pupil in the original video. But now we just need to rotate and transform our new pupil. Before doing any transformations, make sure to grab the anchor point, set it on your pupil, your new pupil, And that way when we rotate it, scale it, it's going to happen around this point. So her eye is facing this way. And using that as reference, we can rotate this. I think -2 degrees will do. Yeah, -2 degrees is fine. I'm just going to increase the size of the mask. Just grab one of the corners, double click. And we can either make it fatter or skinnier, really depends on you. I think I will make mine like this, but have it stretch out even more so it looks more realistic. You can grab in an image of a reptile, look at how their eye is, but I'm just going to go with this length, rotate it again if necessary, and you're good to go. There's my pupil. Let's take a look at it from afar and see if the size is good. I think it's fine. Now grab the left pupil and we're going to put it above our left eye colors. Now grab the left pupil. I'm going to hit M on my eye mat. Copy the mask path, and paste it onto this left pupil. But we're going to change the way the mask is interacting. So we're going to change mask 2 to intersect. So basically on add, we're going to get something like this, but we just want the top part of our original mask to not be visible. So basically where they are intersecting. Looking good. Now connect your pupil and eye mat to your left iris movement. And now I have myself a nice reptile eyeball. In the next lesson, we're going to have this blend in better and not have it look like this cutout stuck on someone's iris. So I'll see you guys in the next part. In the previous lesson, we made this reptile iris for our subject and tracked the movement of her left eyeball. So let's begin by zooming into our composition, and I kind of want her reptile eye to show up after she's opened her eye. So here she shouldn't have the eye. Let's go forward. She blinks. So somewhere around here, I want it to show up. So grab your left pupil and your left eye colors. Hit T, make it 100% opacity. Push it forward and type in 0. So before that, she looks normal, but then suddenly she gets the new iris. Looking good. Now let's go into the pupil alone and have it blend in better with the colors. So right now it just looks like a cutout. So add on your levels adjustment onto the pupil. And naturally, when we look into her other eye, she doesn't have that much reflections because, like we said, the camera is above her. So we're getting shadows casted on her iris. So here we can't really create some highlights because it's going to look different from the original eye. And that is not the goal here. We're trying to make it look like she had reptile eyes from the beginning. So what we can do is to change the blending mode from normal to multiply. And this will kind of burn the layer onto whatever is underneath, which in our case is the iris. So that's looking good. And using the levels on RGB, we can kind of lighten or darken it. I can take input white out somewhere around here. So instead of this flat black color, which is a result from this multiply, we get a lighter brown. Next, we want to blur this out so we don't get this sharp line. Remember that pupils are never a cutout circle. So grab Fast Box Blur, add it onto your left pupil, and maybe type in 2 to get a softer look. It's looking better. For the mask, I think we're going above her eyelid. So let me just hit M on my keyboard. Mask path. And position this in the right place. One side is slanted, so just have it this way, and then copy this mask path. Go to your pupil layer, hit M, delete mask 2, paste this again, and change it to intersect. So now we updated our mask and it does not go above the eyelash. It stays right there. All right, looking good. So before that she has nothing and then suddenly she gets those reptile eyes. Now for the eyes, I do want to work with the way they look. I want to get more green in there and perhaps soften the edges by increasing our feather and mask expansion. Hit M twice. I'm going to reduce my feather to around 14. Keep the mask like that, and maybe we can just increase the size of our mask towards each of the sides. Let's try more feather. So this will give us a more natural look. We don't need to update our pupil mask because we just stretched it from the sides. All right, what we can do now is to pre-compose our left eye's color. Just gonna remove it from the track mat, pre-compose it, leave all attributes in new composition, call it left eye colors base. And on this base, my goal is to just darken this green and get a cooler result. Go to Effects and Presets and look for Color Balance. It's looking a bit yellow, so I want to take out that warmth and replace it with the coldness that reptiles have. Add this onto your new pre-comp. For shadows, we're going to introduce some blues. Reduce some blue from the highlights. And let's increase the midpoint green. Not too much, but just enough so it looks reptile-like. This is before, this is after. On top of this, I'm going to create more contrast by using brightness and contrast. Bring this above your color balance and add a small amount to your contrast. Maybe like 31, just so we can get the details that are visible inside the eye. This is before, after. Finally, let's grab another curves adjustment, add it above the color. Let's increase the midtones, lighten up those shadows, something like this. I'm going to bring brightness and contrast above curves, and based on that, I can just go back and forth with my contrast and my curves adjustment. So you can see we still get that reflection, but I'm trying to make this more pupil-like. So maybe bring down the highlights a bit to add some glow. And I'll go to the green channel to introduce even more green to my midtones and to my highlights. This is without the curves, this is with the curves. Let's reduce the brightness of our eye, it's looking pretty glowy. Bring this back, and there we go. So now we should be getting a more darker reptile eye color. You can always go back and change it, but I think that's pretty good for now. So she goes from this to this, and that's pretty good. I think the pupil needs to be blurred out even more. Instead of 3, let's try 4. It's better. Now that's looking cool. So now that we have this, let's work with the right eye. And for the other eye, I'm going to give a different technique that you can use. So instead of composing your own reptile eyeball, we're going to take an actual image of a reptile's eye and put it inside our human subject. I'm going to go get that image and then we can continue in the next lesson. So import the reptile eye file that's in your resource pack. So this is the reptile eye that's in your resource pack. Just import it into your project panel and we're just going to place it on her eye. Let's hit U on one of the left eye layers. Go to the first frame. Bring this above our iris layer. turn it yellow. It's way too big. Let's scale this down all the way to maybe -2.5. Now let's go to a frame where her eye is fully open and put this right above. Now go on the image. Using the ellipse tool, we can just mask out the white areas. Hold down Shift and make your circle. Hit V on your keyboard, double click on the point, and just bring it right in the center of the eye. Looking good. Now we can pre-compose the image. Call it reptile eyes. Be sure to move all attributes into new comp, and pretty good. I'm gonna hit T on my reptile eye and see exactly where I'm supposed to put this, since it's a little bigger than our actual eye. So once we pre-comp this, we actually have the option to work with the scale better. I'm just gonna grab the anchor point tool and put the anchor point right in the center so it scales based off this point. Hit S and try to match the existing pupil. The height is important too. Once we have this, we can hit T and bring this back. So already it's pretty extreme. We need to change the blending mode to screen, so it kind of burns itself into the layer underneath, which is the base clip. Now on this reptile eye, like this yellow, we're going to feather out the edges. So let's go back into this pre-comp, which I'm just going to select the mask. So let's feather out the edges and use mask expansion. So reduce the size of your mask by like -30. This will differ from what we did for the left eye because it's the full image. Then just increase the feather quite a bit so we get a softer look. So let's go back. It's looking good, just a bit more around the eye. I think I'm gonna reduce mask expansion. I was actually adding on. And now we're kind of blending it into the eyeball. So -200 for mask expansion, 450 for feather. And now we're not getting that ring. All right, once we have this on the same frame, grab your pen tool and mask out the top area of the eye. Always click and drag and go around the eyeball. You can just close it off here. So now we just need to invert our mask. Just hit M on your layer, hit inverted. This way we can get this inside the actual eye. Now on this new mask, we still need to feather it out. So this is different from what's happening inside the pre-comp. Hit M twice and feather out those edges. So I chose 11, it's looking good. And we can move forward with making this blend into the actual eye. So for this one, we're going to begin, go to Effect Controls. We're going to begin with a levels adjustment. And before that, I'm just going to connect this to my iris right iris movement null layer, which contains all of the movements. So now this is going to stick to the eyeball. On the levels, we're going to reduce the output white, have this blend in to the actual eyeball underneath. So something like this. Increase this just a bit. And we can decrease the output black so it kind of melts into the outskirts of the actual pupil. So you can see that we're getting there. Reduce the input white. And finally the gamma. You can use the gamma slider to kind of add or remove contrast. I'm going to keep mine around 1.07. And there we go. The levels is going to help make this more 3D, which should be the case since this is a video. Now grab the hue and saturation effect, place it underneath your levels. Using this, you can change the color of your eye image. If you don't like the green and yellow, you can maybe make it only green by hitting colorize. So you can use colorize to kind of flatten the image and just color everything. But I just want to work with the hue of the original image. So I think I will go with green, then lower the saturation. Something like this. We try a green that's closer to yellow. And now I have changed my color into something more believable. Now zoom out and have the other eye in sight because we're going to use it to work with how bright our eyeball looks. You can use the same level slider. So either decrease some of that white, increase some of that gamma. Now grabbing the curves adjustment, I can decide how bright this is compared to the other eye. Bring this above your hue and saturation. And first I'm going to reduce the highlights so we get rid of that really bright coloring that's currently available. You can also decrease some of that contrast. And the green is way too much, so I'm just going to reduce some of that green. This is separate from the hue and saturation. You can still go in here and change the coloring, but I just didn't like that neon green we had before. So now after that, you can just change the hue of your image, or like mentioned, just colorize the whole thing, which I think is what I want to do. I'll make it kind of yellowish, so she has two different colored eyeballs. Looking good. Now, just like the first pupil, we need to blur this out. Grab the fast box blur, add it onto reptile eyes. A very tiny number like 0.2, because it's a small image and we're just trying to get it to look a bit softer. So even 0.1 will do nicely. It's a small number here, but it does a big change to our image. Let's close these off. So now with this, since we pre-comped it, we also need to change the blending mode. Make sure that your blending mode is on screen and we're pretty much good to go. Now the image itself seems to have this highlight, which I'm not a fan of. So in your pre-comp, just hit R on your keyboard and rotate this 180 degrees so we get the opposite end. And now in this, we don't get that highlight. It's still up there, but if we just scale it up, let's hit S and increase the size to like -3. Just update your mask feather and expansion. I'm going to reduce the size of my mask so I can get a softer look in my final composition. Let's reduce that feather to like 600 pixels. And that's looking pretty good. So now we have a different type of reptile eye on our subject. I'm also going to rotate it, forget to do that. Hit R on your keyboard. You can see that the face is not exactly in front of the camera, but kind of slanted. So I guess maybe 2 degrees towards the side. You can take a look at our left pupil as a guide. So reduce the 180 degrees to like, let's try 170. There we go. So rotate that to 170 and it's going to be facing the right way. 168. There we go. So now our subject has reptile eyes. Just copy the same opacity keyframes onto this new image. Hit T, make a keyframe, go back, and type in 0. So there's our subject with her new reptile eyes. So those are two ways in which you can create reptile eyes. You can choose whichever you prefer. Both of the techniques are pretty easy to do, so see which one works best for your subject. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to create this energy effect. So let's get started. You're going to need two clips for this effect. The first one is a video of a hand, and there's a couple of things that you got to keep in mind when choosing your clip. The first thing is that you want a minimal shake, so even if it's handheld, try to get a video that stays focused on the hand and we don't have that much of a vigorous shake. The second point is that you want a part of the hand to be in front of the camera. So for me, that's the thumb. I'm going to use this to create more dimension to this effect. The energy ball will be placed behind this thumb, but above the rest of the fingers. So that's what we're looking for. It could be your thumb, your index finger, anything that you can use to bring it in front of the energy effect while leaving the rest in the back. Another point is that you want less items around because we're going to darken this video quite a bit. It would help if your video was already dark, but I just got this from Pexels and I'm just going to make it dark myself. The second clip that we need is actually a energy overlay that we're going to use as this person's superpower. The color isn't that important because we can just change it later. Alright, let's begin by dragging in our video into the composition box to make a new composition. I'm going to call this base and call my composition energy final. The first thing we want to do is to have the right part of the footage. So in this video, this person's hand is just moving around. On 10 seconds, I'm going to hit end because afterwards they kind of bring their hand down and we won't have the space to put our energy effect. So trim your work area by hitting N on the last frame. Right click on your work area bar here and trim comp to work area. So now we don't get that part where they flatten their hand. So that's what we had to do first. Before moving on to motion tracking, we're going to color grade this video and kind of darken the environment before moving on with the energy effect. So create a new adjustment layer. Call this darken video OG. Then in the effects and presets, I'm just going to get Lumetri color because it has the basic tools we need. First off is basic correction, which I'm going to use to first make my video colder. Bring the slider for temperature towards the left. For tint, I'm going to bring it towards the right. I want more purple in this video. Saturation, we can reduce it. So the focus color is actually the energy and not the environment. 55, I guess 60 would be better. 60, so it's not exactly black and white, but we did get rid of the colors that we had initially. Then head down to light, and I'm just going to reduce the exposure. So negative 0.5, we're going to darken this video a bit, and then use contrast to increase the difference between the highlights and the shadows. This is an extreme effect, so we want to get that extreme texture on the hand and the shadows that we have in our video. Reduce the highlights. Also decrease the shadows. Like we said, we want to get extreme textures on the hand. Increase the whites. I want to keep the white cloth and these pearls, the brightness of them, I mean. So maybe 12. We don't need to work with the black slider. So far, this is what we did before, after. So we took that soft, bright video and we turned it into a rather grunge and dark looking clip. Next, we're going to head over to the creative section where we're going to work with the vibrance of this clip. Reduce the vibrance. -7 is good. I'm not going to add a tint here. I will do that afterwards. head down to your curves layer, get the blue curves and just add to the shadows by going upwards. This is shadows, midtones, highlights. For highlights, I think I will go with a purple. So go to the green slider and reduce from the green. This will give us a purple effect because the opposite of green is magenta, or the purple that we're trying to get. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'm gonna add a little bit of vignette so we can keep the focus at the middle and not the corner. Increase the vignette effect, the opposite way actually, so we get darker corners. Go all the way to -5. We can work with the size of the midpoint. So around, not 0, but something like this. Be sure to feather the edges out quite a bit. And we can reduce from the roundness. I'm going to bring this down to -3. And there we go. So this is without our Lumetri color. This is with Lumetri color. Going to close that off. And get the levels effect. From the Effects and Presets window, add this onto Darken Video OG. Now over here, we're going to increase the input black by like maybe 5. Input white, I'm going to leave it be. So this is without levels, this is with levels. We're kind of darkening those areas that we made. Add to your input white, just so we can darken things up a little bit more. The key here is to get a very serious and moody environment. So keep adding effects until you get a nice look. Now it's time to create a new null layer so we can attach the motion track keyframes onto this null layer. I'm going to call this motion null. Select your clip, then go to track motion. Make sure you're at the start of your video. Track motion, we're going to get this box, and you can really set it anywhere since we do have a lot of points. This should be pretty easy. I'm going to go on her finger, the thumb right here. We have a really nice contrast right here, so set it exactly where the contrast is. Make the box smaller and the bigger box small as well. Set the target to your null layer right over here. And we can analyze forward. Once it's done tracking, you should get something like this. Go over your video, and if at some point it jumps around, you're going to stop right there, reposition your box, and analyze forward. That is going to modify the selection, so make sure that your tracking is perfect before moving forward. So mine is pretty good. I'm going to apply to my targets, X and Y, then hit OK. So now I get all of these lines on my null, and I can begin moving forward with the effects. So we track the movement of our hand. In the next lesson, we're going to move on with the addition of that orb and some color grading. See you guys in the next part. The first thing we want to do is to create a mask over our thumb, or the finger that is blocking the rest of the fingers. Create a new solid, just right click or hit Command K. Black solid, I'm going to call this matte. Hit OK, and then we're just gonna hit T, reduce the opacity to 0. On this matte layer, we're gonna grab our pen tool, zoom into our image, and just mask out the area where the finger separates from the hand. So you don't need to mask out this area, just start from this place and make as many points as you can, because once we feather this out, we're going to get a smoother effect. So instead of creating points like this, you want to create really small points around that finger. So I made my mask. I ended my mask right where this intersection is happening and just close it off like this. The area above the hand is not that important, but this area is the most important. Hit F on our mask layer, our matte layer, and increase the feather by around 15. Let's bring back the opacity of our solid and see what that looks like. I think the feathering is good. If it's not, you can just hit F again and reduce or add to your feather. So now we're going to link this mask to the null object, motion null, and this black finger is going to move with the rest of the hand as we move forward. Now you may have to change your mask path depending on how much the finger moves. So I'm just going to skip through. Like we said, this part isn't that important, but if you see that the thumb itself is getting revealed, you would want to work with your mask path and create keyframes. So far, it's not that bad. Just be sure to check it before moving forward. So right here, I can see that I'm revealing a bit of the nail. So hit M on your matte layer, create a mask. And then right where we see the finger, I'm gonna grab my move tool and just bring this guy down a bit. You can also grab the pen tool and modify your original selection. So create as many points as you need and make sure that the most important part of your thumb remains covered. Now we're going to bring our energy video and place it underneath our matte layer. Then we're going to hit toggle switches and modes, turn this blending mode into screen. So this will leave us with the fireball, and you can even make it add. This will kind of make it glue. I think this is better. Use S on your video layer to make it be the size that you want it to. So that's looking pretty good. If you want to change the color of your energy effect, you can go to the effects and presets and look for the hue and saturation effect. Add it on top of your energy video and use the master hue to make it maybe red, green, or any other color that you prefer. I think I'm going to make mine purple since I did make this environment have a little bit of a purple tint. So this dark purple will do nice for me. I use the -322 if you want to get the same color. Now that we have this, we can just close this off. And since this is an energy ball, we do want it to kind of have a little bit of a power. So it's not flat like this. This is just a video. But we're going to add a simple wiggle effect to make it move around just as a normal energy ball would do. Hit P on your keyboard, hold down Alt or Option on your keyboard and type in wiggle parentheses and write in the numbers 2, 25, 1. The numbers determine how much of a wiggle you're going to get for this effect. So now if you look at if I select my video, this is the outline. You can see how it's kind of moving around, up, down, and left. This is because of this wiggle effect. I'm going to make this a different color, green. So this green outline moves around on its own because of this expression. All right, now grab your matte solid, pre-compose this. I'm going to call this matte again. And have your asset underneath the matte pre-comp. Change to track matte alpha inverted. So now we have this element underneath our thumb. Hit M on your matte layer and we can just go into the last keyframe for the mask path. Zoom in and remove this section, which I accidentally left in. Just grab it here. I think we may have to move the entire thing down. So click twice on any of these points. And first pull this guy down. You can even rotate it by going to one of the corners. Let's keep it this way. And now I can grab my pen tool. Grab your pen tool. Let's add a point. And connect the previous point to that new point. So we're getting rid of this area that I accidentally left in. And a great thing about mask layers is that you can keep on doing this for as many times as you need. So a thing about our mask layer is that right in this area where the thumb is, we don't want the asset to interact with it at all. But up here, when it reaches the other fingers, we do want it to kind of interact. So what we need is to feather out this bit with a certain amount of pixels and a different amount of pixels in this area. So use the mask feather tool to create a point and feather out this area alone. Then grab the original and just kind of pull it down so the mask remains the same, but as it goes towards our energy ball, it's going to expand. So this will give us a more realistic look compared to what we had before. There we go, it's looking pretty good. Now that we have our mask and the element is underneath the thumb, we can go ahead and make this energy look more realistic and make it look as if it's actually in this original video. I'm just going to hit S and increase the size a bit more. Alright, so this is a good size for me. In the next lesson, I'm going to have this energy ball interact better with the subject's hand, and then continue on with adding some final color grading and additional overlay effects. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we applied this orb effect onto our subject's hand, and now we're going to work with the environment that is around the orb. The first thing we want to do is to add more of a purple hue to the surrounding, because right now it's only on this section. So we're going to first zoom out completely, make a new adjustment layer, hit enter and call it energy tint. And go back here, grab your ellipse tool and create a round mask right on this orb. So click and drag like this. Then use the move tool to just double click and move this guy exactly at the center of this energy ball. Hit F on your energy tint and increase the feather quite a lot, so maybe 150. We can come back for the size later. Now we're going to add a hue and saturation effect onto our adjustment layer and try to create the same purple environment for the rest of the clip. Then I'm going to go into my mask layer, double click on one of the points, increase the size so that we get more of the room interacting with this purple color. -317. Add more to the feather. I think 250 looks more natural. Let's try 350. 350 is pretty good. You can see we get this glow, but it kind of fades away when we reach the edge of our clip. Now type in color balance in your effects and presets. There we go. add it onto your adjustment layer. And we're basically going to add to the midpoint red and the midpoint blue. For the highlights, I'm going to add to the blue only, so I can get more of a purple. Preserve luminosity, of course. And I think I'll remove some of the highlight red so I get more of a dark purple color. So this is without color balance. This is with color balance. I'm going to increase my mask size to a really high number. I want this to be as smooth as possible. Go to the effects and presets and look for the exposure effect. Add this onto your adjustment layer. I'm going to rename this into energy light. Make it a different color. And then type in maybe 0.10. And then we're going to create keyframes for this exposure. So the first keyframe, I'm going to make it 0.60. Maybe around 30. Couple of frames forward, we're going to make this less than 30, so maybe 0.10. Copy the last keyframe, the first one, and place it like that. This way I can create a energy loss effect. So over here it's pretty high, then it goes low, high, and we can make it low again by selecting both of those keyframes, Command-C, Control-C on Windows, choose your last keyframe and press Command-V. Normally we would do an expression, but this is only 10 seconds long, so you can just copy and paste these keyframes. The same thing should apply for the entire layer's opacity, because right now we don't have that energy ball, and we're getting this light effect. So go to where the light shows up, when it starts to show up, so I guess here. Hit M on your keyboard, choose Mask Path, make a keyframe, push this forward. And what we want to do is to double click on any of the points and just squeeze this guy till it's a tiny circle at the middle of this energy ball effect. So essentially it's gonna scale out once we get our effect. So it's really tiny here, but then it goes up to the original size. We hit N and preview my animation. So as you can see, it shows up with the energy ball and not before it. If the effects aren't as intense as you'd like them, you can just duplicate any of these effects and get a more extreme look. I'm going to leave mine with one exposure effect, but like we said, you can even duplicate the adjustment layer and get all three multiplied. Once you have applied your exposure settings, you do want to go back to your mask and work with the feather. So right now I didn't add a feather to the edges here. So I'm going to extend this quite a lot. Same thing for here. We want it to be pretty soft, but at the same time we don't want it to show up on areas where it's not supposed to. I'm going to clean up my mask and add those keyframes for mask path. Then I'll be right back so we can continue. So now we have a cleaner mask for our hand and the energy ball effect. I've also linked my energy ball video to the motion null that we made right here. I'm going to make this yellow. So I connected the energy ball to the yellow layer and now it's moving with the hand. So now I'm going to grab another adjustment layer just to bring some of that purple hue on top of our thumb, because now it looks like a cutout. So hit enter on your adjustment layer, call it thumb hue, thumb tint. Go into your energy ball video, copy this hue and saturation effect, paste it on here, then grab these same layers in your energy light adjustment layer. So that's hue, saturation, color balance, and exposure. Paste it onto this layer. I think we only need one hue and saturation. So I'm going to delete one of them. Keep this one and just grab the pen tool. Make a rough mask around your thumb. We're going to feather this out quite a bit. So just be very random with this. Then grab the mask feather tool and feather this out quite a lot. I'm going to bring it in closer so that the feathered edges reaches the edge of my thumb here. So just bring this inside the thumb. But past this point, we want it to be pretty open because it interacts with the main energy ball. Grab your mask feather tool again and just feather this out even more so we get a soft color on the edge of our thumb. And now this will help blend in our thumb better. So this was before the thumb light. This is after. We're going to hit T and reduce the amount to maybe 50 or 40%. And now that's looking pretty good. Attach this thumb tint on the yellow layer, which was our null layer. So the thumb has that tint even when it moves. All right, so we're basically done with this energy ball effect. I'm just going to kind of add more to the color grading and finally add some sort of heat wave overlay so that we can show how powerful this energy ball effect is. Command A, hit U to close off all the properties. I'm going to color code the adjustment layers into red, my matte layer into green, the main video, the base video, and the energy video into orange, and the null object into yellow. So this is what we have. We have 3 adjustment layers, 2 MP4s, 2 videos, and a null layer with the mask that we made. All right, now let's go ahead and make another adjustment layers. The reason why we're making so many instead of just putting them into one is because that's going to give us more freedom with the different opacities and blending modes. So you don't want to put everything in one layer, because that will make it really hard for you to separate how each effect looks on certain places. I'm going to call this general color. Make this red like all the other ones. Grab the curves effect and put it directly on top of general color. Go to a frame where you can see this energy ball and create points for the shadows. Darken it up like that. If you want to darken the highlights, you can do that too. I think I'll bring mine down. As for the midtones, I'm going to go for this point. So this is before curves, this is after curves. We made it more realistic with this effect. Now go onto your levels, search levels in the effects and presets, add this on general color and just extend this. And just reduce the whites. So just by a touch, not a lot. And bring input black towards the right side to again darken things up. But this is only targeting the blacks and not the entire thing. So this is before levels, after levels. I will also add a nice, I'm going to open up color correction in this category. I'm going to add a tint layer on general color, bring it above my 2 light clips. Map black. Black is the darkest part. We can make it perhaps a cold color, so I think blue will do nicely. As for white, I will go with the same purple color that we had, then reduce the amount to tint to like 10. So it's a really faint tint. This is before, this is after. You can of course go back or even experiment by swapping the colors. I'm going to stick with this effect. Go on the mask effect and just reduce the influence section. I'm going to zoom in here, grab the points. Let's make a new point and basically move it past the pearls, because right now it's going over the pearls, but we only want it on one side. So just push these guys back until the feather is the only thing on these pearls and not the actual mask. So just pull these guys back. This guy can be fully purple because it's pretty close, but the rest of these guys should be half instead of full. So this is before, this is after. Just a little bit of color. Alright, so we're done with our actual energy ball. We color graded this, it's looking pretty good. I will go to my energy light, hit T, and turn this into maybe 80%, 85%, just to take away from that really intense color. You can also go into each of these layers and reduce their amount. I'm going to go with 0.10 for this and reduce from the master saturation, -23. In the next lesson, we're going to finish this off with a heat wave overlay, which will just bind everything together. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Now on to the final touches of this effect. We're going to add a simple heat wave and some flickering blur effect onto our video. So first, let's begin with the heat wave. I'm going to make a new adjustment layer. I also dialed down the tint effect. So instead of, I believe we had it on 10, I kept 3, just so it's a slight tint and not that extreme. Alright, onto our adjustment layer. Let's call this heat wave. Make this the color red. The reds are the adjustment layers. And we're going to use this adjustment layer to create a mask around the orb. So that's where the heat wave should be. Create a round mask onto your orb layer. Double click to just select it and push it up. Have the center right where the orb is. Hit F on your layer and increase the pixels to maybe 30. Alright, so we have our heat wave adjustment layer. Now make a new solid layer by hitting down Command Y, Control Y on Windows. I'm going to call this turbulent noise. Add the actual effect, turbulent noise, onto this solid. We have to choose a new color for solids. So it's looking like this right now, but when we change the settings, it's going to look more heat wave-like. Change the fractal type to dynamic. There we go. Noise type is good. Contrast, we can add that a bit to create space between the dark bits and the bright bits. Brightness, I guess we can darken that. Make a keyframe for offset turbulence at the start. Hit U on your solid and then go to the end of your clip and bring the Y value down. So we get this effect right now. Go back to the beginning and hold down Alt on evolution or option. Type in time multiplied by the intensity. I will go with 200. Click away and this is gonna, I'm sure you can see that they're kind of moving as they're going up. They're like pulsating like that. This is because of our evolution expression. Alright, I think I'll increase it to 300. So now we get more of that evolution. Set the blend mode to none and pre-compose this solid layer. Call it displacement map and leave all attributes into the new composition. Turn this back to purple and add the displacement map onto this adjustment layer. Get the map from the turbulent map that we made before. Increase the max vertical displacement. Let me turn off my displacement map, and now we can focus on the heat wave. So we need a little bit of displacement, but not that much. So I guess maybe 130 is a good number. I'm going to add to the horizontal displays as well, just by a touch. Let's try 75. Looking good. Now we're going to go into heat wave and hit F to increase that feather. It's looking good. I think I'll reduce from my vertical displacement, just so we don't reveal that much of our side. Maybe 30 for horizontal and 60 for vertical. So a really slight effect. And I will just reduce my mask towards the center so I don't reveal the edges there. All right, now we're gonna blur this out a bit. So get your camera lens blur, place it onto heat wave above the displacement map. And we're going to repeat the edge pixels for blur. And of course, maybe type in a small amount, not that much. And now we get this blurry effect. If you look at these rays, they're moving and they're not static. Blur radius to 8. Let's close that off. And if needed, you can always go back in here and work with the max horizontal and vertical displacement. Looking good. Once you're done, hit T on your heat wave adjustment layer, and I'm going to type in maybe 60. I don't want that much distortion, just a little bit so it's natural. Let's try 50, and that's looking pretty good. This is without the distortion. This is with the distortion. Because this is a really powerful magic effect, I do want it to be realistic, just how it would be if we actually had this magic effect. Connect your heat wave adjustment layer to the null so it moves with your hand and doesn't stay stable. We're gonna kind of fade in our look as this energy ball is being formed. First, go to the scene where we want this displacement to show up, hit T, make a keyframe. Before that, it should be 0. So it shows up like that. At the same time, because the ball is showing up from the center and expanding as the video goes on, we're going to use the mask path. Let's find out where the ball shows up. Make a keyframe. Before that, we are gonna double click on one of the points and make this really small. Place it at the center of the hand. And now the heat wave will show up with the energy ball. Now let's work with the general overlay of our video. We're done with the hand, it's looking pretty good. For the general overlays, we're going to start by adding another adjustment layer. Call it camera focus. I'm going to change this into a pink color. So the pink layers are the general overlays. I'm going to add the camera lens blur onto camera focus. Increase the radius to 10, maybe 20. Make a keyframe for that. Hit U so we can see the keyframe. Go in maybe a few frames. Reduce the blur to like 2. Then go forward and add a number in the middle, so maybe 7. So we're kind of blurring and de-blurring as we go. Then grab all 3, Command C, go to your last keyframe, select it, Command V. Grab all 3 and just Command C, paste it until you reach the end of your video. Offset the keyframe so they don't show up in one routine way. There we go. So we get blur, focused, blur, focused. The middle keyframe that was 20, I'm gonna make it maybe like 12. So the most blurry keyframe is at the beginning, and then the rest are just rather mild. All right, that's our blur. Onto this, I will add a overlay video that I've also kept in your resource pack. Drag this above all your other layers. Let's make it orange because this is a MP4. Hit S and increase it until it reaches the size of your video. Change the blending mode to add. Now we're going to get this dust effect all over our work. This will help with the magical look. Be sure to blur this video out because the focus is on the hand. Add a Gaussian blur effect onto this video. Add 4, not too much of a blur. One last thing that I want to do is to duplicate this camera focus, bring it above my overlay. Hit U on my keyboard and delete all of these keyframes. Instead, add more intense keyframes. So maybe 10, make a keyframe, 20, and then maybe 50. Random numbers. Then we're going to mask this out and place it on this side of our work. This way I can keep the focus on the fire. So you can see it's blur here, but it's in focus there. Be sure to hit F and increase your feather by like 50. And that's looking pretty good. For the dust, it's a bit too intense, so I'm gonna use my opacity, bring it down to like 50. I'll increase the Gaussian blur to 8. Then connect your camera focus to, which I'm gonna call left, right side blur. Right side blur, and just link this to our null object. This way it's going to move if the hand goes up, and we can keep the focus on the energy ball. Just going to go to mask path and stretch out the sides so we don't reveal the corner of our work. The most important part is here. There we go, it doesn't show up in our clip. So we're pretty much done with our effect. Got lots of layers, but in the end we received this really awesome VFX, which wasn't that hard to do. If you label your layers correctly and follow along, the effect is pretty easy to do. You can use the same effect on a subject's body, under a leg, under a hand. It's really versatile and the technique is basically the same. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to see how we can put fire on our subject's hand. So let's get started. So this is the type of video we need. We need a hand, preferably just in the air without moving that much. And we're basically going to place a fire behind the thumb. In this clip, the hand does reach out to grab a drone, but we're going to cut that out. So we will use about 1 second of this clip. If you want to film the clip yourself, make sure that you are away from reflective objects like mirror, glass, and try to have your hand rather stable. So maybe pretend like you're looking at your hand or like you're pointing your hand toward a direction. It's also important to have one of your fingers or some of your fingers placed in front of the others. That way we can kind of sandwich the fire effect between the ones in the back and the ones in the front. Apart from our base video, we're gonna need a fire spark clip just to add it on near the end. And of course, fire 1. This is fire 2, but basically a fire video that is in front of a black background. I got 2 different types here, so we're gonna just put them together and get a good result. Let's begin by grabbing our video and making a composition from it. I'm going to change my resolution to 3rd so things load faster. And I will just cut my video before the drone shows up. Hit N on your keyboard, right click, trim comp to work area. It doesn't matter if your video is longer as long as it doesn't interact with anything. You can apply this effect and the duration isn't really a problem. Now let's call this video base, hit enter on the clip, type in the new name, and throughout this whole process I'm going to color code my layers. So yellow is the color for our clips. Any of these project files I bring in are going to be color coded yellow. Before we move on to our first step, I'm going to color grade my video. Make a new adjustment layer. I'm going to turn the adjustment layers into red. We're going to have a lot of these. Hit enter and call this color grading. Go to your effects and presets and use the Lumetri color effect. Let's begin with the basic correction. Turn the temperature towards the right side. Turn the tint towards the right side so we get rid of that green. Increase the saturation. You can keep the rest of the light settings. The light isn't really a problem. Head down to curves, go to red. Add some red to the highlights of your video. We're going to add an orange filter later on, but this red is going to help us build a base. Then go back to the original curve and darken things up a bit by making a point in the shadow section. So this is shadow, midtones, highlights. Right away you can see that we have darkened our clip. This will help the fire stand out more. This was before, this is after. On top of this Lumetri color, we're going to add a photo filter. Add it on top of your Lumetri color and choose a warming filter, maybe an orange filter. Add to the density of this effect. We want to make it look as if this day was really hot and the fire is just in the perfect environment. You can test this out with some deep red or warming filters. I'm going to stick with orange because it gives me the most suitable effect. Alright, let's grab the levels effect and place it below our photo filter. Instead of RGB, let's go to red and bring the output black towards the right until we're getting this red tint. Grab the input white and bring it towards the left. I'm going to reduce that amount, go to photo filter, I feel like it's way too much. Let's grab 20 and that's looking better. Alright, so we color graded our layers. Now it's time to create a null object. Right click in your timeline, null object. Hit enter and we're going to call this hand motion. The null object I will color grade with purple. Now grab your base video, go to the tracker panel right here. At the beginning of your timeline, hit the track motion option. Grab the box and set it onto a area on your hand. I think the best part is the thumb nail, so just set it somewhere where there is contrast. Like that. Let's zoom in and decide how big our box is. Grab the corner, make it really small. Use the bigger box to just put it within the finger. So we don't want the box on the excess areas and just on that finger section. Change the target into hand motion. It should be there by default, but if it's not, you can hit target and choose your null object here. Now begin analyzing forward. If it jumps at any point, we have to stop and reposition our box. And now I have a nice track of my thumbnail. gonna hit pause and hit apply. So these keyframes will be applied to my null object. When I hit U on my hand motion layer, we got all of these keyframes. Now I'm going to create a mask for my thumb. So hit down Command Y or Control Y on Windows. I'm going to call this matte. Hit T on my keyboard and reduce the opacity to 0. This will help because I can see what I'm doing. And with that, I'm going to grab my pen tool and start creating a mask from the area where the fire is not supposed to show up. Once you have your mask, we're going to bring back the opacity, and you should be getting this black selection. Reduce my resolution, then hit F on your matte layer. Increase the pixel to like 5, and this will give us a softer look. Now using the mask feather tool, we're going to feather out this area more than we do for these guys. This is because we can get the suitable lighting on this area, but keep everything pretty strict when it comes in contact with the tip of the thumb. So just reduce the sides here, but keep it pretty open near the bottom. We can always come back and adjust this. For now, just increase these guys like so. Close it here. And there we go. So this is my mask layer right now. It blends in near the end. Now we're going to pre-comp this matte layer. Leave all attributes in new composition. Call this matte. Hit OK. I'm going to hide this layer for now and focus on positioning my fire videos. Go to your project panel and get the first fire. You can decide which element you want for behind the thumb and which one for above it. I'm going to use fire 1 below my thumb. Let's change the blending mode into screen. I'm going to bring it on my hand. Use S on your keyboard to just make it perfect. Turn on your matte layer. Using this as reference, we can rotate it and make it perfectly fit for this hand. So I'm going to leave the base of the video to match with the base of our subject's wrist. And now this fire effect is just going to show up like that. Looking pretty good. Let's color code this to yellow like we said. Pre-comps can be green. Now link your matte layer, go at the beginning of your timeline, your matte and fire 1 layer to the null object, the hand motion layer, and this will allow them to move with the movement of the hand. Go to a frame where you can see your entire clip. Use the pen tool to mask out these extra areas where we can see the bottom. Invert our mask so we see everything but the bottom, and of course feather it out so it doesn't look that sharp. And increase your mask layer so it doesn't leave past the bottom of our mask. Alright, and now on fire 1, we're going to change the track matte into alpha inverted. So the fire is not showing up on our thumb, but behind it. If you're not seeing your track matte, you can hit toggle switches in mode. If you're still not seeing your track matte, right click on this bar right here and check the following boxes. So now we get a pretty decent fire look on our hand. The problem is that it's not exactly looking like it's coming from the hand. As you can see near the end, it kind of expands towards the side, and that's not realistic. So to fix that, we're going to use the puppet pin tool to kind of squeeze the end and make it look like it's actually coming from the palm of our hand. So disable the track matte in this video and just have it on normal. Then pre-comp this video, call it this, move all attributes to new composition, change the mode here instead, and the track matte as well. So this will give us this will leave the masking in the pre-comp and will allow us to have an easier time using the Puppet Pen tool. Now go to the middle section where you can see your fire and begin making points at the bottom of your fire video. Choose the base of your clip. I'm going to make a few around it too. Drag those points inwards towards the hand. Be sure to check the other frames, and especially near the end where they kind of run away. We want to have it pretty stable. So drag these inwards as much as possible and make it look like they're showing up from inside the hand. Don't worry too much about the top. This is just concerning the bottom. You don't need to do this for the top area. All right, so now the fire should be pretty stable within the hand. Don't worry about the thumb part. We're going to work with our mask layer later on, but it's looking pretty good. We should drag these points in even more until you don't see the fire. So now I have this pretty interesting fire effect. You could add some pins for the top of your fire, but that's going to look a bit odd. So just stick with the bottom area and you should get a pretty fit fire effect. Now go back into your matte layer. I'm going to turn on transparency and extend the mask for the bottom layer. So just go in, grab these points and pull them back so we get more area where the fire is invisible. Just drag them in like that. Check the final result and now those little bits are gone. So this is the base work of our fire. This is fire number 1. We're going to put another fire layer on top of the thumb. So it looks like the thumb also has some power, but of course not as intense as the main fire effect. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we continue with this project. This is where we left off in the previous lesson. Now let's continue with the effect. Now I was going to use fire too, but I feel like it would look a bit odd. So instead of that, I'm just going to use an adjustment layer to add some sort of orange hue when the fire shows up. You could go ahead and maybe switch out the first fire with the second one. I'm just going to leave it in your resource pack so you can make that choice. Right, so let's make a new adjustment layer and call this glue. Change this to red. This is our second adjustment layer. Now onto this adjustment layer, we're going to add a couple of things. First is a curves layer, which I will drag on top and use the red channel. Instead of RGB, go to red to add a red hue over the hand. Don't worry about the other parts. Once we have this red hue, we can go ahead and add our second layer. So the second layer is exposure because the fire is bright. We need it to be a little bit brighter than what it is right now, so 0.50 is good. Just adds a subtle glow to our third effect that we're going to grab is the color balance. So we can cancel out some of that purple and pink and focus on the red-orange bit. Type in color balance. Let's see what we can do. We're going to go to the highlight red balance, add more red, remove from the blue so we cancel out that purple look we had before. Do the same thing with midtones and shadows. So we don't want any blue in this glow effect. And you can see that it's turning more orange, which is precisely what we want. You can also add more to the mid-tone red if the orange isn't enough for you, but I'm going to leave mine like this. And we're pretty much done with the glow effect. This is before, this is after. Now go on your exposure, hold down Option or Alt and press on the stopwatch. Type in wiggle parentheses the amount of flickering you want in a second. So I think I'm going to go with maybe 10, comma, the value of that exposure. So I will do maybe 0.50. Click away, and now we're gonna get this flickering effect, which is pretty common with fire. It's not one constant light. It is supposed to flicker like this. You can go back in here, maybe add to the value. So instead of 0.50, let's go with 0.80. See how that looks. So this will be pretty bright. I'm gonna go to maybe 0.40 and have a subtle glow effect. Let's pause this. And to limit this to our hand, we're gonna grab a simple ellipse tool, select your glow adjustment layer and make a circle around the hand. Mine will be an oval shape because I want it to be mostly on the arm rather than the sky. Hit F on your glow layer. Keep adding to your feather until it blends in with the surrounding. So this is pretty good. You can even go higher. And then we're gonna just select our mask path, hit M, grab your move tool, click twice on one of these points and rotate this towards your arm. I'm gonna go to the beginning and move this somewhere around here. Make a keyframe for mask path, and if your hand goes to any corner, we can move this around. I'll move it a bit towards the side. Make a keyframe for the second position. I'm going to increase my feathering a bit more, maybe 350 pixels. Get a really soft effect so that it looks more realistic. At the same time, we want this to show up when we have our fire. So hit T on your keyboard, opacity 100, go back before the fire shows up, and turn this down to 0. So now the glow is going to slowly show up with our fire effect. I think what I'm going to do is grab my mask path, and instead of a circle, I will go with something that has more sides. And can match the shape of my hand. Something like this. Now this is going to be pretty decent. You would have to change the keyframe for the second mask path because it's going to just turn into the original. I'm going to copy and paste it here, but just increase the size by double clicking and adding some rotation so it fits the new position. So now the glow and flickering effect shows up with our hand, and that's looking pretty good. You can see how the flickering helps with the fire effect. If we had one constant light, that would look a bit odd. So be sure to add that wiggle expression to get a more natural result. Normally with fire, we would have heat waves, so let's create that now. We're going to make yet another adjustment layer. Call this, let's make it red. Call this heat wave. Then make a new solid layer. Command Y or Control Y, the color doesn't really matter. I'm going to call this noise. In the effects and presets, get the turbulent noise effect. Add this onto your noise solid. We're going to get this cloudy shape, which is actually what's going to create those heat waves. Change the fractal type to dynamic, so we get these rounded items. Increase your contrast, so we create more space between the black bits and the brighter bits. Decrease the brightness to once again achieve that separation between the shapes. Open up the transform, go to the beginning of your timeline. Keyframe for offset turbulence. Near the end, we're going to add to the Y position. So we want this to go upwards because the fire is showing from the bottom and it's moving up. Negative 1500. Check the speed. If it's too fast, then we'd have to do something about it. I'm going to leave it like this. I can always come back to this. Now head over to the evolution so we can get different shapes at a time. At the beginning of your timeline, hold down Alt or Option on your keyboard and hit the stopwatch for evolution. Now over here, we're going to type in time multiplied by the value of evolution. I'm going to type in 200 for that. Click away, and now we get different shapes as they go up. Because this is a heat wave, we cannot have one constant shape just going up and down, but instead we need more random movement and random shapes. Now pre-compose this noise layer. Call it noise. Move all attributes into new composition. Hit OK. Make this green. Green is our composition color. Now we're going to go to our heat wave. Grab the displacement map effect and place it on heat wave. Displacement map layer goes to noise. Now in the heat wave, we're going to increase the max vertical displacement to around 60, max horizontal to maybe 30. Looking good. Now when I turn off my noise layer, we're going to get this heat wave effect, which is perfect for our fire look. We're going to work with the intensity later. So for now, just grab your pen tool and limit this effect onto the fire area. Create your mask. It can be a little bit outside. It's thin near the hand, but it grows larger around the actual fire. There we go. Now this effect will only be inside this area. Hit F on your hit wave and increase the amount per feather to around 30 pixels. And let me take a look. Pretty good. To make this look a little softer, I have to increase my mask. Maybe have it go right before the roof of my composition. Make sure that I'm not blocking out any of the flames. Go back to your effects and presets and look for the camera lens blur effect. Add it onto heat wave and bring it above the displacement map. And add 10 for blur radius. Change the shape to a more softer shape, so maybe an octagon. And now we're going to get a softer result for our heat wave. I'm going to move these guys up. It shouldn't really be on the sleeve. Bring these guys up. Maybe closer like this. Just don't block out any of the fire. Now to soften out this effect even more, I'm going to hit T on my keyboard and reduce the opacity to around 70. We want a really soft heat wave. So this is still pretty large. Let's go for 40, maybe 50. All right. Now connect this heat wave to the hand motion and do the same thing for all the other layers. Glow, noise, and fire comp 1. This way we can get every effect moving with our hand. And there's my heat wave. Now we're just going to add on a overlay, which is in our project panel, the fire spark effect. Add it on top. Let's go to the beginning. Hit R and just bring the base of your clip to the base of your hand. Then grab the pen tool and make a similar mask to what we made for the heat wave. Make sure that the mask does not go past the end of your video, because that will look a bit awkward. Once you have this, hit F on your keyboard to increase the feather amount. Then change the blending mode to screen, just like you did for all the other effects. Now we're going to get these fire sparks all around our composition. To make them move from the base of our hand, we're going to do the same puppet effect onto this video. Before that, I'm just going to connect this to my null layer, hand motion. Let's make this yellow. Then go to my first frame, puppet pin tool, and make some pins. So bring these guys in closer until everything is within the hands and nothing is flying out. Now we're not getting the sparks flying out from the opposite side. The final step to this process is to add an overall color grading layer, which begins with an adjustment layer. Call it final color, make it red, get a levels effect, add it on to your final color. We're going to grab the input black, drag it towards the right to darken the blacks, then do the same thing with the output white. This is going to intensify the effect. I'm going to go back to red and still getting some purple. Let me actually go to blue and increase the blue input black until I'm getting a yellow color rather than a purple color. So this is without the levels, this is with the levels. Let me play this back and see exactly what's happening. Pretty good. Let's add a curves adjustment onto final color. Perhaps work with the midtones to bring the focus onto the highlights. There we go. We are getting this harsh effect, but that's actually from our video. So I guess we can reduce the highlights a bit too, just to soften out that harsh contrast that we had going on. If the effect is too much, you can just hit T on final color and reduce the amount to 70. So now we have fire on our subject's hand. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to see how we can create this electricity effect. Drag your clip into the composition button to make a new composition. Over here, I have two hands just kind of shaking like that. And we have the perfect space in between the hands to put in our electricity bolts. Now for each of these lightning bolts, we're going to need a separate tracking data, meaning that if you want 5 lightning bolts, you need to track the motion of your video 5 times. So let's get started by creating our first point on the thumb. So make a new null object. Let's call this thumb. Then select your video, go to the tracker panel, track motion. Bring your playhead to where you want this electricity effect to begin. For me, that would be when they start shaking their hands. So right around here. I'm going to drag my track point 1 and pull it onto his thumb. You want to choose a distinct area on the thumb and then adjust the boxes according to the space. Once you're done, analyze forward and it should stay in place. If your tracker box begins jumping around, you need to stop your tracking, reposition the box, and continue tracking from that frame. But luckily for us, we had a good contrast between the point and the surrounding. So this is my first tracker. Let's have our target on the thumb null layer, then hit apply. There we go, we got all of these keyframes for our null object. Now hide away your thumb layer. I'm going to label it a different color. Then create your second null object. Make this yellow. Select our video again, track motion, and just keep repeating this on the number of fingers you need. So I'm going to do that, create as many null objects and tracker points as I need, and then I'll be right back so we can continue. Alright, so I made 5 different null objects, each one on one part of the hand. So here are the colored boxes. We have 3 up here and 2 down here. I have one set for the pinky, the thumb, thumb number 2, middle finger, and the index finger. Like mentioned, you can create as many or as little points as you want. Now let's go ahead and create a new solid. I'm going to call this lightning. Make the color black, then hit OK. I'm going to add in the advanced lightning effect and drag it onto our solid layer. So now we get this lightning. And this effect is pretty versatile and it's pretty fun to use. Not only can you use this for actual electricity or lightning, but it's also helpful to create some wanes in your subject. So first, let's work with the way our lightning looks. Glow settings, glow opacity, and then reduce this to 0%. I'm going to come back to this once I've finished my strikes and the positioning for each finger. Let's put the lightning onto each of these null objects. Instead of dragging it in like this and keyframing the origin and direction, we can actually use an easier method, which is to work with the origin expression. Hold down Option or Alt and click on the stopwatch. This will give us all of these options down below, the most important one being the expression origin. So basically the origin is the start of your lightning, the direction is the end of your lightning. When I grab the origin, I'm just choosing where this lightning is coming from. The direction determines where this lightning is going. So we want the origin to be from the fingers because we want to make it look as if the fingers are creating that electricity. But because keyframing these manually will take forever, we can actually use our motion tracking layers. So right over here in the origin section, we can see a pick whip, which we can easily connect to our null object. I'm going to start with the pinky right here. So let's grab our origin and put it right on our pinky. For direction, we can just put it where we want it to go, maybe around here. Once you have this set, we're just going to connect the pick whip. Extend the size here. Connect the pick whip to the position keyframes on your pinky null layer. So hit P on pinky. If you're not seeing the keyframes, it's because you haven't applied the motion tracking data in your tracker panel. So if I choose one of these guys, make sure that you hit apply or else these keyframes will not be on your null object. Let's go back. So let's connect the pick whip to the position on our pinky layer. Once you're done, click away. And now with our finger that's shaking vigorously right now, our lightning is moving. So the origin is not changing, and neither is the direction. So that was pretty easy to do. Now let's work with the way our lightning looks. Grab your lightning solid. I'm going to hit U to close off all those properties. Head down to the type So instead of direction, let's go for strike. So now we get this tiny strike, which I can just maybe end on the palm of his hand. Go to the beginning of the keyframes and set your first position. Maybe we can go over here and have each one go straight down. We already set the direction, but you can also grab this guy or the ball on the screen. You can use forking to add those little strikes from the side. 100% is going to make it look like this. 0% will leave you with one line. I will go with 50% so I can get a little bit of that effect. Finally, to avoid the lightning going above my thumb, I'm going to create a mask on my solid layer. Select your layer, then the pen tool. Go to the start of your keyframes and make a mask around the hand. So I made a mask around the areas that I don't want the lightning to show up. Be sure to start your mask path right on the first keyframe. And to make this follow the hand, we can hit M twice. Go to mask path, make a keyframe, and just move this mask around. So double click on one of the points, pull it down, and just keep doing this until the mask is perfectly in place whenever your hand moves. To make the lightning not show up within the mask, we need to increase our alpha obstacle. So pull this up until you're not seeing your lightning within your mask. For me, that's about 29. Once I click away, the lightning is not within my hand. Let's decrease that amount to 23. Once I have this, I just need to animate the movement of my mask by making my first keyframe. Be sure to start this on the first keyframe of your null objects, and then just move forward. Double click on one of the points, pull this guy up or down wherever the hand is going. The lightning is connected to the mask, so don't worry about changing the value again. So I created the keyframes, and now the lightning is moving with my hand. It's looking good. Now all that's left to do is to do this for all the other fingers. And to do that, instead of creating a new solid layer and adding on another advanced lightning effect, we can just duplicate this current layer. I'm just going to hit enter and call this lightning pinky. Then color code each of the relevant lightning layers with their null objects. Now duplicate your lightning pinky. Let's make this for the thumb number 1. Bring this above your thumb layer so that things are organized. Now on this lightning thumb, everything is already there. So the mask is there, the settings are there, the expression, everything that we need is already there. The only thing we need to do is to change the parent and of course the direction. Open up this lightning thumb, go to Effect, Advanced Lightning, and once again for origin, we're going to parent this to the relevant null object. So grab the pick whip for the origin and link it to the position of your thumb null object. Now when we take a look, it's connected to your thumb. We just need to change the direction. Maybe have it go upwards towards the watch or anywhere else you want. I'm gonna leave mine right here. It has all of the animation. Now I'm just going to repeat this with my other 3 thumbs, and then I'll be right back so we can continue with the effect. So now we have different lightning strikes within the 2 hands. Once we have the positioning right, it's now time to add on those glows that we talked about. So now go into your glow settings and we're going to set different glow opacities for each one. Choose your color by pressing on this box. I will go with a bright thing. I actually have a video which I can use for reference, so bring that right above. There we go. Go onto any of these lightning solids, the effects controls, open up the glow settings, and just sample the blue that we have. Alright, I can now hide away my video. Then increase my glow opacity. This should give me a similar color. Let me bring my light below my lightnings. And based on this, I can adjust my color and the intensity. So first, let's increase the intensity. And the color is a bit too bright. Hit OK. Change your light video into screen so we can see exactly what it looks like on our clip. To decide how much radius our glow has, you can use the glow radius slider. So this is more, this is less. I will stick with about 40 for my radius so it can look similar to the video we have. And now we can do this with the rest of the glow layers. Just going to copy the hex code for the color and paste it onto all my other lightnings. Select your next lightning, open up the glow settings, paste the color code, and add the same values. Once you have set your lightning colors, we're just going to change the blending mode into screen as well. Select all of your lightning layers, holding down Command. To select multiple layers at a time, change the blending mode to screen. Once we have this, we can just go back and position our overlay video. This is just going to help intensify the lightning power that we have between the two hands. First, I will head over to my effects and presets and look for the hue and saturation effect. Add this onto my video and try to get a similar color to what we have. After this, I will add the color balance effect to introduce some greens. Increase mid-tone green and some to the highlights too. Then hit S on your keyboard and minimize the size. I'm going to solo my layer and take a look at exactly how many lightning strikes we have. Right when it goes to black, I'm going to hit Command-Shift-D, and once again after the effect finished. Can get rid of the end. So now I have two different lightnings, which I can just place where they need to be. So this one, it's starting from a corner. We need to hit R and rotate it so it's showing up from an angle. Then we're going to do the same thing with the other layer. Select your layer, double click on the rectangle tool, then hit F to soften out those edges. Once we have that, we can do the same thing with our second lightning. For this one, I think the positioning is okay. Yep, we're just going to soften the edges of our mask. Position your overlays where they need to be. And we're going to stop here for this first part of the lesson. In the next part, we're going to mask out the overlay so that it doesn't go above the hands. Then we're going to add some other effects to make this electricity power more real. I'll see you guys in the next part. Welcome back to the lesson. Let's continue with making the lightning overlay fit inside our two hands. First, I'm going to grab my light. I'm going to call this overlay top right. I'm going to change the blending mode to add instead of screen. And this will give me a brighter look. Now let's position this where we named it. So right click, transform, flip vertical. Let's hit R and rotate it so it's facing the right area. I'm gonna have the beginning on my thumb, and then I can mask it out later. Do the same thing with your overlay top right, which is currently set here. So this one is already in the right place. You can rotate it so it goes downwards instead of the side. And now we're getting different lightning effects on our hand. Pull your two clips to the area where the electricity begins. Somewhere around here, pull this back. Have the two overlays overlap for a little bit, and now we're going to get this effect. Now, to make the lightning not show up when our hand is static, we're going to have to make some keyframes. I just hid all of my layers except one of my lightnings, so I can show you how this works. First of all, we're just going to move back a few frames from our first null keyframe. Right over here, select your solid layer, Command-Shift-D, and get rid of the first bit. So in the beginning, there's no lightning, and then suddenly this shows up. Now go to the solid and make a keyframe for direction. Hit U on your solid so you can see the keyframe. Go to the beginning and just move this direction away from your destination. So basically back to the origin. And now we're going to have this motion showing up. Next, we need to kind of have the lightning flicker so we don't get this static effect. Hit T on your keyboard, and we're just going to play around with 0, 100 keyframes. So 100%, 0. Let's move the 100 to the beginning, 0 to the back. Click both of your keyframes, right click, Keyframe Assistant, and Easy Ease Out. So we're going to get a really fast flickering effect. But once we copy and paste this multiple times, we're going to get more of a flickering effect. So copy and paste these keyframes like this, and you want them to be pretty close from one another because this will make it look more realistic. So just grab all of these guys and paste it till the end of your timeline. Once we play this back, we're going to get this flickering effect for our lightning. If it's too fast for you, you can grab all of your keyframes, hold down Option or Alt, and just pull them apart like this. This way we're going to get more pause between each of the flickerings. So play around with the distance of your keyframes and see what works best for you. I'm going to stretch mine like this and get rid of the first half. Play this back and I have a nice flickering effect. Now go into your glow settings, increase your opacity if you want. I'm going to increase mine to 38 so I can see some of that effect. Let's add a glow effect to this and reduce the radius to maybe 1 and add to the threshold. Also going to decrease the complexity of my glow to about 0.5. So now we get a nice glow on our lightning. We're going to repeat this for all the other lightning effects. The only difference is that we don't want all of the lightnings to flicker at the same time. So let me show you what that looks like. Go into your other lightning effect. Let's go with the pinky, bring it back first. I'm going to hide my previous thumb so we can focus on one lightning at a time. I'm going to increase my alpha obstacle so it doesn't go on my mask. Then once again, Command-Shift-D on that point, delete the extra bit. So using these keyframes as reference, I'm going to decide when I want this lightning to show up. So for this one, I think I'll have it show up a bit later than the first lightning. So around here, I'm going to make a keyframe for direction, hit U, push this keyframe back, and then have the direction go back to the origin. And now all that's left to do is to copy the opacity keyframes we made. With Command C, paste it onto your lightning pinky layer. Hit U. But now for this one, you can decide how fast the flickering effect is. So I would recommend to have each lightning show up differently. So instead of just copy and pasting, just hold down your Option or Alt and maybe make this lightning effect slow, the other one fast, another one medium speed, and alternate between the different opacity keyframes. This way we're going to get a more natural result. Delete the first bit, and now when I play back the first two lightning effects, things are going to look a lot more natural. We just need to copy and paste the glue effect onto our lightning pinky too. So now we're going to get a glowing lightning effect. Now just copy this on all of your other layers. I'm going to do that and then I'll be right back. So I've done that with all of my layers and now we're getting something like this. I also reduced my glow intensity to 0.3. You can change the value and that will adjust the intensity of your glow. Once we have this, I'm going to bring in my two overlays. The overlays are a bit slow, so I'm just going to increase their speed to maybe like 50. So I get a faster lightning strike. Do the same thing with the other one, 50. I think I'm going to try like 30 instead of 50, just a really fast lightning strike. There we go. Grabbing the pen tool, go to the beginning of your frame, and we're gonna just mask out the areas it's not supposed to move to. Hit M and get rid of the first mask. We don't need it. Then hit F and feather out the edges. I'm gonna bring the edge closer so we don't get any sharp lines on our layer. Hide all of the other lightnings so we can focus on one thing at a time. Make a keyframe, move forward. And as the hand moves down, we're just going to click twice on any of these points, then position it on where they need to be. The overlay doesn't last that long, so it's just a few keyframes. So there's our first overlay. Let's repeat that on our second overlay. So again, using the pen tool, I'm going to delete the first mask and make another that goes about the shape of our hand. Then feather the sides of your mask. Hit M on your keyboard and just make the same keyframes you made in the previous overlay. Bring back the rest of your lightning effects, and now we have something like this. Then go into your effects and presets and grab the levels adjustment, put it onto your overlay and grab your input black and pull it towards the right side. This will leave you with the lightning and not the reflections. Copy the same levels effect and paste it into your first overlay. So now let's create some light on the points where the lightnings are showing up from. Let's duplicate our base clip. I'm just going to color code this into something different. Pink. Duplicate your base clip. Call this light. fingers. And now using a simple curves adjustment, we can introduce some light and some blue hue to the entire video. Increase your shadow so you get a blue color like this. At the same time, go to RGB and just increase the overall light. Gonna pull the highlights towards the side. And I think we're gonna need more blue. So just increase the blue. Then we can grab a hue and saturation effect, add this underneath your curves layer, and change the hue of the video into something blue. Increase the master saturation, then increase the master lightness. So now this may look a bit extreme on the whole video, but we're just going to mask this out onto different fingers. So let's grab our pen tool, and I'm just going to begin masking out the areas on the fingers alone, and only the fingers that have this effect, and not all the fingers. Something like this. Then hit F on your keyboard and feather this out. We can change the blending mode to add, so we get more of an intense look. Soften this out by increasing your feather. So now we're going to get a finger like this. You can also go back and increase the saturation. Then we can work with our curves adjustment. So we want something bright and blue at the same time. Get a similar color for your hue and saturation. And to make this softer and more intense towards the point, I'm actually going to bring in the mask. Reduce my feather to something like 10 pixels. Then grab my mask feather tool and have a really intense feathering on the bottom part. But we don't want this at the start, so make another point at the tip of your thumb. We can go for 20 pixels. So I'm going to reduce mine down to 63%, and now we have a brighter look on our finger. I'm just going to adjust this so I get more of a cyan, and that way it can look better with my electricity. So just repeat this on all the other points. Hit Command D to duplicate, rename, and these settings are there. You're just changing the mask path and putting it on the finger. Once you're done with the adjustment, we need to duplicate this and put it for all the other fingers. You just need to animate the mask path so it remains on your thumb at all times. I'm going to do that for the rest of the fingers. I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we will finalize our effect. Now our hands have the glow from the electricities. I did that by copying the same light layer we made in the previous lesson and masked it in different areas. So this was our original light layer. I just copied it, made one for thumb 2, animated the mask path so it stays on my thumb. We have one for the pinky. And I also made some overall top hand, bottom hand lighting. So this right here is covering this entire area. Because of its feather, it's going to stay in place as my hand moves. You just show you what I mean. You can see the feather is quite large. I did that using the mask feather tool. We got one for the top hand and one for the bottom hand. I got rid of the index lightning because I wanted everything to happen within this area and not stretch out to the sides. Alright, so now that we have this, we need to animate the glow so that it shows up with the electricity powers. We want the glow to show up a few seconds before the actual electricity, so it's like the hand is powering up to shoot those bolts. I guess around here, this is where the electricity starts. Around here, I'm going to select all of my light layers. Let's hit Command-Shift-D and get rid of the other sides. Select them again, hit T on your keyboard, and make a simple opacity animation. So we left it at 41%, push the 41% keyframes forward. Somewhere like this, we wanted to kind of build up to the 41% opacity. So keep it rather close. Then we're going to create 0% keyframes. Very slowly it's going to build up, and then we get our electricity. I think I will grab mine a little bit closer and create more space. Alright, so now we have the glow, but the electricity is actually flickering. The same thing needs to be applied to the hands because we don't have one constant light. So just go to any of your thumb electricity layers. When you hit U, we made those opacity flickering effects. So we want to create something like this. We can't really copy this because these guys were 0-100%. Ours is 0-41%. Instead, I will grab an exposure effect that I can use to create a flickering effect. Add this onto your layer. We're working with this right now. I'm going to go for like 0.60, something that's really light. This is before, after, so it's not that extreme. And I think I'll bring back the curves from another layer. Just copy it here and paste it there. And bring it above your hue and saturation. So now with the exposure effect, we created more luminosity for the hand. This is without exposure, this is with exposure. So it's not just blue, and we're gonna kind of have the flickering stick with the exposure effect, but have the curves remain as they are. Let's see where the second keyframe is for opacity. Hold down Option or Alt on your keyboard and press on the exposure stopwatch. Over here, we're going to type in a wiggle expression. So wiggle the amount that you want, the amount of times you want this to flicker in a second. I think I will go with maybe 10. And the value for this expression, which I think I will start with a rather small number and then continue adding on once I get a preview. So 0.40, let's take a look. I'm going to type in 3. And now we get this flickering expression. You can also go back and reduce your curves. Really depends on how you want it to look. These guys are always there for you to edit, so play around with your values and see what works best for you. Now copy the same exposure effect and paste it into the other light layers. I'm also going to copy my curves adjustment. So exposure and curves from our top layer. Delete the old curves and paste this right there. The expression will follow. Bring your exposure and curves layer above your hue and saturation, or else you're going to get that purple. So it's always color, curves, exposure. And that way you can get a decent effect. Now let's move to the bottom hand and do the same thing. Now we need to make the lightning bolts affect the forearm and the rest of the area. So that will call for a new copy of our base clip. Command D, I'm going to call this round glow. Let's change the color so we don't confuse it with all the other layers. We're going to copy all three from the light layers, exposure, curves, and hue and saturation. Paste it into round glow. So we're going to get something extreme like this, but we're going to reduce it. So hit T on your keyboard and reduce it until you're getting a glow on the hand. So we're not really looking to illuminate the edges here, but mostly the area here. Let's reset our curves layer and I'm going to start this from scratch. So just bring the midtones of blue up, and now we get this blue effect. Go to RGB and do the same thing, but not an extreme amount, maybe somewhere here. Hit T on your keyboard and reduce the amount to something like 50%. Grab the ellipse tool and create a new mask on this new layer. Something like this, not exactly a circle. Have it go around the two arms, double click, and have the center point on these strikes. Once you're done, hit F and increase the amount for feather quite a lot, so maybe 123. And this glow will help us sell the electricity effect. And now because we have the exposure expression, we also get that flickering effect. Of course, like the other ones, we don't want it to begin when nothing is happening. So right on where the electricity shoots up, we're going to hit T on our keyboard, make a keyframe. Then a few seconds before, we're going to turn this to 0. So we don't want this to slowly build up because it's directly related to the lightning. Go to your first lightning zap and bring the end keyframe there. So this will show up in time for the first strike. I'm going to feather the edges a bit more. I feel like it's way too light. There we go. I chose 287. And that's looking pretty good. Now all that's left to do is to create some overall color grading and have the contrast of this video go up. So let's make an adjustment layer. Call this darken. Make this a different color because it's not related to any of the layers. And I'm going to get a simple curves adjustment. Add this on darken. Let's first lower the midtones a bit and create a dim environment. Lower the highlights a bit. As for shadows, we can dim that too. This is before, after. We can also introduce some blues to the overall look. Because right now it looked a little bit cyan, but I think I will have a little bit of blue. Next, we can add on a levels adjustment and increase your input black. There we go. So now we made the video a bit darker and took it away from this yellow greenish hue that we had before. You can go back to your lighting layers, adjust the exposure, opacity, and just make the lighting perfect. I'm going to do that real quick and then I'll be right back. I adjusted the lighting values for each of my layers and now I'm getting a decent flickering and exposure effect on both my hands. The last thing I want to do is to kind of smooth out my clip, and we can do that with a simple grain effect. Let's call this grain. I'll make this dark green too. In the effects and presets, look for grain and then choose the remove grain effect. Add this on top, then zoom into your video. First change the viewing mode to final output so we can see the effect on our entire clip. Now go to noise reduction settings and you can increase the noise reduction. So now you can see that we kind of smoothed out our clip and got rid of some of that noise. Let's go to fine tuning, reduce some of that texture, and then we can also increase our unsharp mask just by a touch. Let me increase my noise reduction too. So now instead of this, we have something a bit more smooth and suitable. I'm going to hit T on my keyboard and reduce its amount to maybe 50%. Turn the passes to 2. And now we're going to get this effect. This is before, this is after. It's a really slight change, but it's going to help with your video to not look that grainy and rough. On my darken layer, I'm also going to add a exposure effect. Go on a frame where I can see my lightnings, and then reduce the amount. And now we're done with our effect. Our subject is able to bring in some electricity between his hands, and he has that power. So using the advanced lightning effect, we were able to create these really cool bolts. Like mentioned, the advanced lightning effect is really helpful, and in the further lessons, we're going to be using it more. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to see how to get this effect and use the right techniques to make the veins look like they're growing and glowing. So let's get started. There are 2 files in your resource pack. The first one is our main clip, which is a video of this person just looking really intense, and they get pretty angry near the end. We're just gonna use the first half because I want the veins to kind of grow on his body and then like up his neck. So we don't need anything that can interrupt our motion tracking. The second footage is this image of the dried up dirt. This is actually going to become the veins. So we're going to do some editing here and turn this into human veins. Of course, you can get an animated vein overlay from the internet, but sometimes you may not get the best results. So I find that using an image like this gives you a more organic look. So the first thing we need to do is to create tracking data for our subject, and we can easily do that with Mocha. Make a composition out of your video and decide how much of this clip you want. I'm gonna go for right here before he brings up his arm. Command-Shift-D, get rid of the excess, and then just hit N, trim your comp. Boom, there we go. So let's call this our base clip and add Mocha. So let's skip through to when he comes closer to the mirror. And we're going to use this mark on his chest as our tracking point. If you're using the exact same video, it would be around here. Then we're going to zoom in by holding down Z and using the scroll wheel to kind of go up, click and go up until we're zoomed in. Now grab the spline tool and begin making your marks. I'm just going to perhaps do a little bit of rotoscoping. Let's go to roto instead. And we're going to begin by tracking the area that we just mentioned. I'm just going to see if there's like a way that we can take a larger area. So I think we should take the whole thing and have the vein kind of start from the bottom and make its way up. So make your spline from the edge of his shirt, meet the other edge, hold down X, go upwards, and basically trace his shirt, get a little bit of it in there so we get a black outline on the edge of our spline. Match the edge to his necklace. Then on the other side, getting a little bit of his shirt again. Let's zoom out. Name this body. Let's go on and get the next area that we want a vein on. So for me, that's his neck. Make another layer. Let's start from the edge of his beard, meet the edge of his shirt, and follow along his necklace. You can meet the edge to this highlight area so that it doesn't get mixed up with all the similar lighting. So this is our neck track. If you want, you can also bring it on his face. I think I'm going to do that. Grab another spline and begin from the outskirts of his eye. Let's call this cheek right. Not going to do cheek left since I think we cover it up throughout the video. And one additional thing that I want to do is to give his eye, just make his eyes white, and then maybe I will make them glow like his wings. So make a eye white mask around the eye whites with the spline tool. Be sure to focus on the actual whites. This may be a little tricky because there's a lot of shadows on his eye white, but let's see how it goes. Alright, click away, hold down X, and make another one for his left eye. Eye left. So let's zoom out right here. So these are the areas that my wane will go over. If you want, you can break the body into like smaller pieces, but I think this should do for me. Now what you want to do is to begin tracking, but because the different parts of his body behave differently, we cannot do it all at the same time. For example, the eyes are blinking, but his body and neck aren't. So we have to track these three together first. Just grab them all like this, track forward, and then once we're done tracking these, we can track the eyes together. So while grabbing all of those guys, track forward. I'm gonna let this track, and then I'm gonna go back to my first keyframe, track backwards, then repeat that for the two eyes. Remember, if you get an error, then skip that section and continue tracking from the frame that you can track. So I'll be right back and then we'll see what that looks like. So luckily our subject did not even blink throughout the whole video, and that's pretty good for us. But if they did blink, then you would just have to redo that section past the blinking point. We've seen what that looks like before. So now that I have tracked everything, we are ready to go forward. If you saw that your points are jumping around, you will have to create keyframes just as we talked about in the rotoscoping lesson. For example, let me show you what that looks like. So here at the end of my selection meets the end of the frame, but going backwards I can see that I'm getting a reveal of the rest of his body. So what I can do is just go back to that perfect frame, make a keyframe, then going backwards, I can just stretch my selection. So let's see the highest point. Pull this down, then grab the points to just put them where they need to be. So this is the process of rotoscoping. You can see that slowly from this, we're stretching this out so it reaches the edge here. And you have to repeat this for each frame so that everything is perfect. Let's see what that looks like. Looking good. Another one down here, pull it down. Make a keyframe, go back. And you're basically just repeating this until, well, the selection is perfect. We have the same problem here. At the beginning, I just need to pull the points down so that everything is included. Looking good. You can see that for the face, we also get that shrinking. It goes from this to this. So I'm going to repeat this with all of my selections, making sure that they're perfect throughout my video, and create as many keyframes as I need. This is the same process you would have in rotoscoping, hence the workspace that we're currently in. Gonna do that real quick, and then I'll be right back. So I fixed the positioning of my layers by making keyframes on the areas that needed fixing. So the green ones are the keyframes, and I made this modification on all the layers except neck because it was pretty stable throughout the whole video. Once we have this, make sure that you have labeled each one right. Save Mocha and close it. Alright, so now we have different tracking data right here ready to go, although I want to kind of prep my timeline before I bring those in. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to create different nulls and place them right where they need to be. So let's begin with the body. This is my body null. Make it red. Another null for the neck. Or hold down Option Shift Control Y to make a new null layer. That's Alt Shift Control Y on Windows. Third one is the cheek. Then is the left eye. And finally, let's just duplicate this, the right eye. Choose a different color for each one so you don't get confused with all the little squares. There we go. We have different colored nulls on our timeline. Let's bring our dirt image and make a new composition from it. Go back here. Bring it right above and then double click. And we're just going to turn this into human wings. So first, let's go ahead and get rid of the brown color by using the tint effect. There we go. And now we just want to grab the levels adjustment to isolate those little cracks. Increase the contrast by grabbing the gamma slider. Something like this. Let's add some of that black in there with input black and put some input white. So select the layer, effect, channel, and invert. So now we're getting those white lines and not the black lines. Go back to the levels and adjust it to the way you want it. Now let's go ahead and feather things out a bit by getting Fastbox Blur. Let's add in maybe 2. Because veins aren't supposed to be this sharp, that's why we're blurring things out just by a touch. So if you take a look at your hand, look at the veins underneath your skin, you can tell how much you're supposed to blur this out. So I think maybe 5, 6 should do it. Once we have this, we can add another blur called the vector blur. Add this right there and increase the amount. So as you can see, this is getting rid of that tiny little details and leaving us with the big veins. That is exactly what we need. So if you add on to this, you're going to get something pretty watercolor-like, but we want to use maybe about 10 just to get a soft lining from the vein, but at the same time keep the structure. Underneath this, let's make a black solid. Bring it underneath. And just play around with your settings until you're getting less of these little lines and more of these big lines. So this mostly counts for the level slider. If I'm pushing it back towards the edge here with the input white, I'm gonna get a pretty good result. I got rid of all those little lines and we just have the big lines. When I go back in here, change the blending mode, which if you're not seeing it, just press this button. Change the blend mode to screen. I'm just getting the little veins. And that's exactly what we want. We just rename this pre-comp to veins. Now let's name this into veins body. Hit S and scale it down to the area that we need. Since we have a long area for the body, I'm going to rotate it as well. Put it right on the body, leaving some of the wings on the shirt. And just mask out the area. So we can't have it go everywhere, so make a really random mask around the body. Just like that. Feather out your mask, hit F, and this way we're going to get a more natural result. Let's go back to the wing's body and create another solid right above. Then we're going to just mask out this log shape on the wings. Doesn't have to be a rectangle, just something really random. So we can make it look like the wings are kind of crawling up and it's not like a slide reveal. So just make some random points and do the same thing for the top. Let's also feather out the edge. I'm going to call this reveal. Hit F on your reveal solid and feather out the edges. Now let's zoom out from our composition. Hit P on reveal and just bring it all the way down. Make a position keyframe. Go forward maybe 20 frames and then pull this guy all the way towards the other side. You can hold down Shift and just pull it up like this until the wings are revealed. So now we're going to get this really simple animation. Command K and match the duration of that composition, which is for, I believe, 30. You can check the duration of your project by either going to the last frame or holding down Command K, Control K on Windows to look at your project settings. This way I can just pull these guys forward, then stretching the time for these reveals. So let's duplicate the reveal. And maybe the second reveal can begin right after the first one. So this is the first reveal, it shows up, and the second one follows after. You can offset the layer to get a little space. And I think I'll duplicate it one more time and place it near the end. So 1, 2, and then we'll bring the third one here. Now let's actually animate the opacity of the wing so it's kind of pulsing inside the subject and it doesn't look like a photograph. Hit T on your keyboard, make a 100% keyframe, push it around here, then have it be at 0% in the beginning. And then just duplicate this a bunch of times around your composition. So it's kind of like pulsating, it shows up, and then near the end we can just leave it be. Pull this back. And now when I take a look at the wings, we just solo this layer. It's going to kind of pulsate and then finally reveal itself. So that's the base work of the wing. In the next lesson, we're going to put it on the body and just work with how it looks on the different nulls that we made. So I will see you guys in the next part of this lesson. Welcome back to the lesson. This is where we left off. We animated our wing layer and we tracked the body part of our subject. Now let's connect the wing to the body and continue filling up the composition. Go to your base clip and create tracking data from body. Choose it down here, change this to transform, and choose your body null object. Hit apply, and now we're going to get all of the movement for position, rotation, and scale. Let's connect the wings. First position it where it needs to be. Bring the anchor point right in the middle and connect it onto your body null object. So now it sticks to the body. Let me choose a different color. So red is for the body. And we're going to color code moving forward so that things don't get complicated. Now let's work with the way the wings show up. Turn the rotation to 0 because we made the little sweeps go upwards. Let me just change my mask path. Hit M and change the way this looks. You can double click and just pull it up. But this will still have the wings go upwards instead of going to the side. Now go to your effects and presets and look for the curves adjustment. Go to a frame where you can see the wings clearly and then use the points to just bump up the brightness of them. So you can see that with one of these points near the midpoints, you can just make this really intense. I will have mine around here, and now I can begin adding that glow that I was looking for. I'm also going to extend the path to the edge of his shirt. It's looking a bit odd at the moment. Just have it go past the shirt. We're going to make a matte for this. Pull it in like that. Extend it for the areas that you want. So I wanted his chest to be in one piece, his neck and cheek to be on another piece. Looking good. This is going to stay throughout the whole thing. Let's just extend the corners all the way on his shirt. Don't forget the first frame. Feather it out by like 50 and then use mask expansion to bring it inwards. I'm going to fix my points and then I'll be right back. So I made some mask path keyframes as the body shifts forward. And because he's going to stay in one place the rest of the video, you only need a few of these keyframes. Once we have this, we can now begin shifting the composition into the shape of his body. Because right now it's pretty flat, and that should not be the case. So grab your Wayne's body layer. I'm just going to shy these other null objects away so we can focus on one part at a time. Go to the beginning of your timeline, and using the puppet pin tool up here, we're going to make pins all around the body. So grab the puppet pin tool, make your first permanent pins on the corners of the body. So basically I don't want them to be moved away from the edge, but only have the middle section be folded into the right area. So go to a frame where you can see all of the wings and begin shifting these right where they need to be. And just play around. You can use the different lines on his body as reference. So now it looks like this. This is what it was before, this is after. So this is more fit for his body and it's no longer looking like a picture. Alright, once we have this, we can now begin making the lines glow. This is pretty simple to do. Just grab the glow effect, add it onto the pre-comp, add a decent glow, increase the intensity, and reduce the threshold. Then duplicate the glow effect. Here we're going to increase the radius, but reduce the complexity. So we get these cuts and reduce the threshold. So you can decide how much of this you want. I'm going to keep mine around here. It's pretty good. Now let's color the veins into whatever you want. Grab the hue and saturation effect. Add it above all of these layers and colorize this to whatever color you want. Let's try this greenish color. Now let's also grab a levels adjustment and put this above all of your effects. Grabbing the output white, you can kind of bring this down so it blends in better with the skin. Then we can use the gamma to either add more contrast or remove the contrast. You can keyframe these, so I think I will create a pulsating effect. Let's go to the beginning, make a keyframe. Around here, I'm going to add to the gamma. And then going forward, I'm going to reduce it. So it's becoming more powerful as we go forward with the video. Hit U on your Wayne's body and you can see the levels adjustment. You can also search it here to avoid all the other keyframes. Search it here to avoid the keyframes. And now we're getting this effect. I think I'll bring these in closer. And now in the beginning, his powers are kind of weak. Let me bring this forward, go to the first keyframe. Do this for the first keyframe, so it's pretty weak right now, but suddenly it grows stronger. Then around here, we can just reduce the gamma even more. Let's feather out the edges a bit more and use the mask expansion. So I can avoid getting this on his shirt. Looking good. If the animation is too much, like suddenly we see this perfect line going up like that, you can always go back here and maybe shift one of the shapes. So here I can just rotate this and this can give me a different result. So it's coming up at an angle. And let me just reduce the space between the keyframes so we get a more natural pulsating effect for each of these frames. Let's hit R and then shift its rotation as it's going upwards. So it's all a matter of playing around with your keyframes and seeing what looks best for you. On this, we're going to add a turbulent displace effect to kind of distort the wings. Let me show you what that looks like. Already without any changes, we made quite a lot of difference. I'm going to stick with these numbers, and this is going to take it away from looking that flat. To make it even more different, we're going to add a evolution expression. Hold down Option or Alt, click on the stopwatch and type in time multiplied by the value. So I'm going to do 100. And now the turbulent displace is going to just be different as we go forward. I'm going to add more of these opacity keyframes near the end. Hold down Option and kind of stretch them out. So now we have our first effect. The thing that we need to do right now is to kind of duplicate this and place it onto the other parts of his face. So let's bring this back. So now let's do the same thing on all the other parts of his body. The process is very simple because we have our composition here. Duplicate Wayne's body. Call this Wayne's neck. Make it green, bring it above. And I'm going to first get rid of the mask on this layer. Let's lock the body Wayne's so we don't disturb it. Then extract the neck data onto the neck null object. Now bring this Wayne's neck on the neck. Just mask it around the area that you want. Feather out the mask and then connect this to your neck null object. So now we're going to get these wings on top of the neck. Reduce the mask expansion. Just work around with the different things. Now delete or reset your puppet keyframes on this layer. Just delete it actually. I'm gonna hide the neck wing so we don't confuse it with what we have now. Then make a new set of puppets onto this layer. So make your permanent points all around and just shift this according to your subject's face structure. Now for the neck, because it's a smaller area, we can actually go back to the levels and change the gamma keyframes. Let's open it right here and change the amount because at times it's pretty intense. So this right now is too intense. Just reduce the whites and make it less powerful than the body. We have two different things playing on his body. You can offset the neck layer so that it's starting on different times than the body and you're not getting an identical animation. Pretty good. Now duplicate this again, this time for the cheeks. Do this on all of the different layers. Duplicate your pre-comp of lanes. Use the puppet pin tool to put it right into place. Extract the data from the base video and just keep going until you've done it for all of these null objects. Leave the eyes out. We're going to do something else with them in the next lesson. So I will see you guys there. So I did that on all the parts, and now our subject has these wings going up on his body on different sections. Now let's work with the eyes. And what we want to do is to just make an adjustment layer, one for each eye. So this will be the right eye color, and then we'll make one for the left eye. Now on the right eye color, we're going to get a hue and saturation effect, and then a levels adjustment. Add this right on top. Using the right eye color, we're going to mask it. Let's go in the beginning. Make a circular mask around his pupil. Hold down Shift to make a perfect circle. Place it right above. And now connect this to the right eye, which first we need to extract the data. Eye right goes to right eye. There we go. Now connect this to the right eye. Alright, so now let's go to a frame where we can see his eyeball. And we're just going to make another mask that is going on the top eyelid. Make one like this and just close it off near the top. Turn this to subtract. And to test this out, just add an extreme amount. Now you can see that it's hidden on the eyelid. Do the same thing, but to the bottom of the eye. And just close it off like that. Turn this to subtract as well. And now the pupil remains inside the eyelid. Feather out all three. Hit F, and I think we can go for like 5. I think that's pretty good. Now on your adjustment layer, let's first undo what we did and then increase the input white. For the first mask, we're going to feather this out by like 7 and put -3 for the mask expansion. This is only for the pupil and not the eyelids. I can now turn the eye color into anything I want. I'm going to try to get the same color as the cheek. Let's find a frame that shows the wings. There we go. So I want to get something like this. Drag these sliders until you get a similar green. Once we have this, we can increase the master saturation and add on the glow effect. Put this right above your colors, and this will give you a nice glowy eyeball. Increase the radius and the intensity. This will make him look less human, which should be the case since he's getting these glowy things. Once we have this, we can go back to the hue and saturation and just make this similar to the Wayne color. You can duplicate your glow effect for a scarier look. Increase the threshold on this one and reduce the radius. I'm going to go with 20 for the people feather. And now he has a glowing eyeball, which shows up when he walks into the light. That's pretty good. We can now repeat this on the other eyeball. Command D. Call it left eye color. Extract the data from the left eye and put it onto the corresponding null object. Now we're going to hit M and delete all of the mask because we need to do this from scratch on the left eye. Zoom in, grab your circle tool, and make your mask. Feather this out by the same amount, which was 20, and then use mask expansion of -5. Make 2 other masks going above it. Before that, let's just connect this to the null, and then when it comes into the light, we can see better and mask this properly. Subtract 5 pixel masking, and then on the other end. And that's looking pretty good. We now have 2 glowing eyeballs and the glowing wings. Finish off the effect with an overall sci-fi looking adjustment layer. Call this coloring general. On this, I can add the Lumetri color effect. Start by turning the temperature towards the colder side and the tint towards the greener side. Keep the saturation and decrease the brightness of the video. You can decrease the vibrance to make it look like he's not human anymore. So you're taking away from the natural skin tone that he has. I'm going to go with -37 and we're pretty much ready to go. So this is our final effect. It was rather easy to do. You can go ahead and tweak this to the way you like it, but this is just how you get these wings from an image and then have them build like this on your subject. Hope you guys enjoyed.